This attempted abduction was long before the soldiers acted, and the command room knew that no one was instigating them, but they wanted to make a fortune. They learned about Lu Gan and others by buying a waiter at the Hilton Hotel and finally planned blackmail a sum. As for why Chai Ren was found, it was because the planning time was too short. Compared with the local wealthy, the Chinese were not so vigilant, and these people had just arrived in the United States with a very low probability of having a gun, so they acted in a hurry. I thought of hitting a 10-meter-thick steel plate. On the other hand, the police in New York didn't do nothing. No one was killed, and the clues were broken. It doesn't mean that they were gone. It is impossible. If that were the case, all taxpayers in the United States would not spray them to death. When the surveillance video was restored, they first found out the owner's information of nearby vehicles, as well as the surveillance videos of the shops near the witnesses, made a half-day confession and investigation, and finally, after constant analysis by various experts and New York police, they finally found out there is some useful information, and that is, these two groups are not simple. Of course, the result of this nonsense is not bad. But how can the system-processed video surveillance point to Lu Gan and the others? One of the rules to protect the target is to try not to involve the police, especially when entering the bureau. The group of robots in the command room can't afford to lose that person, or how good is it to report directly to the police? Sending soldiers to join the team is just not wanting to deal with the police, avoiding extraneous problems, and the command room will never bother others unless it is really necessary. As a result, various surveillance videos that have been slightly changed and tampered with have not been found by the New York police. Unless someone from the kidnappers calls the police, they will not be able to contact Lu Gan if they want to break their heads. In the end, of course, it's not a matter of course. This kind of thing is not a general case at a glance, and there are no victims or missing persons. You can only collect evidence and investigate first, collect all aspects of information, and wait until it is needed, such as use it when a victim jumps out. But their waiting will be in vain. An inexplicable kidnapping case ended inexplicably, and then the police hadn't come to the door, and they didn't even make a phone call, which made Chai Ren and the group feel incomprehensible. But I don't understand. Let's leave here first. Lu Gan and Chai Ren returned to the Hilton Hotel and hurriedly packed up. Lu Gan has decided to find a way to obtain a gun license for his bodyguard. When he is active in the United States, he suddenly feels that he is really not emboldened without a gun. This is his number one. The second time I encountered this kind of thing, it was still in broad daylight. If you were hijacked, that's a big deal, and it's likely that my life will be explained here. So it is very grateful to the soldiers. Check out these two suites. When he came to the hotel lobby, Lu Gan handed over the room card. Okay, sir, are you dissatisfied with our service? The blonde beauty received a scan and found that she had booked a week before, and asked, if this kind of sudden checkout is caused by the hotel service, she must learn about. No, there is an urgent matter. Chai Ren shook his head and said, he didn't know that he was betrayed by the hotel attendant, or he would never let it go, but the soldier did not have the obligation to reassure him. Okay, wait a minute, the receptionist said respectfully. As long as it is not caused by the inability of the hotel service, especially if this person still holds the senior VIP card of their hotel, it is their God, that the loss is not only a problem of money, but also the loss of reputation caused by this kind of person influences. After that, the group drove to the northwest of New York State. With a total area of more than 100,000 square kilometers, New York State has not only developed manufacturing and financial services, but also tens of thousands of large and small farms, while New York City occupies only a small part of the area. This time Chai Ren's destination was the farm of a Chinese friend, who was also his classmate at the beginning. Later, his parents died in a car accident, and he inherited his father's business to run a family farm here, mainly planting grapes and cherries, and raising a small amount of it. Some cattle and livestock, pasture, and the like. New York City is more than 200 kilometers away from the farm, and the soldiers drove at a speed of more than 80 yards on the high speed to turtle forward. After all, according to the fighter's control, driving at a speed of 100 or 200 per hour will not cause anything. But in order to take care of the off-road vehicle behind to avoid any accidents, plus the time is not in a hurry, just drive slowly. Xiao Zhu, hurry up, and urge those people to go there to explore and pay attention to safety. I have already said hello. You can find someone over there. The phone number is XXX, and he will take you there. Brother Liu, the matter is done. Just wait for the contract to be signed. You can contact the mine equipment and ship it next week. It is estimated that it will take a month. Xiao Chun, things are all right. Your $50 million must be credited within a week. Well, I know how to do it. Chiron has been calling and arranging various things in the car. There is basically nothing for him in the United States. After the symbolic exploration of the reserves, he will go back and sign the contract. Originally, he planned to play in New York for a week, but now it seems that these 10 days will be spent on the farm. It's not that Chiron is scared. Since he feels the danger, he should ask for more bodyguards. The main reason is that he is out of interest. Now he just wants to go fishing, hunting, and the like. He has already informed his friends that he will stay today. 10 days. More than 3 hours later, Chiron and his group came to his friend's farm in 2 vehicles. There was no one to take. When they went out, they only reported a general geographic location and the name of the farm. Then the soldier said he knew it, and continued to drive in silence all the way. Understood? Chiron was a bit speechless at the time. This is not an urban area or a town, but a remote farm. Hey, there can be no signs on the map. But until he saw the familiar terrain and the name of the farm, Chiron really believed what the warrior had said. At this moment, Chiron doubted whether the warrior was a human map. He just gave a name. Then it drove up. Chiron and Lu Gan don't want to say anything anymore. The things they have encountered in the past few days feel that they are just like the Hillies who have never seen the world. Everyone is like playing a game. A full-level fighter took the story of their 2 RMB players pretending to be a match. When I came to the entrance of the farm, I saw a large Ford pickup truck parked next to a huge boulder from a distance. It was a huge boulder, nearly 10 meters high, with a thick top and bottom, engraved with the 4 characters Muji Farm in red. Painted, the most fun thing is that there is a stick man, like a child's graffiti on it. A young man was standing next to a pickup truck, and a strong Chinese man stood beside him, smiling as he watched Chai Ren and his group's car approaching. Seeing Chai Ren getting out of the car, the young man stepped forward and said with a smile, "Hi, Master Chai. It's been a long time." You still know that you came to pick me up?" Chiron said angrily. "Of course not. I just went shopping and came back. By the way, I am waiting for you here. Didn't you say that you can find it? You still need me to pick it up?" The young man said with a curled mouth. "Insincere guy, when did you get this stone, the wooden sign?" Chiron asked, pointing to the huge stone. Facing the attitude of young people, he was not annoyed. Both of them are good friends. "I'm used to bickering. Young people are also Chinese Americans. My ancestors came here very early to make a living, so they didn't care about Chai Ren's identity. He even helped Chai Ren ping a lot in the United States. In China, Chai Ren Yo Cha. Here, he is the eldest brother, and there is no question of who is taller and who is low. He is also one of Chai Ren's best friends here, especially when he thinks of young people's relatives in the United States. Chai Ren dare not underestimate the political network. It's been more than a month, mainly because I think it's a little more imposing. The previous brand felt too ugly and not domineering. The young man said with a smile. "Yes, just that wooden sign looks like an archway." Chiron said contemptuously. "FCK off, you just set up an archway." The young man scolded with a smile. Chiron looked at the stick man on the stone and asked, "What's the situation with that stick man? It won't be your masterpiece, right? It's too ugly. There are not many things that despise this guy, ha ha ha. This is what my daughter asked to paint. Didn't she always call you a stickman last time? Just when I engraved these words, I teased my daughter and said that I need to paint something. She just remembered that you were here last time. I was chased and bitten by my dog, so I proposed to draw you. Finally, I let my daughter play freely, so I drew you a portrait of my daughter on it. I said it was you. I wanted to draw a picture of a puppy biting you, but the dog died earlier this year. I didn't paint. How about it? Not bad." The young man couldn't help laughing when he talked about it. What a ghost. Chiron was speechless when he heard it. This was shooting himself in the foot with a rock, but it was impossible to be angry with the child. He found that he had never won a quarrel with this classmate. He thought he was already very eloquent. Yes, but when he met this man, he never pleased him. "Okay, very good. You wait. I will draw you a big portrait at the door of my house in the future." Chiron gritted his teeth. This hatred has to be reported. Well, it was so decided. One is not enough. Two are required. That's great. Let's compare the portraits of others. The young man said with interest. Humph. Why isn't it different than someone else's painting? Chiron snorted. Because I can't beat you. The young man took it for granted, obviously saying that Chiron's skills have no lower limit. Shameless. Chiron felt a little bit sap. Seeing that Chiron's rebellious thought was suppressed again, the young man was satisfied, and he did not pursue the victory anymore. Just gain the power. There is no need to forgive people. Plus, there are guests next to him. Master Chai, don't you introduce a few friends who are born in face? The young man asked Lu Qian and the others who looked strangely beside him. Chiron's face straightened and stopped joking. He introduced. Let me introduce this. This is my partner, named Lu Gan, President Lu. The assets are similar to yours. This is my classmate, friend, and the best friend Mu Jian, Mu Palace's Mu, Healthy Jian, Mr. Lu. You can just call him Mr. Mu. Hello, Mr. Mu. Fortunate to meet you. Lu Gan said respectfully. A person who can slander Chiron is by no means a simple character, so he can't help being disrespectful. Hello, Mr. Lu. Mu Jian and Lu Gan shook hands and laughed. Their looks and tone were very polite. But the indifferent person who did not belong to this age let Lu Gan know that the other party did not look at him because of wealth. And Mu Jian is indeed just as Lu Gan thought. How about a domestic boss, worth hundreds of millions of dollars? There is no intersection. After that, Chiron introduced again. You know both of my bodyguards, and the other two are President Lu's bodyguards. This is Brother Yuan. You can call this a monkey. Mr. Mu is good, said the monkey respectfully. He is just a little bodyguard. Everyone here is a big boss. What else can he do? He can only pretend to be grandson. Hello. Mu Jian nodded and said. After talking about Mu Jian, he thought the soldier would greet him, but after waiting for 2 seconds, there was no sound. He couldn't help turning his head to look at the soldier. The soldier looked at him with a "who are you" expression, like, look at the flowers and plants on the roadside. Mu Jian was shocked. Here he has seen too many guys who treat people like grass, and his eyes are filled with indifference and carelessness for life. Seeing Mu Jian looking at him, the soldier still ignored him and just nodded slightly. In the same words, in the eyes of the soldier, Mu Jian was only a passerby, not as good as Chai Ren, and completely unrelated. Chai Ren is still Lu Gan's partner. Together with Lu Gan, he also has a certain level of protection, but it is low. Mu Jian's words are completely gone, and the soldier will not give him a look. Ahem, this Yuan brother is still very personal. Mu Jian said, a little embarrassed, being ignored by a small boss's bodyguard. He really couldn't get off the stage, but it's not the first time. He often comes into contact with the upper echelons of the United States. He has seen a lot in society. In the eyes of some people, he is a human being, but in the eyes of others, he is just a mortal, a person who can slap to death with his backhand. When Chiron saw Mu Jian, he almost laughed, and he couldn't help saying, good job. It's rare to embarrass this guy for a while. Don't mind. Brother Yuan is like that. He doesn't like to talk, but I admire him with due diligence. Chiron stepped forward and said with a smile. He didn't talk about the attempted kidnapping he had encountered before. The soldiers said that they had seen nothing and heard nothing. Of course, he wouldn't talk too much, so as not to have troubles. Mu Jian heard that he had stepped down and laughed. Haha, what do I mind? You can accept it. There must be a reason. Let's go and talk to the farm. Today I deliberately killed the lamb, and let's grill lamb skewers. Drink beer. I mean, can't you order high-end things all the way? I ran over all the way, feeling like I'm coming to a food stall, and I also have barbecue and beer. I can't think of it, miser. Chiron pretended to be dissatisfied. Mu Jian also ignored Chiron's tone at all, and said politely, well, do you know whether you know it or not? You are still picky eaters. If you have the ability, you are not allowed to eat lamb. There are wolves. You can fight by yourself. You catch it, I'll fight it. Chiron snorted. He and Mu Jian could confuse them in just 3 sentences. This kind of revolutionary friendship is really envious to outsiders. Although I sometimes get angry, I also cherish this way of communication, because Mu Jian is really the only one who can joke with him like this. The domestic young and old people of the same status speak very well, and they are worried when they communicate. Too much. You have to be shameless. Mu Jian listened and said with a smile, catching the wolf and letting him beat him. No more. Chiron said loudly. Shameless. Mu Jian said. Why? Without you being shameless, I still have a long way to catch up with you. But you have to go slower, or our distance will get farther and farther. Chiron said triumphantly. Back to a game. You stickman. Forget it. My wife should have prepared the lamb skewers, and she should call to remind her if she doesn't go back. Mu Jian said, not stunned, ready to go back again. Envy someone who has a wife. Chiron said with a smile. Hurry up and get married. The boss is not young. Don't be so swaying all day. When will you and shall she get married? You have been engaged for 2 years, Mu Jian said. It's decided at home. We will get married in September this year. Chiron smiled bitterly. Naturally, he couldn't escape from marriage. There was nothing wrong with having a wife. Not to mention she was very beautiful. But facing that cold fiancé, he felt cold. Because his fiancé is a doctor, a brain doctor, and a doctor of medicine. Whenever he thinks that his fiancé often performs operations on people, he loses the slightest desire, for fear of experimenting with him. Although this is impossible. That's too soon. When the time comes, our family will be traveling. Mu Jian nodded and said sympathetically. He understood the meaning of Chai Ren's wry smile, let alone Chai Ren. He was frustrated thinking about it. But fortunately, my wife is not such a horrible career. Otherwise, he would not sleep. Well, it looks like it's going to rain heavily this day, so get in the car. Chiron said after finishing this sad topic. Okay. After that, several people got into their cars. Under Mu Jian's leadership, or on this road, it took more than 10 minutes to drive to the farm villa at the foot of the mountain. Looking at Mu Jian's farm and villa, Chiron was also a little envious. Envious that Mu Jian and his wife and daughter lived a leisurely life in a beautiful place. Unlike himself, he needed to do things that he didn't like for himself and his family. He actually wanted to being a painter, but his family does not allow him to pursue this kind of dream. This is not just a villa building. There are also hangars, garages, stables, staff dormitories, warehouses, etc., as well as a huge swimming pool. There are 10 bodyguards, 16 farm workers, and 4 the babysitter and handyman, plus Mu Jian's family, lived in a total of 33 people. This house always feels not strong, Chiron said as soon as he got out of the car. Very good, Mu Jian said. What a dam. A tornado will be gone. If it is a domestic concrete building, you can try a tornado and it will scrape off a little skin at most. Chiron said disdainfully. This is the deepest feeling he feels every time he comes here. Although wooden houses are good, they may far exceed concrete buildings in other aspects, but they are not comparable to concrete buildings in terms of safety. You have watched a lot of American movies. How can there be tornadoes in my terrain? Mu Jianbai said with a glance at Chiron. What if you encounter it? Chiron said. Crow's mouth, nothing in case. Mu Jian said irritably. Forget it, eat barbecue. Chiron watched Mu Jian's wife busy in the open space in the distance, and there were a lot of bodyguards and handymen to help. Seeing them, a cute little girl was running towards them. She was Mu Jian's 5 years old. His daughter Mu Wanner. Dad. Mu Wanner watched Mu Jian rushing over, begging for a hug. Hey, good girl, see who is here. Mu Jian picked up her daughter and kissed her cheek, with a very happy smile on her face. You are? Uncle Stickman. Mu Wanner bit her finger cutely and thought for a while before she recognized it. Hello, Wanner. Come, the little toy that my uncle bought for you. Chiron took a plush toy from the bodyguard and handed it over. It is not that he is stingy, but that everyone is super rich and worthy of gifts. You don't care so much, as long as the quality is good, one mind. Thank you, Uncle Stickman. Mu Wanner said with joy holding the toy. Although there are enough toys at home, as a child, who would think there are too many toys? You're welcome, darling. Can you call me Uncle Chai later? Chiron smiled. Okay, Uncle Stickman. Mu Wanner said milkily. Forget it. Chiron covered his face, so the Stickman should be the Stickman. It's good to get used to it, and a group of people walked toward the open space. Hi, sister-in-law. Sister-in-law is really getting more and more beautiful. Chiron stepped forward and laughed. Mu Jian's wife is called Lu Ji, which is also the origin of the farm's name. The husband and wife take the first and last words. They were married when they were classmates with Mu Jian. Mu Wanner was also 1 year old. Grandma bought the house in Washington to take care of her children. Grandpa looked at the farm here, so she was very familiar with it. Lu Ji is also a relatively quiet person. After graduating from university, he also went to graduate school. After that, he has been a husband and child in the family. He is a housewife, but he has a strong and independent personality. If you don't know that Chai Ren is never messed up otherwise Mu Jian will not be allowed to be friends with him at all. Mu Jian is a strict wife, or he loves his wife very much. If Lu Ji insists, Mu Jian will never pay attention to him. A small part of Mu Jian's and Lu Ji's marriage were related to interests, but most of them were deep feelings. Lu Ji's family was a family of merchants, whose main industries were agriculture and real estate. They were well known in California, and there were a few of Mu Jian's relatives. It is a high-ranking official in the government of the United States, so it can be regarded as a happy marriage. Xiao Chai. Hello, isn't your one here yet? Lu Ji smiled lightly. No, she is still working in the country, and I will bring her to see you next time. Chiron said. Next time, every time is the next time. Lu Ji complained. Chiron said this from the first time I met him, but this time, he came alone. She has never seen Chai Ren's fiancé, only the photos. I promise this time. Chiron promised, raising his hand a little embarrassingly. He was a little embarrassed to be asked this time and time again. Getting married in September this year. He will let his fiancée rest for a few months anyway. Well, go sit down and talk to Mu Jian. You haven't seen each other for more than half a year. Lu Ji shook his head and smiled. It's not that Chai Ren is not keeping his promises, but that he sympathizes with him. Yes, then I'll go sit down first. My sister-in-law has worked hard. Chai Ren said with a grin. After speaking, he turned and walked towards Lu Gan and others who were already seated. After greeting Lu Ji, Chai Ren returned to the large outdoor dining table. At this time, Mu Jian is carefully feeding his daughter to eat French fries. The table is full of various fruits and snacks, as well as some prepared dishes. There are a large table of various delicacies. After all, there are so many people on the farm. They don't have so many rules. The bodyguards and servants also eat together, but the bodyguards take turns eating. And Chiron finally came here. How could he invite him to have some barbecue and some beer? He really couldn't afford this person Mu Jian. Seeing Mu Jian intently feeding his daughter there, Lu Gan felt really uncomfortable sitting there, just like his relatives came to his house. He couldn't let go, but he didn't regret following Chai Ren. Well, just get along for 2 days, and friends don't just make friends like this. Chai Ren watched Lu Gan drinking tea in silence, then sat next to Mu Jian and said, Mr. Lu, don't be restrained. Take whatever you want to eat. Okay, Xiao Chai. Lu Gan nodded and smiled. After that, Chai Ren grabbed a plate of French fries, took advantage of Mu Jian's free feeding, and handed it to Mu Wanner's mouth. He smiled and said, Come on, Wanner, eat French fries. No. Mu Wanner shrank her head and shook her head. Why not? Chai Ren smiled bitterly as if he had been hit hard. Mom and Dad said not to eat things from strangers. Mu Wanner said seriously, and after she said she asked Mu Jian for credit. Dad, am I right? Haha. Dear daughter, you are right. Just don't eat things given by strangers. Mu Jian laughed. Uncle is not a stranger. Uncle is your father's friend, and you and I have known each other for several years. Chiron asked. As she listened, Mu Wanner bit her finger again and thought about the logic inside. After 3 seconds of thinking and meditation, she looked at Chai Ren seriously and said, But I'm unfamiliar since I haven't seen it for so long. This little clever ghost has learned sophistry at such a young age. Chai Ren didn't tease her anymore, so as not to be bullied by the father and daughter in partnership. Good girl. Well said. You have the style of your old man. Looking at Chai Ren's face, Mu Jian smiled. Taking advantage of Lu Gan's effort to go to the bathroom, Mu Jian said with a straight face, Dai Xiao Xiao, how are the business talks this time? The monkey and the soldier naturally followed. He didn't know how much Lu Gan knew, so it can be like a conspiracy. It's okay, it went well. Chai Ren nodded and said with a smile, I've heard of the iron ore you are going to buy. You have to be careful. Those armed forces are not so easy to settle, and their appetite may not be small. Mu Jian said with a serious face. Don't worry, isn't there the Lime boy? It shouldn't be a big problem. Chiron smiled. Lime is the son of the president of that African country and the only child. When he was in school, His father was only the vice president. Although the right is not just to be elected, it is by no means muddled. But maybe his father is not the next president. Don't even think about mining your iron or within 15 years. If you don't have this layer of skin, it will be a little troublesome. Mu Jian said with some worry. Chiron shrugged. What can I do about this? I originally found it out, and I can hope to dig a gold mine. Anyway, my bottom line is that I only need to protect my capital. How much money I make is another matter, and I am not a shareholder. You can also pay the bank loan in advance and pay 10,000 steps back. In the end, even if something really happens, I will lose a little bit at the most, and if those guys are assholes, it's not just that they won't let me do the guaranteed business. Chiron said lightly. His purpose is only underground iron ore. There are more ways to make money. If he loses here, he can find a way to earn it back. Therefore, he is not afraid that these iron ore will not make money, consolidate power and position. It's already made money. It's just a SHD, it's just a tool. The average second generation will chase money and things like that. He has surpassed this level a long time ago. Well, too. Anyway, your main purpose is not to make money. Mu Jian laughed when he heard it. Although he didn't understand politics, he was no longer in the mind of a petty citizen when he was having dinner with relatives. It's just a thing that ordinary people care about. The higher you go, the more you get the right to speak. As for you, you are still going to guard this farm forever. Chiron grabbed a mango and nodded. Yeah, otherwise, I feel that this is also very good. I am going to dispose of some shares and assets and start an investment company. The internet has developed rapidly in recent years. I am going to lie down. Mu Jian replied. The assets left by his father go far beyond this farm. There are also many company shares and real estate. This is just the place where his father provides for the elderly. Every year, the share dividends and real estate rental income alone are as high as $20 million. This is still after tax. If it hadn't been for the high inheritance tax, his assets could still be a big chunk of Lugon. All right, I would suggest investing in our country's internet companies. They have just started in all aspects, and there is still a lot of market space. Chiron suggested. His assets are basically asset-heavy models. Although he thinks the internet will be very profitable in the future, he is not much interested in intervening. It is still the same sentence. The road is different. Yes, let's watch again when the time comes, and I will find you if you have any trouble. Mu Jian nodded and said, Haha, welcome. Chiron laughed. Mu Jian's relationship network in the United States is very helpful to his resource layout. He used to be a classmate. In the future, if there is interest involved, the relationship between the two will be closer. Seeing Lugon came back at this time, the two also stopped talking about business. By the way, how is your red wine brewed? Chiron asked suddenly. Looking at the red wine on the table, he suddenly remembered that Mu Jian has grown a large area of grapes. Of course, this is not the case. I came to eat mainly for winemaking. I used to provide grapes to other wineries. Because Mu Jian's father only liked white wine and didn't like red wine, he didn't make his own wine. After Mu Jian took over, he said that he had built it if he liked red wine. A wine cellar makes wine, but I haven't tasted it yet. Very good, it's already been built, and it's in a barrel. Let me tell you, I chose a lot of grapes for trial planting at the time. I don't believe those professionals. Why should I like them? For the standard of red wine I drink, I like to add some sugar to the red wine. It's the process of going to the special, so I tried them all in turn. Don't tell me. Mu Jian heard the red wine immediately. Here comes the spirit, and quickly prepare to talk. Wait, can I drink it? Chiron interrupted Mu Jian's nagging and complaining directly. He didn't care about Mu Jian's strange drinking style and special habits. He only cared about whether he could drink or not. The most important thing is it possible to blackmail a batch of them, by the way? Don't care whether it is good or not, and hold it in the bowl. Of course it can be drunk, but the taste has not stabilized. I am going to be a winery brand in the future, specifically to compete with those orthodox red wines. They have the final say based on good standards, and why have to follow their requirements? Drinking red wine, I don't believe in this evil. I have to try 100 ways to drink wine, adding sugar, ice, cheese, lemon juice, and... The more Mu Jian talked about it, the more outrageous he was. Chiron couldn't stand it anymore. His face was weird, and he wanted to say, Are you sure the things you get out can be drunk and won't poison people? Lugon's face also twitched, and he felt that Mujian's spirit is not a problem. Does Nima red wine have sugar, ice, and cheese? Do you think it's adjusting the boiled water? Everyone was speechless, including those bodyguards. They listened to Mujian's endless, crazy ideas and felt like a huge shock stick in the wine industry. What a deep resentment this must be. Jianzi, wake up, don't go crazy. Chiron interrupted with a wry smile. You're crazy. I'm just curious. I always get tired of drinking that kind of wine. It's not good to try a new taste. I'm still looking forward to publishing a book. Mu Jian said disdainfully. Yes, you can do whatever you want, but don't try to poison me. I don't want to die yet. Chiron said with his face covered. Coward. Chiron didn't want to discuss the issue of cowardice. He ignored Mu Jian and fought against the mangoes in his hand. He ate up half a caddy of mangoes in a short while. Anyway, it was all water. Young Master Chai, you say? Mu Jian said suddenly. Shut up. Chiron hurriedly stopped. I haven't said what it is. Mu Jian said weakly. As long as it's about your book, don't talk. Be careful to teach the children badly. Chiron said angrily. Mu Jian shook his head and sighed and said, I make friends carelessly. Why no one understands me? By the way, Mr. Liu, what do you think of me? Seeing that Chiron ignored him, he could only ask Lu Gan to talk about his ambition. If Chiron knew that this was considered aspiration, he would definitely say, you are here to retaliate against society. Very novel and very thoughtful. Lu Qinxiang said with a smile. Really? I'll just say that some people agree with it. Let me tell you, I plan to. Mu Jian started talking again and again. Lu Gan could only pretend to listen very carefully, accepting a few words from time to time, and with various expressions of surprise, approval, and surprise on his face, he would definitely win half of the actor. Chiron did not interrupt the ridicule. This is also a way for the two to increase their relationship quickly. Since Lu Qian's weight has been shown by the soldiers, he has an idea to deepen the relationship. He also wants to get to know the soldiers behind him. This kind of power, as long as it is not an enemy, is definitely a very good help, and it can even save lives at critical times. Sure enough, after experiencing what happened just now, Lu Gan also saw Mu Jian's stupid side and found it very interesting. Mu Jian also slowly began to understand Lu Gan and slowly agreed with this friend. After a while, Lu Ji came over with a large plate of meat that had been tested. It seemed that the arranging skills were quite vulgar, but who cares about so much is not a hypocritical person. Well, let you wait for a long time. Let's eat. The rest are baked, and I am tired. Lu Ji put down the plate, sat down, and said with a smile, Thank you, wife. Mu Jian hurriedly expressed his position and kissed Lu Ji. It's not hard, Lu Ji said with a smile. Faced with this kind of dog food, Chiron resolutely refrained from eating it and said, Come on, don't look like this. I will not be able to stand it with us. Look for a fight. Let's eat. Lu Ji said with a glance at Chiron. Hey, great. The next few people began to eat deliciously. Chiron took a big bite of the barbecue. Well, it's 90% cooked. It's delicious. Mu Jian said smugly. Yes. Chiron said hesitantly. That's what. The people on the table looked at Chiron, especially Mu Jian glaring at him viciously. An expression of dare you give me a try? That's right. It's so delicious. Chiron Xiaohe smiled and took another gulp after speaking, his mouth filled with oil. It's pretty much the same. My wife baked it. If you say it's not delicious, I'll let the dog bite you. Mu Jian said with a smile. Stop talking about your dog, knowing that your dog is great. Can the lamb skewers grilled by my sister-in-law be unpalatable? Chiron continued to praise. LOL. After Mu Jian laughed, he didn't close his mouth. Instead, he stared blankly at the soldiers on the table gorging themselves. He took a bite of a piece of mutton, chewed it a few times, and swallowed. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva and said, You brother Yuan really eat fast. Yeah, he just eats like this, so please don't be offended by Mr. Mu. Lu Gan said with a wry smile. The soldiers wouldn't listen to this kind of thing, so they could only watch. It's okay, watching him eat makes me very appetizing, which shows that my wife's craftsmanship is good. Mu Jian said with a smile. The soldier ate as quickly as he always did, but after a minute or so, he finished his dinner, and then stood aside like a wooden stake. The monkey and Chiron's bodyguards did not compete this time. Now they can see that the fighters are just clumsy and their professionalism is a few blocks away. Therefore, they are no better than this kind of thing, and they are no better. The comparison is definitely looking for abuse, and they are not so jealous of the 2/4 million salary. This kind of person is worth the price. It is impossible for them to be like this. Someone else can do things that oneself can't do, and they get a salary that they can't get. There is no problem with this logic. As for the 6 million, it is compensation for saving Chai Run, not salary. Mu Jian looked at the soldier standing like a pine and said with a chuckle, "You bodyguard is really a quick fight." "Yeah, but just get used to it." Mr. Liu asked a friend to rent it. Chiron said while eating the meat, "Oh, that must be very powerful. Would you like to compete with my bodyguard?" Mu Jian was also intrigued when he heard it. Lugan borrowed it. Obviously, he has extraordinary abilities. Although he is not a violent person, how could a man not have a sport gene? Lugan smiled bitterly. "Why do you want to try again? Just like Chiron, you are so boring and like to watch the excitement so much." "Well, I'm sorry, President Mu, Brother Yuan don't compete." Lugan smiled helplessly. Even if the bodyguard is afraid of the competition, Mu Jian said indifferently. Lugan wanted to say that he couldn't order, but feeling a little embarrassed, he looked at Chiron for help. Chiron didn't want to embarrass the fighters, but rather liked him, saying, "Okay, Jianzi, Brother Yuan really doesn't like competitions, so don't embarrass him." "Really?" Mu Jian asked. "Really?" Both Chiron and Lugan nodded. But how could Mu Jian give up like this? And winked at Chi Tian, the captain of his bodyguard beside the soldier. "He just wants to have fun, and it won't hurt anyone anyway." Chi Tian immediately smiled knowingly. "Brother Yuan, be careful," Chi Tian said to the soldier next to him, and immediately fisted up after he finished speaking, ready to play 2 friendly fights. But it's too late for the monkeys and Lugan, who are familiar with the fighting power of warriors, to stop them. Chiron also knows from today's actions that the warriors are good, otherwise they would never be able to solve the robbers so easily, but they are still in the human sphere. If he knew that the robbers were all American soldiers who had been on the battlefield, he wouldn't think so. Just when Mu Jian wanted to watch a good show, the screen flashed, and a figure flew out, flying 4 or 5 meters away, and fell heavily on the ground. Chi Tian clutched his chest, trying to struggle, but couldn't get up for a while. Pain. Heartache. If there is no order from a person with authority, or command from the command room, the soldiers don't know what the point is, and what is don't hurt. If these people are not enemies, they belong to the friendly camp for the time being. This kind of sudden attack will directly destroy the soldiers, instead of the current minor injuries. Seeing that the captain flew out inexplicably and did not see any actions of the soldiers, the other bodyguards quickly took out their guns and pointed them at the soldiers. Facing the pointing of 6 pistols, the other 2 went to help Chi Tian. But the soldiers' expression remained unchanged. If the soldiers are mentally active, it is definitely this group of weak chickens. Guns are also weak chickens. Don't be impulsive, it's all a misunderstanding. Chiron hurriedly stood between the 2 groups of people and said, "Put down the gun, it's okay." Mu Jian also returned to his senses and said, "No wonder who he was looking for." After speaking, Mu Jian looked at Lu Gan and asked, "Mr. Liu, this is?" "Mr. Mu, to tell you, Brother Yuan, I can't order him to do anything, otherwise I won't refuse." Lu Gan smiled bitterly. Mu Jian was also surprised. There was such a hanging bodyguard. He was not obedient after taking the money. He smiled and said, "Haha, I didn't see anything else, but Brother Yuan's strength is seen. My bodyguard captain is all caught by you. Beat it like this, admire it." After speaking, he took a fist. "Brother Chi, how are you?" Mu Jian stepped forward and asked with concern. "It's okay, but I still suffered a little bit of injury. It seems that I will be raising it for a while. Now my breathing hurts a bit." Chi Tian said, "Although it hurts, there is no pain on his face." "Then go to the hospital," Mu Jian said. "No, I've suffered so many injuries for so many years, and it's okay." Chi Tian waved his hand and said, he didn't expect to lose so badly today and be seconds away, but he won't be disappointed. The next time he comes back, this is only 1 round, so be prepared next time. "Well, you go back and rest soon." Mu Jian nodded and said, Chi Tian is not the kind of person who swells his face and fills up fat. After all, this is the force that can knock Chi Tian away, and he will definitely enter the hospital if he misses the position slightly. After that, the two bodyguards helped Qi Tian back to his residence. Brother Yuan, what did you do before? Mu Jian asked curiously. It's not that there are people who can kill his security captain in one move. Those European big guys who are strong and physique come up with a punch and Qi Tian nods. You have to kneel if you are strong enough. This is called a force reduction 10 guilds. It doesn't matter how high your martial arts is, but it has to be beaten. It was just a surprise, and it was only seconds away. It would be interesting to see that his expression didn't treat Qi Tian as an opponent at all. Faced with Mu Jian's inquiry, the soldiers ignored him at all. Although the system's forged identity information contained a complete life file, it was considered confidential. Mu Jian did not have the authority to ask such questions, at least to Tang Qing's level is good. Of course, if the task requires, he will report his family, but this is definitely not the occasion. I don't even look at him when I see the soldier, let alone pay attention to him. Mu Jian was immediately embarrassed. It's so shameless. Even if he didn't want to say it, he said, Mu Jian doesn't know what to say with this emotional intelligence. Jianzi, don't ask. You don't know anything about Brother Yuan. I know his name even now. Chiron hurriedly made rounds. At this time, he was still a little proud. He had asked before. The origin of the soldier returned him with a no comment, and he was a little angry at the time. No one dared to speak to him in this tone for a long time. But now, he feels like he suddenly has some privileges. At least the soldier still cares for him. Well, it's done well. You should do this, to anger this guy. Chiron said with satisfaction secretly in his heart. Well, the character of Brother Yuan. I like it too, huh? Eat. Mu Jian is not a stingy person, and he didn't care immediately. Today I saw a long-lost friend, a talkable Lu Gan, and an interesting soldier. Compared with the usual ordinary life, today is an accident. Happy again. Lu Gan just ate the food in silence, carefully dealing with the two elders and youngsters. Although he felt that the treatment and popularity of the fighters were higher than that of himself, he was still jealous, but he did give the fighters a thumbs up from the bottom of his heart. Today these things really give him a face. 2 hours later, full of wine and food, Lu Gan wisely went into the room to rest early. Chai Ren and Mu Jian, two old friends, have not seen each other for a long time. They must be reminiscent of the past. He would be a bit ignorant if he sits and joins together as an outsider. It would be nothing if ordinary people are the same, but Chai Ren is of this level. A lot of what people say are private or important things, and they are not what they should know. The servants cleaned up the mess, and Lu Ji took her daughter back to the room to wash up. Chai Ren and Mu Jian walked slowly by the stream next to the villa, with 4 bodyguards following 10 meters away. That Lu always has some origin. Mu Jian asked. A domestic businessman, mainly engaged in real estate and construction, but also in the entertainment, hotel, and jewelry business. Chiron explained with a smile. Mu Jian chuckled after hearing it, and said with a face of unbelief, more than that. Hee, I can't escape your eyes. Indeed, he is still doing a small dollar exchange business. Chiron did not hide it. After all, this is not a confidential matter. There are many people who know that Lu Gan does this kind of business, but Lu Gan knew how to measure and didn't mess around, so no one could use this to punish him. Of course, if Lu Gan finally got in because of other things, this would become one of the crimes. Dollar business? Reverse remittance? Money laundering? Mu Jian asked. It's just a reverse currency exchange. It's only in the country. It doesn't involve cross-border transactions. It helped me get acquainted a little bit the other day, and it has some strength. Chiron said. Is it big? Mu Jian asked curiously. Chiron shook his head and said, not big, mainly in a province. Compared to the guys on the coast, it can even be said to be small and pitiful. After all, it's just a normal exchange, but his partners seem to be quite powerful. It's not easy to have a lot of US dollars and get domestically. Are you talking about the forces behind the Yuan brother? Mu Jian immediately linked the two together. If you look at it this way, everything will work out, and there is no problem logically. Even he started to make up for it. The power of a transnational currency dealer. I don't know. I should say that Lu Qian probably doesn't know either. Chiron frowned and said. Lu Gan said before that he didn't know the power that provided the US dollar. He only knew that there was a spokesperson. Muan brothers borrowed through the friend of the spokesperson. What is the relationship between the two? Of course he had the same guess as Mu Jian. But guessing is after all guessing, and it is only one of the possibilities. He believes that Lu Gan will not lie to him, because the strength shown by the forces behind the fighters is definitely impossible to tell Lu Gan completely, and it is inevitable to hide it from him. Haha, it's quite mysterious. Mu Jian smiled. Yes, it's really mysterious. But no matter how mysterious it is, we don't have conflicts of interest. We are still partners. It doesn't matter who it is. Knowing too much is not a good thing, as long as you can help me. Chai Rin said indifferently, thinking too much will only add to the troubles. As far as the dollar is concerned, even if Lu Gan has a problem with the money, he will not lose a hair. Yeah, it's not a good thing to know too much. Ignorance is actually quite happy. Mu Jian nodded in agreement. Chai Rin took it seriously and joked. Jianzi, you don't know what you shouldn't know. Be careful of being silenced. Crow's mouth. You think too much, but the closer you get to the depths of this world's rights, the more you discover that this peaceful world is filled with endless evil and darkness. Benefits are the eternal theme. Mu Jian shook his head and sighed. Cut. Pretend. Continue pretending. Chai Rin said disdainfully. If you don't bury it, I will die. Mu Jian said angrily. Yes. Chai Rin nodded. This kind of topic is a bit heavy, and his goal is to end it quickly. The two chatted for a while, and then went back to rest. Mu Jian was fine. Curiosity disappeared after speaking long ago. But Chai Rin is different. Although it is not easy to investigate, there is such a relationship that should not be maintained and deepened. Not his style. He was already thinking about how to get in touch with Lu Gan and the fog behind the fighters in terms of interests. After all, he was not an opponent, and he didn't need to think so much. The next day, those who were bored were ready to go hunting. It happened to be sunny today, and Chai Rin's hands are itchy. Although Mu Jian also has pastures and horses, Chai Rin just doesn't like riding horses, because he feels like riding a horse. He was very uncomfortable, especially since he didn't like the smell of horses, so he could only play with guns. Looking at the small weapons storage in the basement of Mu Jian Villa, Chai Rin became more excited as he watched it. Although it is easy for him to play guns in China, he can also shoot at the shooting range at most, and there are not all types of Mu Jian here. Basically, famous guns from all over the world can be found here. Everyone picked a favorite. Chai Rin and Mu Jian both picked a blocking gun. Lu Gan didn't have a good skill, so he chose a submachine gun that he hadn't played before. It was enjoyable. In Mu Jian's sight, he was not afraid. Some people will come here to check on unlicensed guns, and they don't need to get any hunting licenses, Mu Jian, as long as he thinks about it. In a word, hold a gun and do it. Touching the gun in his hand, Lu Gan sighed, and couldn't help cursing in his heart, the evil American emperor. Although he likes guns, he does not support the law of civilian holding guns. Just like today's kidnapping, some people took these gadgets to make a fortune as soon as they arrived in the United States. Thinking about it, it's better domestically. No way, he can't escape the thinking circle where the decides the head. As the security captain, Chi Tian naturally picked up a gun. Although it takes a week for him to heal his injury, it does not mean that he has no ability to move. You have to lie down and can still walk with a walking stick. After the events of last night, Mu Jian's bodyguards looked at the soldiers a little weird. Anyway, they were like looking at aliens. Of course they knew what Chi Tian was capable of, but they were killed in seconds. That's all. The other party didn't seem to apologize at all, and his eyes were still cold, as if he was saying that you asked for it. Chi Tian could see it, but they couldn't see it, but no one came up to find the fault impulsively. After all, Mu Jian, it was said that it was overturned, and he jumped out. Didn't he hit Mu Jian in the face? Chi Tian picked a handful of M16 and loaded several magazines. Looking at the soldier standing by the side, he stepped forward and smiled, and said, Brother Yuan, you can also pick one. I know that this kind of opportunity is not much in China. He didn't feel that he was beaten in the face of what happened last night. Who can be blamed if the skills are not as good as humans? It's just that although he is not restricted in his movements, he still can't move his hands, otherwise he must be challenged. I have a gun, the soldier said lightly. You have a gun? Chi Tian said in surprise. When he entered the farm yesterday, he didn't do a body search. He didn't expect that the soldier also brought a gun, and his face was a little embarrassed, which is considered his dereliction of duty. Mu Jian looked at the soldier as soon as he heard it. Chai Ren hurriedly said, Jianzi, Brother Yuan has a legal gun license from the US, and he has 2 pistols on him. I forgot to tell you. I'm sorry. After listening, Mu Jian shook his head and smiled. Hee hee, it's okay, Brother Yuan. Do you want to try other guns? You can't play with them in China. I don't know why. He feels that the warrior itself is better than a gun. The existence of danger. No. 2 words popped out of the soldier's mouth. For the soldier, 2 pistols are really enough. Playing with guns? The fighters are completely uninterested. They are born with nearly full-level shooting skills. The special structure of muscles and nerves ensures that there will be no strangeness even if they do not practice for a long time. As long as the fighters have energy, they are not hungry. It will maintain its peak physical function and combat effectiveness, without training at all. Moreover, from the perspective of a soldier, every gun must exist for a mission or purpose, and there is no concept of hobbies or fun. Besides, even if he doesn't bring a gun and meets a big brown bear, the soldier can teach him to be an obedient bear in minutes. The 200 attribute combat power is not something to cover. If you hit the key, the giant bear has to kneel, and it must be on both knees. Well then, Mu Jian stopped posting the soldier's cold butt. It was more than cold, it was frozen. Other people are not surprised. If a person who is incapable of hanging like this, no one will hang him and scold him for pretending to be. But the person with the ability is so hungry, everyone can only think that he has a personality. Choose their respective guns. A group of 6 cars drove 5 or 6 kilometers and came to the foot of the mountain. Mu Jian's 6 bodyguards, plus Lu Gan and Chai Ren's, a total of 10 bodyguards, each holding a different gun, of course, except for soldiers, because he only has 2 pistols. Others not only have pistols, but also each. This kind of long gun is not in your pocket. This time there were only 3 real hunters, Lu Gan, Chai Ren, and Mu Jian. The others were to protect them so as not to rush the prey. The bodyguards have so many guns, as long as they are not a large-scale wolf pack, they are not afraid of anything. Of course, there are 3 more hounds, led by 3 bodyguards. Hunting. How can you not bring a dog? All the group got out of the car and checked what they should bring. This hunting did not come back until the afternoon. They were going to eat in the woods at noon. For this reason, there were bodyguards carrying water and various barbecue tools, shovel, and pots, bowls, condiments, and the like. Of course, I also consider that if you wait for nothing, you will definitely not be hungry. The bodyguards are fine, but you can't starve your own boss, so there is still enough dry food for everyone to eat. Go, let's go, Mu Jian said loudly when everyone was ready. A group of people walked into the mountains. 2 bodyguards led 2 dogo dogs walking in front, and 1 person led a pit bull walking in the middle. They are all extremely ferocious dog breeds, capable of fighting wolves, and extremely intelligent. As soon as Qi Tian entered the woods, he followed the warrior, looking at the warrior's extremely cold expression, bit the bullet, and said, Brother Yuan, have you hunted before? The soldier said nothing. Qi Tian is also expecting it, but if you are in a relationship, if you give up once, it will increase the relationship. It is like chasing a girl. If she ignores you, if you ignore others, you can only fight for a lifetime. Single, of course, if you ignore it again and again, then there is no need to waste time. The other party looks down on you. The reason is that simple, not that you are not doing enough. Brother Yuan, where's your home? Qi Tian asked again with a grin. This time the soldier spoke, but the content did make his face stiff. The soldier looked at Qi Tian's eyes and said coldly, Mr. Qi, please don't disturb my work, thank you. Isn't this trying to ease the atmosphere? Qi Tian whispered. He was depressed and broke. The soldier did not answer any more and continued to walk forward. Qi Tian could only watch the soldier in an anxious manner, thinking of any way to make friends, so he gave up, and then he would be a bodyguard. Chai Ren, who was walking in front, suddenly complained, Jinzi, why didn't you have a prey for a long time? Did you come and finish the game? Fat for a long time. It's just over 1 kilometer away. Besides, can I finish the fight alone? There are still many migrating animals in such a big forest. Mu Jian said irritably, Hey, don't you want to shoot the first shot? Chai Ren said with a smile, No, you are lucky. There is a wild turkey in front of you. Let's fight. Mu Jian pointed to a turkey more than 40 meters away and said. Chiron shook his head and said, "Don't fight. Waste bullets. This thing is not delicious. I will hit a big guy with the first shot. Like last time, at least it must be bigger than your dog. Don't worry, there are a lot of wild boars this season. You can fight them." Mujian said. Chiron curled his mouth and said, "But I want to beat a wolf. Fighting pigs? He feels good. Elo looks no matter how he thinks. Although he is a wild boar, he is still not a pig. FCK off, it would be nice to have a pig fight. If you want to fight a wolf, why don't you fight a bear?" Mu Jianbai said with a glance at him. "If you have me, hit it." Chiron snorted. "Boss, there is something," the bodyguard in front said suddenly, but the dog did not bark, but stared at it fiercely, waiting for the owner's command. These are all trained dogs, smart, and knowing this time. Not when it was called. At this time, for black shadows appeared more than 50 meters ahead, and everyone immediately became alert. Only the soldier didn't even hold the gun in his hand and looked very unprofessional, but no one would doubt his professional ability. There is a lot of confidence in it. A closer look reveals 4 adult wild boars. Chiron immediately got excited when he saw it, and he quickly loaded up and aimed, and said, "Damn, it's finally here. Look at my perfect shooting skills. I'm waiting. It will be fun if you can't hit it." Mu Jian smiled while holding the gun. Although there were 4 wild boars, he often played with guns. If Chiron hadn't come, he wouldn't have much interest in coming. Hunting, shooting at the shooting range is so fun. Since I've been tired of hunting since I was a child, I might as well make my daughter fun. Chiron took a gun and aimed at the head of one of the wild boars that was plowing the ground during the period. Because the trees in the woods blocked it, this was the only wild boar that could see the head. There was no wind in the woods, and there was no more than 5 miles apart. More than 10 meters, there is no need to adjust the gun. Boom! A gunshot echoed in the woods, without a silencer. The wild boar fell to the ground and twitched. The other 3 wild boars were so frightened that they ran away and staged a real portrayal of a catastrophe. Perfect. Chiron put away the gun in his hand and said with satisfaction, "Cut. Let's go. Keep going." Mujian said. After finishing talking, he walked towards the position of the wild boar. "It's a good start." Chiron nodded and smiled as he looked at the wild boar who was still shaking at least 200 gene. After that, Chiron didn't linger, nor did he take pictures to play. Instead, he went straight forward, ignoring the wild boar. They didn't plan to take it back to eat, nor did they plan to make lunch. They just played for fun. This kind of wild boar is delicious. They just threw it here, no matter what, leave it to other wild beasts as food. A group of people walked forward slowly, sometimes with a knife to open the mountain when the road is not good, but the soldiers do not need to do it. The 2 bodyguards in front will do it. As he walked past a big tree, Chi Tian's expression changed, and he said loudly, "Be careful." This sentence shocked everyone. They quickly watched the surroundings. Mu Jian and Chiron turned to look at Chi Tian. They thought they had encountered a large beast, but there was nothing. Only Chi Tian's gaze at this time was like seeing a ghost, staring at the soldier in a daze. The 2 bodyguards behind him also grew mouths, because a snake sprang out of the tree next to it and rushed to the soldier's neck to bite. Although Chi Tian didn't know what kind of snake it was, the snake that could actively attack people was by no means non-venomous, and it was still in this kind of jungle. When he said to be careful, the snake was already in the air, right on the right side of the warrior. According to the reaction speed of human beings, it is actually too late for Chi Tian's words. He thought that the soldier was going to take a bite, but he saw clearly what happened next. When the snake rushed towards the soldier seemed to have not noticed it at all, but the next second, only the picture changed, like many frames missing from watching a movie. The soldier's hand grabbed the snake's head and twisted it vigorously. Snake died. The soldier released his hand. The snake fell to the ground, still twisting, and then the soldier continued to move forward without looking at it, as if nothing had happened, so indifferent and relaxed. He thinks he can't do it at all. Is this the psychological quality and reaction speed that humans should have? Chi Tian has been circled. What's the matter? Brother Yuan killed a snake. Mu Jian asked. Xindao, it's just a snake. What's all the fuss about? That. Chi Tian didn't know how to describe such a horrifying scene. There is always a feeling of watching American blockbusters. Cold-blooded killer? That's what, isn't it a dead snake? But let's forget the snake meat. It's not delicious. Mu Jian shook his head and said, there are not many good things in the world that he hasn't eaten before, eating snakes. Just like wild boar, there is no interest at all. Qi Tian opened his mouth and didn't say anything. What can I say and how to explain this? I can only follow the team to move forward. At this time, the soldier has been listed by him as an extremely dangerous figure. But after not taking a few steps, the soldier suddenly turned around and took out his weapon. Boom! The soldier fired a shot at Qi Tian's feet without hesitation, scared him instinctively, and took 2 steps back. What are you doing? Qi Tian's subordinates behind immediately asked, gun pointing at the soldier. It's you who have to be careful, the soldier said lightly, and put away his gun. The sudden gunshots made everyone turn their eyes again. Seeing the snake whose head was knocked off by Qi Tian's feet, the snake's body was still crawling instinctively. Qi Tian was taken aback again. Like the snake just now, this bite was definitely an injury. Although I and others brought several antivenom serums, it was never fun to be bitten. Thank you. Qi Tian thanked with a wry smile. The warrior's skill had been seen before, but now he has seen the marksmanship. Such a small target, still a moving snake, would be killed with a single shot when he turned his head, and he thought he couldn't do this. Also, Qi Tian was puzzled as to how the soldier discovered the danger behind him. In the end, he could only attribute it to the strength of the soldier's ears. Otherwise, the demon technique? Let alone, Qi Tian guessed it right. Various sensory data from the fighters will be sent to the command room for careful analysis. General data will not be fed back to the fighters. For example, a group of wild geese flies over the sky, but for snakes attacking people, the judgment will still be fed back to the fighters. As for whether to take action, it is a matter for the fighters. As long as it is not about protecting the target, the fighters can make their own decisions. The previous one just followed the most basic communication of courtesy. Everyone, be careful. The snakes in this place are quite fierce. Mu Jian reminded him that he had to be careful when he met 2 snakes at once. The group continued to walk in the jungle. Strictly speaking, it should be regarded as a forest because it is different from the dense tropical rain forest in Africa. This kind of forest is not so small in terms of view and the distance between trees. Otherwise, the ghosts would run into it to hunt. There is no need to find excitement for the billion-dollar tyrants. Fortunately for snakes, they brought antivenom serum. The first aid and survival skills of various bodyguards are quite rich. Even if something happens, the helicopter from the nearby town hospital will fly over immediately after a phone call. Very fast. But if a big guy suddenly pops up to take a bite, it's not fun. Maybe a piece of meat will be bitten off, and the doctor will have no choice. Boom, boom. After walking for more than a mile, the guns in Chai Ren and Mu Jian's hands sounded at the same time, and the 2 wild boars fell to the ground in the distance. In fact, if the fact of killing pigs was ignored, the limbs of the 2 wild boars twitched and felt quite happy. The United States has very strict hunting management. Hunter licenses, gun licenses, hunting permits, etc. are all required. There are strict regulations on which animals can be shot during the season, how many animals can be shot, what guns to use, and whether to bring hunting dogs, etc. Therefore, the group of people like Chai Ren is completely a group of 3 nos. Nothing. To put it bluntly, from the moment Lu Gan and Chai Ren touched the gun, they had already violated the law. But in Mu Jian's sight, it was don't be afraid. Just play as long as you don't go out to show off. Jianzi, do you think this will attract any dangerous creatures? Chai Ren put away his gun and asked when he looked at the wild boar on the ground. Of course it will, but when we go back, we take a detour so that we don't really bump into it. Mu Jian said, changing the bullet. Chai Ren said with a smile. Hey, I want to pick up aggressive creatures. It's too boring to hit pigs. I eat there stupidly, just like hitting a fixed target. It's up to you. It's a big deal to go back the same way. Mu Jian said nonchalantly. With so many people and more than a dozen guns, it seemed to him that he had to kneel when any beast came, and he had to kneel on the ground. After hearing this, Chai Ren nodded and said, well, it's so decided. Mr. Liu, you should also try it. Seeing that you haven't shot a shot for so long, he said to Lu Gan. Xiao Chai, my skills are not good. I am going to find a close target to hit. Lu Gan also smiled with the gun in his hand. This is a bit insincere. In fact, he wanted to try it a long time ago, but just entering the forest, both young and old are playing, it is hard for him to divide the prey. They used lightweight sniper rifles for hunting this time. The big guy didn't bring them at all. After all, they were too heavy, and it was quite tiring to carry them for a long time. Especially when they were hitting moving targets. There was no such kind of lightweight guns. Easy to use and accurate. It's not tiring to hold it. Those big guys are just playing when they are shooting targets on the farm. Otherwise you can take a BART to try, and you will carry a dozen kilograms, and you will be sore to death, not many times. It's okay. If you can't hit it, you can't hit it. Hunting, there is no need to be so serious. Chiron said. Yes. Lu Gan agreed, and fired a shot directly into the sky after speaking. Boom. Mr. Lu, what are you fighting? Chiron asked curiously when he looked up and saw that there was nothing. Try the gun first. Lu Gan smiled. Try a shot. You also hit a target anyway. What does it mean to shoot a shot in the sky? Well, everyone is no longer entangled in Lu Gan's test method. Move on. Brother Yuan, do you want to try? The monkey said to the soldier. No, said the soldier, and the monkey is considered his teammate, and he has authorization, to talk to him. That's all right, the monkey said disappointedly. Looking at the attitude of the soldier, the monkey smiled bitterly. It seems that it is too difficult to have a good relationship with the soldier. Lu Gan's 4 million is a waste of money. He still doesn't know what happened to the robbers yesterday. I never talked to the monkey, because the soldier said he wouldn't let me say it, and he stayed with him all the time. I didn't even have a chance to say it, otherwise he would definitely think that the money was worth the money. Lu Qian was actually thankful to help the monkey, but the monkey did. It is full of guilt for Lu Gan. He was on duty with the fighters last night. He looked for many opportunities to get close to each other. When he saw the fighters, there was nothing to comment. Finally, he said from the bottom of his heart his views on fighting over the years. He wanted to resonate, but the fighters were stunned. He didn't publish a single word of opinion, and he didn't even give a single, oh, and he was a little depressed. But there is no way. Oh, the monkey sighed. Nothing else, at least he had tried hard. It's not that he doesn't know how to persevere, but that the longer he's in contact, the more he discovers that people like soldiers do not seem to be able to control their personal behavior. If it is an organization, many things are confidential and will not be told to him at all. This is in line with sincerity. Nothing. This is the rule. Brother Ho, what are you doing with your sai? Chi Tian greeted the monkey. The soldier ignored him. He felt that he had to start with the monkey first. Captain Chi, it's nothing. The monkey shook his head and said, Is this Yuan brother very powerful? Chi Tian asked an idiot question, but he was not completely idiot. After all, it was just a trick yesterday. What if the fighters could do it? Well, he didn't believe it. It was indeed an idiot question, so I won't quibble. Didn't you lead yesterday? The monkey wanted to laugh when he thought of it. Although he was also a trick, but at least he was not injured. Isn't it just a moment? I was not ready at the time, so I just planned to play. Chi Tian sophistry said. Literary, pretending, just low-level skills. Chi Tian will naturally. It's useless, no matter how prepared you are. It's useless, Captain Chi. Don't even think about discussing with Brother Yuan. You are not his opponent at all. The monkey shook his head and laughed lightly. How many tricks can you do under his hand? Chi Tian asked. The monkey spread his hands and exhorted. Don't do anything about me. Let me tell you clearly. I have fought against Brother Yuan before, just like you took it yesterday. So remember, you are not an opponent of Brother Yuan at all. So don't look for abuse. Isn't it itchy? Chi Tian said a little embarrassed. Control your hand. Otherwise, you will get hurt again. The monkey looked at Chi Tian sympathetically and said. The monkey and Chi Tian walked and talked. Chi Tian asked about the soldier's news, but the monkey was not stupid. How could it be possible to tell all about Tang Qing's family in one pass? They only talked about the last time they competed. Tian also broke off the competition slowly. The soldier just silently followed Lu Qian to perform the task. After more than an hour, a group of people came to the edge of a large lake in the mountains. The surface of the lake was nearly tens of acres. This is not a closed lake, but a river that passed by. However, the water flow is slow. The animals and birds that drink water, a peaceful and beautiful scene of nature, are full of criticism and contrasts of real irritable life. So a few people continue to fight fiercely. Boom, boom. The hard work pays off. Apart from the wild boar and the unknown stupid bird that everyone does not want to eat, everyone also has an appetite for that deer. Otherwise, they can only eat some grilled fish and dry food. Captain Chi, let's cook here. Let's go fishing for some fish. We will go back after we have a rest. I haven't been to go deeper, lest it will be dark when we go back. Okay. After talking about the bodyguards, they started to prepare lunch and dig pits to make stoves. Although they are all madmen, they definitely don't know how to cook. They don't know how to cook. They don't have the conditions, but they still know how to barbecue. Very proficient. Go. Let's go catch some fish, otherwise this deer is not enough for us to eat. Mu Jian took out the fishing rod and bait and said that hunting in the United States is generally in the season set by the government, and even weapons are restricted. But for this group of guys, as long as they are not known, there is no SHD. Even if they know it, they can be settled. Good. Chiron agreed. The last few people chose a place free of weeds, took out the fishing rod and bait, and started fishing. Of course, each had a small bench to exchange fishing experience from time to time. The soldier and Chi Tian stood behind the three of them, and the others went to the kitchen. Lu Gan's protection level was low. Even if Lu Gan ordered, the soldier would never be able to help. Chi Tian was injured, naturally, decreased to the point of becoming half sick. The soldier hangs his hands on both sides. Chi Tian is holding his M16 and holding the pit bull, looking sideways at the forest and the river bank not far away. Behind him is the position of other bodyguards. There is no need for vigilance. After a while, Chiron's buoy moved, and Limala got up. Looking at the lively little fish hanging on it, Chiron laughed and said, "Haha, the first shot is mine. Cut, such a small salmon." Mu Jian contemptuously said. Chiron took the small fish down and said, "We are by the lake, not in the center of the lake. How can it be so easy to catch a big fish? No matter how small it is meat. Save it as a souvenir." Into the fish basket. As soon as the voice fell, Lu Gan's fish swim bladder moved. He quickly pulled it up. It seemed that the fish was not small, and he didn't pull it up for a few seconds. Lu Gan is also a veteran of fishing, and he knows how to put it away. Slowly wind up the thread, and the big fish came out of the water in a short while. Seeing this big fish of more than 10 kilograms, Lu Gan was also a little dumbfounded and stammered, "This is a carp." "Yes, Mr. Lu, there are a lot of this kind of fish in it. They came down from the upper reaches of the Canadian territory. These carps have too strong reproductive capacity and have no natural enemies. We don't like to eat them either. Is it released?" Mu Jian explained with a smile. "Don't. How can you let go of such a big wild one?" Chiron said quickly. "Master Chai, in China for so many years, you haven't gotten tired of this stuff." Mu Jian said. Chiron helped catch the fish and said, "I have eaten too many wild carp, but I have not eaten the wild big carp in the United States. It must be more than a dozen caddies. TSK, it's a blessing. It's not the same." Mu Jian was speechless. Of course it's different. Eating Western food in China is the same as eating Western food in your country. I don't think about the taste, but I feel different. I want to eat it anyway, but this one is enough. Next time I catch this fish, I just put it. "Got it," Chiron said. "All right," Mu Jian said with a light smile. But when Mu Jian was finished speaking, the warrior's figure moved, and he turned and looked at the forest 20 meters away with a rare frown on his face. Seeing the fighter's movements, Chi Tian was also startled and immediately asked nervously, "Brother Yuan, what's wrong?" The three fishing men also looked at the soldiers with doubts in their eyes. "Be careful. There are a large number of dangerous creatures approaching," the soldier said coldly. "Dangerous creature? What kind of creature?" Chi Tian asked curiously. "Wolf." A word popped out of the soldier's mouth. "Wolf? But..." Just when Chi Tian wanted to say why the dog hadn't found anything abnormal, the pit bull beside him immediately stood up, attacked, looked at the direction of the forest, and roared vigorously. "Wong Wong roar, Wong Wong." At the same time, the other two dogs also barked. Boom. Wong Wang Wang. Those who are familiar with these three dogs know that they have never barked so loudly before. The three dogs roared one after another, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Everyone immediately knew that there was a situation and quickly stopped digging the pit and hitting the stove. They picked up their weapons and equipment and rushed over. Cheng Chuan surrounded Lu Gan and the others. Mu Jian and others also immediately took the weapons and loaded them. The 9 guns of the bodyguards were pointed at the forest, and Mu Jian and others did not follow the way they did with the bodyguards. They pointed their guns at the forest because, in their opinion, even if it was a pack of wolves, there were at most a dozen or so, which was not justified. One of them was a soldier who didn't raise his gun because he didn't even dig a gun and still stood like that. The other bodyguards haven't figured out what's going on yet. Captain Qi, what happened? The monkey asked nervously. Brother Yuan said that there are wolves. Qi Tian said solemnly. He is also full of curiosity now. Is this warrior's alertness more sensitive than dogs? It's too unscientific. Don't be too scared. Wolves generally don't attack people. Mu Jian said comfortingly. It's just a wolf. It's not that he has never beaten him, and he has beaten a lot. Although Mu Jian said so, everyone did not dare to relax. The matter was not over. Everything was possible. After a while, when everyone was wondering where the wolf was, several figures appeared on the edge of the forest, slowly increasing, more and more. This is a bit too much. There are more than 30 visually, and it is still increasing. Seeing the increasing number of wolves, Chai Ren swallowed and said, Jinzi, you said that wolves generally don't attack humans, right? Mu Jian nodded and said, yes, human beings are not a member of their food chain, and generally will not attack people if they don't take the initiative to provoke them, unless they are crowded. Oh no, they should be wolves or too hungry. Seeing so many wolves, Mu Jian did not dare to make a guarantee. That's good. This forest lacks everything, but there should be no shortage of food. Chai Ren breathed a sigh of relief. Hope so. But when more and more wolf heads appeared around, Chai Ren also wavered his previous beliefs. Damn, Nima, this. There are hundreds of them. The quantity is so large that there is definitely a shortage of food. Jinzi, have you seen a pack of wolves of this size? Chai Ren asked. No, there are usually 3 to 5 wolves, more than a dozen, and dozens of them are very few in the entire United States. It is because of insufficient food that they cannot be formed on a large scale, and there are hundreds of such wolves. Quantity, to be honest, I have only heard. How could such a large ethnic group appear here? Is it because several ethnic groups meet, or there really exists such a large ethnic group? I don't understand it either. Mu Jian slowly he shook his head and said, the more he talked about it, the more anxious he got, because the number of wolves was still increasing, and in the face of reality, everything was thought to be nonsense. Then what do we do? Chai Ren asked. Mu Jian took a deep breath and said, wait, let's take a look at the situation first. After all, there are so many of us, wolves may not dare to attack us. Besides, we still have weapons. Although Mu Jian said so, in the bottom of his heart, Li has already begun to get scared. The wolves that have so many hunger and desperation for food are persistent. Today, the probability of a fight between the two sides is more than 50%. However, Mu Jian did not complain that Chai Ren had to come to hunt. He knew that people who did not understand the reality could not do anything. He had known that the person who was talking about running the train with his mouth full and complaining about others was even more boring. Think of a way to get through. Who is the disgusting complaining about this and that? This is what his father taught him since he was a child. Encountered a problem, solve the problem, that's it. Would you like to call the police? Chai Ren whispered, asking the police for something. Do you think it's time, unless you send a fighter jet? Mu Jian said grimly. So too. Chai Ren smiled bitterly. He naturally regretted that this thing was done today, but it was only a second. In such a crisis, and there are so many boring emotions, then he will live in vain. After so many years, how to get out of the predicament is what I should think now. A group of people and a group of wolves faced each other in this way. The dog barking kept barking, but the wolves were not afraid at all and responded with a grunt. Even according to the simplest quantitative logic, the wolves looked down on them. After that, the number of wolves became more and more dense, and Mu Jian estimated that it was almost 200, and the deer that had just been hit was surrounded by some wolves, and one of the wolves was gnawing. It looked like it was a wolf, and it was a circle larger than other wolves, and his eyes were extremely fierce. Seeing the wolves eating their lunch, Mu Jian, Chai Ren and others began to sweat a little bit slowly. It's not fake that they have guns, but it also depends on the number of enemies and us. When they get together less than 20 meters, The wolves can rush to their side in a few seconds, and their group can kill at most 20 or 30 people. Faced with dangerous melee combat, they don't seem to be the lunch of these wild wolves. How did such a large pack of wolves come into being? Mu Jin was also curious. It was totally illogical. No one can answer him. The two sides confronted each other like this. All faces are extremely serious. Only the soldier's face is indifferent, as if it is not my business at all. Looking at the people around him, they doubted whether the soldiers were facial paralysis. Otherwise, this kind of situation that basically must die in a fight would be personally impossible to calm down. How do you develop your mental quality? Still ready to give up? Brother Yuan, you are the first to find these wolves. There is no way, Lugan said suddenly at this time. He didn't believe that the soldier was a fool, and he must have something to rely on or a way. After Lugan finished speaking, the others also pricked one ear to listen. But then the soldier's words almost scared them to death. Kill them. Everyone was surprised, thinking you are sure that your brain has not been kicked? Kill these wolves? Are you joking? It's nearly 200 or so. Are you sure you are making suggestions? Are you stupid to practice martial arts? Brother Yuan, here, there are too many wolves, we can't kill them. Lugan smiled bitterly. This suggestion is the same as before. If you can finish killing, I have to ask you. The number of adult wolves, a total of 213, is not much, and nearly half of them are half-hungry, so there is an 86% chance that they will attack us at any cost, so we have no choice. The soldier said lightly. The warrior doesn't talk much about his limits. After all, warriors are not omnipotent. They are not iron. One bite will cause injury and loss of flesh, but only 200. The warrior's own judgment and the combat assessment of the command room are both. I'm not afraid of it. It is still necessary to protect Lugan's safety. And the fighter's confidence is because there still exists the kind of abnormal level combat auxiliary function of shower, but if it exceeds 300, it is a dangerous number. In that case, the fighter does not dare to make sure that Lu Qian is completely destroyed. Retreat. But other people don't know. Hearing the number reported by the soldiers, everyone swallowed. 213. Are you a human calculator? Besides, there are not many more than 200 Mada. So how many do you want? At the moment of life and death, the bodyguards were also a little bit dissatisfied with this bragged soldier. But Brother Yuan, Lugan wanted to say something, but at this time, the wolf raised his head and shouted, and the other wolves began to shout at the sky. Woo! Woo! Everyone immediately knew whether it was the 13% or the 87%, which was about to be announced. The following actions of the wolves caused their hearts to sink to the bottom. It's that 87%. As soon as the wolves threw their legs, they rushed towards the crowd. There was no so-called temptation at all, and all members were dispatched directly. Nima, it's unscientific. Why didn't you play the cards according to common sense, and even attacked with the whole army? Today, you just hit a ghost. Everyone scolded the street again. Fire! Chi Tian called out loudly. After speaking, he immediately pulled the trigger. The bullets shot continuously at the charging wolves, and the wolf charging in front was instantly knocked out and flew out. Da-da-da. Boom. The bodyguards immediately shot at the wolves. Even Lugan and others took out their guns and constantly pulled the trigger at the wolves that rushed in. Now Mu Jin really wants a Gatling to give these wolves its all abrupt, but although this is the United States, it is not so simple to get that kind of stuff. At least he doesn't have that stuff, just played in the club. The soldier still did not draw his gun, but stared in the direction of the wolf. At this time, the wolf was already hiding behind the pack and was moving quickly, as if doing self-protection. The cleverness was shocking, although the bodyguards were already divided. It's not clear who the wolf is, but for soldiers, once the wolf is marked by the command room, there is basically nowhere to hide. Brother Yuan, what are you doing? Shoot now. Chi Tian said anxiously as he watched the soldier in a daze. I'm looking for a wolf. The soldier rarely explained. There are so many wolves, so I knew that we should start to kill the wolf first. Chi Tian regretted that they should kill the wolf directly when the soldiers finished 87%. Maybe it can also act as a deterrent. Brother Yuan, Lugan didn't know what to say. In such a crisis, the soldier was still so uncooperative. He could only smile bitterly, but the soldier's inexplicable indifference gave him some hope. At this moment, The soldier suddenly drew his gun and fired a shot into the distance at an astonishing speed. With a whimper, the wolves seemed to be even more crazy. "What's going on?" Lugan asked anxiously. "The wolf is dead," but in an instant they selected a new wolf. The soldier put down his pistol and said softly, "It's impossible," Mu Jian exclaimed, knowing that it is impossible for the wolves to choose a new wolf without a long battle, and to choose it instantly. This is subverting his cognition. The warrior ignored Mu Jian, but it was impossible that it was not something the warrior should consider, and the time was too late. Although 20 or 30 wolves have died so far, there are still too many wolves left, and the nearest one has rushed to the position of 5 meters. They have no retreat. They can only slowly narrow the encirclement circle. As for diving, this is the last resort, and although it is by the lake, it does not mean that the water is not deep. From the color point of view, the depth of the lake is not less than 1 meter. The encirclement kept shrinking, and the soldiers were standing behind the bodyguards, but now they stood at the outermost periphery. The soldiers did not retreat. Another shot was fired in the distance. Boom. 2 seconds later, another whimper sounded. At this time, the command room finally decided that it was no longer realistic to solve the immediate crisis by killing the wolves. The command room didn't know for a while why this group of wolves could select a new one in an instant. Perhaps there was a problem with this group of wolves. Gene mutation? But this has nothing to do with the command room. It has nothing to do with solving them. Next moment, the soldiers who had been judged changed their solutions. The complete cleanup scheme is enabled. The soldier stepped forward, took 2 steps out of the team, raised his pistol, and started shooting because his target was a 180-degree range. If he didn't come out, some angles might not be taken care of. Bang, 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 bang. The soldier began to shoot continuously at the surrounding wolves. His eyes were cold, and within a second, he sent the 4 bullets from the gun into the heads of the 4 wolves. Change the magazine. No way. The magazine of this pistol only has a capacity of 7 rounds. Snake and the previous 2 guns used 3 rounds, leaving 4 rounds. After the fight, the soldier took out another gun and continued shooting. In the next scene, everyone behind was dumbfounded. I saw the soldier withdrew the gun magazine after the shot and fell to the ground. Then he threw the gun into the air. His left hand took out a magazine from his pocket like an afterimage, and it was firmly combined with the rising pistol. At the same time, the soldier changed his hand to hold the gun, bit the barrel, loaded it, and finished it in one go. It took only 1 second, and at this time the 7 bullets in the other pistol were gone. The fighters used the same method to change magazines with one hand, constantly shooting at the wolves. Boom, boom, boom. The bodyguards felt the pressure drop suddenly. What they don't know is that the entire battle situation has been modeled by the command room, numbered according to threat level and distance, and those bodyguards generally only shoot at the nearest one. Therefore, the soldiers shoot at the farther wolves, resulting in the number of wolves approaching. There has been a noticeable slowdown. However, after more than 6 seconds, the soldier originally had 2 guns and 11 rounds, plus 28 from the 4 spare magazines. A total of 39 peanuts have been delivered into the heads of 39 wolves. The pressure was obviously reduced, and the wolf lying on the ground in the distance. Everyone knew the warrior's strategy. Can't help being shocked by the strength of the fighters and the excitement of being able to survive. Without the bullets, of course it is impossible for a soldier to rush up and hit with a gun. Although more than 1/3 of the battle has been lost, the wolves still didn't mean to stop at all and kept rushing over. The soldier stepped back, took 2 pistols from the waists of the 2 bodyguards, loaded them, and continued to shoot at the wolves. "Prepare the magazine for me and put it in my pocket," the soldier said loudly. "Okay," Chi Tian replied loudly. After speaking, he quickly took out the same type of magazine on his body and put it in the soldier's pocket. At the same time, he also went to the bodyguards to take out the universal spare magazine. He considered it. Understood, the efficiency of killing wolves in turns. One fighter can top them all. Next is the soldier's personal show. With sufficient ammunition, plus a launch speed of nearly 8 shots per second and super accurate, one-hit kills, the wolves are tragedy, and the way forward is covered with wolves' corpses. However, within 5 seconds, the number of wolves dropped sharply to less than 100 and continued to decrease sharply. After all, the bodyguards whose mood stabilized were also improving their shooting accuracy. 90. 80, 70. But when the number reached more than 60, the wolves were already close to their side, and they were still rushing forward. These wolves were 100% problematic. This was the feeling of everyone present. Mr. Liu, you all enter the water and dive into the lake. The soldier said loudly, but Lugon said, hurry up, and you bodyguards, all dive and swim a little farther. Don't look back. Don't make me mess. The soldier interrupted Lugon. Faced with the soldier's unceremonious order, Lugon couldn't get angry. Time was running out, and he quickly shouted, quickly, Xiao Chai, you can dive in the water and fight the wolf, and we will be finished. The few people did not pretend to hear it, and hurriedly jumped into the water. They were not drought ducks, and they were not afraid of being drowned. After the big guys jumped off, Qi Tianbian retreated and said, Brother Yuan, jump quickly. Don't talk nonsense. These creatures can't kill me. I won't die. You have to keep me distracted. Hurry up. Don't hurt me. The soldier said in a constant tone for thousands of years, but the speed of his speech was astonishing. Brothers, monkeys, jump quickly. Qi Tian jumped in after speaking, and the other bodyguards jumped into the water. Brother Yuan, said the monkey, FCK off. Meaningless care will only harm people. The soldier's tone was already rude. Hurry up and jump down too. The monkey smiled bitterly, and then jumped down with the bodyguards one after another and dived into the distance. If it leaked its head, it is likely that the wolf jumped down. Seeing several wolf heads with wide mouths close at hand, no more than 1 meter apart, the soldier smiled weirdly. The combat assistance system authorization is completed instantly. The next moment, the soldier's pupils immediately turned red, and the red made the wolves in front of them feel a deep chill. The red eyes are a sign that the fighter has activated the combat assistance system. However, the bright red in the soldier's eyes only disappeared for a moment. If you have to keep this red eye when you turn on this thing, then how is it possible that an individual can find the problem? Even if he wears sunglasses, he can't stop it. Kind of brightness of the eye. At the moment when the red light flashed, the soldier's body also changed slightly. Adrenaline was secreted wildly, and the neurons and synapses of the whole body were strengthened and synchronized, because Xiao Air needs to be able to control the soldier's body. Take over, and even if a 200 attribute fighter can bear it, there will inevitably be a delay. Therefore, appropriate modifications, inspections, and enhancements must be made to fully display the full strength of a 200 attribute fighter. If necessary, even at the cost of sacrificing the lifespan of the robot, it can gain a greater degree of power. However, for this small scene of the wolf pack, it is not yet a soldier's turn to use this desperate method. It is a soldier. The last hole card. Looking at the approaching waves, there are only 6 people in a circle. When they can't retreat anymore, a human being can't stop such an attack at all. The soldier's right hand was instantly placed to the right, his muscles violently. He held the gun without bullets, and hit the wolf's head with a right uppercut. Crack. Punk. The skull of the wolf's head on the far right was split instantly, and the gun used as a glove almost passed through, and the fighter's fist was unabated, pushing the wolf's head directly against the next wolf's head, and the second wolf's head also wanted to be hammered. It's like a smash, but it's still broken. More than a ton of boxing power is no joke. This is the peak combat power of a second-level fighter. Of course, not counting the whole cards. Next, the third, fourth, and fifth heads. The 3 wolves basically couldn't escape the result of being smashed into the skull. The last wolf was lucky and was not squashed, but was just killed. In this way, all 6 wolves died after 1 round. However, there are still 60. After the right hand hit, the wolf behind also rushed up. The warrior turned around with his right foot and kicked again with his left foot in the same order as the right fist. Crack. Punk. Woo. The 4 wolves flew out. But this time only 2 of them died, and 2 of them were kicked far away. After a roll, they stood up, shook his head, and continued to rush up. Of course, the fighter can't do this trick, and there are too many wolves close to him, and he can't use it anymore. So the soldier immediately ran to one side, preparing to fight gorillas, because standing still, even the soldier who opened the hook would be injured. It was not the queen, and he didn't have to fight to his death. Without staying in place, the pressure on the soldiers suddenly reduced. Seeing the warrior running to the side, the wolves also hurriedly chased up, because all they could see now was the warrior, who wouldn't chase him. As for Mu Jian and others in the river, they were still diving and did not appear. With their occlusion skills, they can at least dive for more than 20 seconds, and it hasn't passed 3 seconds yet. Moreover, the soldiers killed too many wolves, and they no matter whether they were hungry or not. Killing the soldiers was their only idea. However, what follows is the real nightmare of the wolves. Because the warriors' running speed is even faster than them, the soldiers faced only 3 or 5 wolves each time, a little bit slower, and the soldiers would be able to solve them with one punch and kick. Slowly, the soldier ran into the forest. Although trees affect the running speed of the warrior, it also affects the running speed of the wolves, and is even more beneficial to the warrior. At this time, the number of wolves has also dropped sharply to about 30, and the distance of more than 20 meters has lost half of the battle. The wolves are still chasing and killing the fighters like ever. A wolf that came to the front leaped towards the soldier. But does this strategy work for the soldier? Obviously, it was useless. The fighter flew 5 or 6 meters away with one punch and fell heavily to the ground. He couldn't even make a sound and died. Then the soldier took the pack of wolves around in the woods. After a round, a dozen wolves were missing. After another round, there were only 12 wolves. The soldier stopped. 12 are already lower than the number of strategies used. The wolf behind saw that the soldier being chased stopped and turned around and stopped one after another, surrounded the soldier fiercely. His eyes didn't know whether it was anger or what, but the soldier was still expressionless, making the one that had been smashed a little deformed. The gun was also thrown away, and you can imagine how powerful it was just now. See the soldier put down his weapon. The pack of wolves rushed up. The warrior also moved and rushed directly up. At the speed of running at full strength, even the wolf felt a flash of shadow. The warrior kicked a wolf and rushed directly out of the encirclement, while holding one with his left hand. After landing, the wolf's tail slammed into the tree hard. Crack! The wolf's spine broke, lying on the ground and convulsing constantly dead. The other wolves quickly turned around and rushed up again. The soldiers repeated their old tricks several times, which directly reduced the number of wolves to 2. There is basically no threat at all. The soldier stood there, looking at the 2 wolves with a cold expression. But the last 2 wolves didn't fight like that, but slowly backed away with their tails between them, preparing to leave some green hills. But since the fighter has been judged as an enemy and has the ability to deal with it, the fighter has no idea to let it go and take the initiative to attack. The 2 wolves looked and turned and ran, but the fighters were faster than them. They rushed to the front in a few steps and kicked one of them. The wolf was dead when it was in midair. The other side immediately turned around, and the fighters stopped chasing them. The waste picked up a pebble on the ground and smashed it over. Call out. Boom. With a sound of breaking through the air, the pebbles hit the head of the last wolf and fell to the ground, dead. So far, this wolf pack has not survived. Of course, the wolf cubs that have not been encountered so far are not counted. Only the soldiers did not leave. Instead, he walked over and squatted down to examine a few wolf corpses. Command room. Tang Qing watched this wonderful battle all the way. After a while, Tang Yi's voice sounded. Commander, after observation by the soldiers, these wolves should have been stimulated and partially mutated, which led to the establishment of a similar priority sequence within the wolves. The wolf died. According to the rules, new wolves will be selected in order, and they are extremely united and aggressive. What do you mean? Are those wolves open up? Tang Qing frowned and said, Don't come to the 8-ball to rise. It's fun, but that's not afraid. Just don't want to cause such boring trouble. Return to Commander-in-Chief. No. This is just a genetic mutation in one direction. It should be related to the ethnic structure consciousness. Otherwise, if they are open-minded, they will definitely retreat when the battle damage exceeds 1/3. The first wolves have just started. It will never be so close to the soldier. Tang Yi explained. Yes, real strange things, forget it. No matter how big the world is, there are no surprises. First mark this incident, and when you have the conditions, you can directly send someone to the local investigation. If there are artificial traces, immediately notify me. What Tang Qing said was that when the scientific research area of the dispatch center was unlocked, now, I really don't have much interest in understanding. Even if there are artificial traces, he will take care of him. There are countless scientific research madmen and scientific research centers in this world, especially those related to biology. For people who want to obtain the power of God, it is undoubtedly a huge temptation. For example, the drug research of various pharmaceutical companies will definitely come into contact with the virus. When various solutions are devised, it is very likely that there will be a more aggressive existence, countless in the world. Tang Qing is not surprised by the hidden biological research centers in the Biological Research Center. It is conservatively estimated that the things in the hands of those institutions, the unsolvable viruses that can destroy all human beings, will never be single digits. This is the terrible aspect of biology, especially virus research. But mankind is always happy, for longevity, to uncover the mystery of life, to cure diseases, to eliminate all kinds of viruses. For various purposes, mankind has been playing with fire and never stop. Therefore, Tang Qing didn't bother to pay attention to this matter, whether it was man-made. He was not interested, just marked it. After all, there really is no madman who will directly destroy the world. There is no such brain damage. Perhaps. By the way, in the future, it is best to wear sunglasses for soldiers performing protection tasks or combat tasks, especially when the combat assistance system is authorized. It is not good to be seen, and it can also reduce a bit of trouble. Just like before, the old soldiers, it is to be wary of everyone, and the friend who protects the target sees that it is a bit unfriendly. Tang Qing exhorted. Soldiers are good at everything, but they are too loyal to their duties. This is both an advantage and a disadvantage. It is always a bad idea to always pick things up. Yes, Commander in Command. Tang Yi agreed. Well, it looks like I'm going to make some extra money again, Tang Qing said with a smile. Saving the lives of these rich men, he would definitely be rewarded if he wanted to. Yes, there is a 90% chance that they will be paid, Tang Yi said. Well, the 10 million yuan promised by Chai Ren before, plus how much will come next. But forget it, don't care about him. Tang Yi, you should store this money for future use. I don't need it at the moment. Tang Qing said. Tens of millions. He didn't bother to receive the system account. The arbitrage limit was only so much. He has not found a place to spend the extra, and there will be more places to spend money in the future. He also needs some work. Clean money. Yes, Commander in Command. Tang Yi agreed. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with the command room, Tang Qing went back to the room. Continue to draw. Ink painting. The other side. In the lake. Lu Gan, Chai Ren and others snorkeled in the lake for a while before they surfaced, more than 30 meters from the shore. Others also stepped on the water continuously in the lake, looking anxiously at the direction of the lake shore. The gangster's hairstyle is completely destroyed, but nobody cares about it. At this time the wolves were gone. On the shore, they saw nothing except some wolf corpses. Brother Yuan. Chai Ren wanted to say something, but stopped, with a bitter expression on his face. After just 2 days of contact, the character and ability of the fighters are all in line with his appetite, and he did not have a bodyguard to replace him at a critical moment. I'm desperate, he's not that kind of person. Don't worry, it should be okay. Brother Yuan is not like a disproportionate person. He just doesn't know if Brother Yuan has led the wolves away or has already jumped into the water. Mu Jian was in shock. Today's crisis is the best in his life. Even if you have seen the world, it does not mean you are not afraid of death. There are no wolves in the water, nor on the shore. They must have been led away by Brother Yuan. Lu Gan looked at the nearby water and shook his head. The others didn't know what to say for a while, and the soldier led the wolf away by himself. It must have been violent. Even if they had confidence in the soldier, they wouldn't dare to be absolutely relieved. Mr. Liu, I found that it was an extremely correct decision that I brought you here this time. Otherwise, I would really not see the sun tomorrow. Chai Ren smiled bitterly at Lu Gan. There are no soldiers today. They die. Sure, diving is useless. I didn't expect to encounter so many things. It was the monkey who wanted to learn something from Brother Yuan, so I borrowed it from a friend. Now it seems that I really have to thank the monkey. Lu Gan also said with a wry smile. I thought that the 4 million yuan business must be a loss-making business, but yesterday afternoon I found out that I had made a profit, and now I have discovered that this is simply a profit. Then what do you do now? Chai Ren turned to ask Mu Jian. Mu Jian frowned and said, We can only wait. If there is no movement on the shore after another 10 minutes, we will go ashore. There is a satellite phone in the backpack on the shore, and I can call someone to pick us up. I also have a phone on my body now. But it is not waterproof, so all are scrapped. That's good. Jinzi, do you think there will be piranhas in this lake? Chiron said after turning the topic. FCK Crow's mouth. Mu Jian said irritably, like telling a ghost story at night. Although he knew it was fake, he would think in his heart if he couldn't stand it. Chiron smiled and said, Hey, I want to relax the atmosphere for a while. Damn, are you trying to ease the atmosphere? This is adding fuel to the fire. Okay, your sister, I am now worried about piranhas in the water. Mu Jian scolded with a smile. Well, hearing what you said, I am a little scared. Chiron's face also became wonderful. Recalling the piranha movies he had seen before, Chiron felt uncomfortable all over. Deserve it. Several local tyrants chatted without a word. However, only 5 minutes. Look at it. The monkey who had been watching the shore shouted loudly. Everyone was shocked and immediately turned their heads to look at the shore, only to see a figure walking out of the forest alone, not a soldier or anyone else. Seeing that it was not the wolves, everyone was also happy. First, they were happy that the soldiers were still alive, and second, they were happy that the wolves were led away because they didn't have much ammunition. If they were still diving, the wolves were still alive. In terms of scale, they really have to kneel here today. A dozen people immediately walked towards the shore and swam. But after more than a minute, everyone got on the shore, dripping water all over, but they didn't bring any clothes, and the weather was not cold, so they just wore them. Looking at the wolf corpses in one place, my heart is full of shock. I was chased by wolves before, so there is no time to pay attention to the dead wolves. Now more than 100 wolves are lying in this clearing, scared of mental illness. At this time, the soldier was in a post-war situation, with wolf blood and hair on his hands and body dirty, but everyone thought it was the most handsome outfit. Lu Gansheng was at the forefront, looked up and down the soldiers, and asked concerned, Brother Yuan, are you okay? He brought the soldiers out. If something goes wrong, he really can't explain to Tang Kai and the forces behind him, especially Tang Qing. At that time, he guaranteed that there would be no danger, but within 2 days, he would meet him. 2 life-threatening incidents made him feel very guilty, and of course he was a little bit lucky. I'm fine, the soldier said, shaking his head. But it wasn't completely all right. When I was fighting with the gun as a glove, my hand still broke a little. Others were hungry if I had something to say. I just consumed a lot of energy. It's okay. Lu Gan breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Yuan, there are those wolves left. Chiron asked carefully, looking around. Dead, the soldier said flatly. What? Died. The others swallowed. Although mentally prepared, this is too horrible. Is this something that humans can do? Brother Yuan, you killed all the remaining wolves? Mu Jian exclaimed. Yeah. The soldier nodded and said. This? Brother Yuan, what do we do next? Mu Jian took a deep breath and said, and there is no need to say the shock, and unknowingly, the soldier has been placed in the same position by him, especially in this situation. Must be treated at a higher position. Should we not eat? The soldier jumped out a rhetorical question. Everyone looked at the warrior in astonishment. They had just experienced this kind of thing, and there were wolf corpses all over the ground. You still have the mood to eat? This is much more powerful psychological quality. This, Brother Yuan, will it attract wild beasts? Chiron whispered while looking at the surrounding wolf corpses. The soldier said softly, Just kill it. Killed? This is the second time they have heard of soldiers playing such ruthless words. The first time I heard it was contempt. The second time I listened, I was completely confident. The group of people smiled bitterly at each other. Think about it, too. What's more than 200 wolves have been killed. What danger is there in this forest? Is there anything more dangerous than this? If there is, it is the fighter itself. This is the humanoid beast. After making the decision, Mu Jian also let go and ordered. Captain Shi, tell them to continue cooking and cooking. Mada, roast a few wolves at noon to eat. I was scared to death just now. Yes. Next, other bodyguards hurriedly continued their work, digging pits and cooking stoves. If ordinary people saw so many wolves around, they would definitely have no appetite to eat. But these are not ordinary people. Their behavior is naturally unusual, just eating meat to ease them. By the way, to solve the suffocation just now, The local tyrants sat chatting and didn't go fishing, and the soldiers still stand stupidly as always. An hour later, the wolf meat and fish were all grilled. As for the deer, the wolf had already eaten it almost, and it couldn't be eaten at all. Brother Yuan, come, eat more. Brother Yuan, sit down, don't be so serious. Brother Yuan, admire it. Brother Yuan, here, paper towels. The other people are very enthusiastic, but the fighters are still not polite and will not respond. But they have completely won the respect of everyone. If you don't speak, you won't say anything. Now this attitude is extremely pleasing to the eye. No matter how good you look at it, the presence of warriors gives everyone a sense of peace of mind, not only the combat power, but also the observation power that is more sensitive than a dog, although it sounds a bit strange. Brother Yuan, thank you for your life-saving grace. In order to express my gratitude, I will send $1 million after I go back. I hope it will not be too little. Mu Jian said during the meal. Yeah. The soldier nodded. Seeing the soldier accepted, Chai Ren also spoke. Brother Yuan, I didn't say. I owe you a life, and I will tell you if I have something to do. After we go back, plus the security expenses, Mr. Liu and I will put together 20 million yuan for you. Yeah. The soldier was still a word. Counting it all up, this operation earned a total of 28 million yuan, which is equivalent to the price of 14 fighters. Although the profit rate is high, it pays a lot, so it is not too profitable. It can only be said to be a normal charging price. Qi Tian and the others were also envious of this. But looking at the wolf corpses in the distance all the way to the forest, they took it for granted. The wolves inside, they killed only 50 or 60, and others. Basically, they were killed by soldiers, which is equivalent to saying that the efficiency of a soldier alone is 3 times that of their total. If divided by each person, the efficiency of killing wolves by soldiers is 30 times that of them. Everyone just gave this number comparison yield. At this time, some wild beasts and carnivorous birds are already gathering here, but everyone is not afraid at all. With soldiers there, they have confidence. Compared with the wolves just now, even a few bears are not a problem. Of course, more will not work, because there are not enough bullets. After eating, the group went back and forth. In this forest, Mu Jian and Chai Ren don't want to come hunting again. If they meet again, they will really die. Although the chance is small, they already have a psychological shadow. Tang Qing slept very late that night. Because of the whim of painting, she didn't fall asleep until 4 o'clock. After nearly a week of practice, the level of ink painting has also improved significantly. Whenever he plans to engrave a seal, take a stage name, then paint a little more, give it to people everywhere, maybe he will become a master of painting. Do you want to hold an exhibition in the future? So tangled. 2 hours later, when Tang Qing woke up, he learned that he had earned more than 18 million yuan. But he was not at all excited because he felt that there was too little, and he would not enter the personal account of the system. I haven't finished the payment yet. So happy. After washing and finishing the book room, Tang Qing received a call from Lu Gan. Although it was the next day for Tang Qing, it was not a while for Lu Gan after he hurried back to the farm. Tang Qing smiled and pressed the answer button, thinking that Lu Qian must have gotten up and thanked him specially. Uncle Lu, how is it going in the U.S.? Everything is going well, Tang Qing said knowingly asking. Otherwise, say you know everything? How could that be possible? He had to know nothing, because the soldiers followed Lu Gan all the time, and there was no time to pass any news out. The robbers said that there were other fighters involved, but he must not know about the wolf pack. Lu Gan smiled lightly. He naturally thought that Tang Qing didn't know anything, and it's not good to talk to Tang Qing, so he said, "It's okay. I just encountered a little trouble, but it's all resolved. Thank you for the bodyguard that your friend borrowed and solved 2 big troubles for us, so I called specifically to thank you. By the way, let you thank your friend for me." Lu Gan and the others asked the soldiers behind-the-scenes boss contact information, but the soldier replied, "It's inconvenient to contact," and refused, but it was in the expectation of a few people. There was no way. In the end, they only got one from the soldier for payment. Bank card number. Mu Jian also asked someone to check it. The head of the household was an American. The account was opened 6 days ago. No other information was obtained, and there was nothing. Mu Jian immediately knew that this was an unsigned account with a name and a surname, so thank you. The matter can only be left to Tang Qing. In fact, according to common sense, Chai Ren and Mujian don't need to give so much money. After all, it's 5 years now, and what it means for a total of more than 28 million yuan. They know very well that the purchasing power is equivalent to 7 or 8,000 in 10 years later. Everything. Although their lives are very valuable, their money does not fall from the sky. It is impossible to spread it out at will. If a single individual give 1 or 2 million yuan to the sky and give so much to the most important thing. The reason is that I want to make good friends with the warriors. The United States is not a peaceful country, or there are not a few peaceful countries in the world. Due to its special status, the scope of activities is very large. What if it is true? It's good to have a whole card. Small trouble? Then you are all right. Tang Qing pretended to be concerned. Lu Gan smiled and said, "It's okay. We are fine. Now we are vacationing on a farm. The environment here is not very wrong. The scenery is beautiful. You can also bring friends to play when you have the opportunity in the future." This was also promised by Mu Jian on the way back. Otherwise, he would not dare to talk nonsense. Hee, that's good. Can it be reimbursed? Tang Qing said jokingly with a smile. Haha, board and lodging, air tickets, and shopping are all reimbursed. You just spend the money. Lu Gan laughed. Mu Jian and others had never promised this matter. He could only pay for it himself or not, but he was happy to pay for it. This time the soldier not only rescued them twice, but also gave him a lot of face and established a deep relationship of shared adversities with the two elders. It's nothing more than a little money. Then I'm flattered, Tang Qing said in surprise. He really didn't expect Lu Gan and others to treat him so generously. It seems that the 28 million yuan was paid to his non-existent friend. I thank myself for persuading that friend to borrow the bodyguard's reward. You kid, you are still flattered. Wait, I will go back to buy you gifts. Lu Gan smiled. Oh, the relationship is good, and there are gifts to take. Hee, I don't want ordinary gifts. Tang Qing started asking for gifts. Don't want them for nothing. Haha, don't worry. How can Uncle give ordinary gifts? Lu Gan said with a chuckle. Hee, thank you Uncle Lu first. Tang Qing thanked and changed the topic after finishing speaking. Yes, Uncle Lu, I'll just give you the remaining 100 million yuan later. The change in it is now close to 200 million, and it is useless to keep it. It was originally planned to be returned on the 5th. Now that it has caught up, it will be the same today. I'm not in a hurry. You can continue to use it if you want to use it. No interest, anytime you want. Lu Gan said openly. This money is likely to be used by Tang Qing's friend, the warrior's behind-the-scenes boss. He doesn't dare to have any thoughts on debt collection, and the interest is not required. It's not afraid, but wants to continue to maintain the interests of both relationship. No, we have already used it up. The money is of no use to me. Tang Qing refused. 100 million yuan. Not much money here. Arbitrage is enough for 3 or 4 days. Although Do Jiao's industrial expansion plan hasn't come out yet, even if it comes out, there are too many places where he can borrow money. Lu Qian's strength can no longer satisfy his appetite. Xiaotang, don't you want to expand your Shangtang clothing? Give the money to Shangtang, or your Tianyin company. Lu Gan also suggested that he really didn't want Tang Qing to take this money. The money was paid back. Thank you again, Uncle. Shangtang's capital injection has been completed, and Tianyin has also been completed. If there is basically no money, Uncle should stop persuading. Tang Qing said. Seeing Tang Qing's insistence, Lu Gan didn't persuade him anymore. It seems that Tang Qing is really not short of money. Well then, if you want to borrow money in the future, just talk to your uncle. Don't be polite, Lu Gan said. No problem. I will call you 100 million yuan in a few minutes, and you will give me an account. Tang Qing said. Okay, wait a minute. I'll look for a card. Enter this ICBC account, XXXX. Lu Gan rummaged through his luggage and said, looking for a bank card. This card was for him a long time ago. After the repayment was prepared, there were other uses, and it didn't use the account that Tang Qing used to make money with. Tang Qing repeated it, confirming that it was correct, and said, I have taken the paper to write it down. Uncle Lu, I'm going to school. You can rest and relax over there. Otherwise, you will be busy again when you come back. No money. Lu Gan never gave him any heirs, especially when he didn't even hit an IOU for his 300 million loan. With this trust, Lu Gan deserves his respect and care. Okay, I see. You too. Go to school. Goodbye. Lu Gan said with a smile. Tang Qing cared about him very well, just like a junior. Well, Uncle Lu, goodbye. Tang Qing hung up after speaking. However, Lu Gan waited until Tang Qing had finished hanging up. This habitual action is generally only used for leaders and people who can't afford to provoke him. However, Tang Qing's power is getting bigger and bigger, more mysterious, and more important. He was already qualified to treat him like this. Subsequently, Tang Qing directly ordered the system to transfer 100 million yuan to Lu Qian's account. Within half a minute, he received an incoming text message from Lu Qian. So far, all Tang Qing's foreign debts were paid off. After sending the receipt text message to Tang Qing, Lu Gan put away his mobile phone. His face was not very happy, because the important interest relationship with Tang Qing's friend was so broken. How could he be happy? As for the dollar exchange business, then it's a public matter, while borrowing is a private matter. What kind of favors can be left behind by public affairs? Now he is completely certain that Tang Kai is really not the provider of Tang Qing's dollar cash. The forces behind the fighters are, and they are huge. As for how big he is, he has no right to know, and he doesn't dare to investigate, and he doesn't have the ability to go. Investigating can only maintain the relationship with Tang Qing. This is the only bond, and it is worth maintaining at any cost. Mr. Lu, does this friend still owe you money? Chiron asked curiously. The call between Lu Gan and Tang Qing just now started when he was calling with Mu Fitness and took the bank card. The room came out after I hung up the phone, but I knew from the previous conversation that I was talking about paying back the money, but I didn't know the amount of the loan. Lu Gan nodded and admitted, yes, I borrowed a sum of money 2 months ago, and today I am ready to pay it back if I have it. He is very honest. I want to continue to borrow money without interest. He is a very good young man. It was he who persuaded the boss of Brother Yuan to buy him some good gifts before I go back. Although Chiron knew about his dollar business, Lu Gan couldn't tell it all, so he took it over. Chiron didn't care how much Tang Qing borrowed. He wanted to come in at most tens of millions of RMB. There was nothing to ask. He raised his hand and said, Mr. Lu, I'm the one for gifts. What is he like? Lu Gan is bleeding, and he will not be stingy. This? I don't know. He is still in the 3rd year of high school. He heard his uncle say that he doesn't have any hobbies. Lu Gan thought for a while, and suddenly realized that he really didn't know what Tang Qing likes. Several contacts were made in US dollars. Regarding the exchange, even if I invited Qin Yugong's family and Tang Kai to dinner, I also inquired a lot about Tang Qing's childhood, but I really heard that there was a hobby of spending money. Besides, with Tang Qing's current worth, how could ordinary things be worthy of attention? And he wanted to give it with a heart. Senior year of high school? That would be difficult. If it is not the 2nd generation who likes to play, he probably has no hobby of spending money. Is there no shortage of cars and houses? Chiron asked again. After hearing what Chiron said, Lu Gan suddenly brightened his eyes and said, Xiao Chai, don't tell me. His parents are still renting a house now, and his parents don't know about his wealth. They don't know about the car. No, the young man's uncle is very capable, so he directly left a Mercedes-Benz car for their house. Usually he was driving it. Chiron nodded and said, since there is something lacking, please go back and give them a house. Since it was introduced through him at the beginning, it will be used as an introduction fee. You can count on my account, so don't refuse. Or take it down, more than 1 million, although it is not a lot of money, but how can this thing of mine do it for you? Okay. Then I will thank Chai Xiao for the little brother first. I will tell him, I will arrange it later, and give him a surprise when I go back. It happened that my company established a high-end community in Qingyan City. The largest is a duplex of more than 200 square meters, and the cost price is discounted to him. Lu Gan said slowly, even if there is an accident, Tang Qing can't be concealed. Only Tang Qing's family can be concealed. And of course Chai Ren did not want to be an unsung hero. He knew that Chiron also wanted to meet Tang Qing, saying this would also lay the foundation for future meetings. Chiron lightly frowned and asked, Mr. Lu, if you send it this way, will he ask for it? If he can't send it out, he will be embarrassed. Lu Gan smiled and said, Xiao Chai, don't worry, I will arrange it. It is not easy to send it by force, but is it hard to find a reason? Leave everything to me and promise to send it out. Chiron nodded in satisfaction. He was embarrassed if his gift could not be delivered. Then he turned to Mu Jian and said, Jianzi, we are all bleeding, don't you tell me? Without his Yuan brothers, giving money won't come. Mu Jian said weakly, one of you will reimburse everything, and the other will give you the house. There is no shortage of cars. What can I give? How about giving me the red wine? FCKU. Do you dare to be more shameless? We are all bleeding. No matter what, you have to have some blood. How could Chai Ren drag this miser into the water, even though he knew that Mu Jian was joking? Okay, if you bleed, but it's too early for you to go back. I'll think about it. Mu Jian pretended to be meat hurt and said, anyway, it can't be worse than ours, otherwise we will suffer more. Chai Ren said reluctantly, what kind of logic is this? Normal logic. Rogue. Seeing the two people arguing again, Lu Gan was helpless, but it looked quite fun. After hanging up the phone, Tang Qing continued to gnaw on the burrito in his hand. This kind of burrito contains all kinds of things and is topped with the boss's unique sauce. It is delicious. He has been eating for several days, every time. It's the same for everyone, and it's greasy. Delicious. Beautiful. Ding ding ding. But after a few steps, his phone rang again. At such a young age, he was still wearing a school uniform, and he was holding a cell phone worth thousands of dollars. He was definitely a stranger of this era, and there was envy, jealousy, and hatred. Don't ask them how they know thousands of dollars. Isn't that clear at a glance? The flip top is also very beautiful, and it is much more upscale than those awesome machines at first glance. Tang Qing looked at it, and it turned out to be Do Jiao's phone number. Could it be the investigation of the villa area? Line connected. Sister Jiao Jiao, what's the matter? Tang Qing said, eating beef burrito. What's the matter? Bad thing. Do Jiao was depressed by Tang Qing's relaxed tone and said angrily. Tang Qing was taken aback and hurriedly asked, bad thing? What bad thing? Are you okay? Puff. The bad thing is that you are going to lose money. Do Jiao laughed and said, Xin Dao, the younger brother did not recognize it in vain. The first thing he cares about is not the project, but himself. Has the project in the villa area over there been investigated? Tang Qing smiled bitterly and was shaved by Do Jiao again. But it's quite interesting. So serious, he is not interested in standing at the top and being a lonely man. Yes, it's all done. Yesterday, I saw a meeting until very late. They will handle all the formalities. We just need to pay for it. There is one more thing to tell you. I'll be watching here. First, I will pay attention to the equity and the project. After the initial preparations are completed, I will go back at the end of the month, Do Jiao said. Tang Qing said suddenly, Sister Jiao Jiao, you are going on a date. When Do Jiao went to the Shanghai stock market, Pan Yu followed Pai Dian and started business with a good name. Just because of the situation of the two of them. The chance of being good after all is close to 90 or more. What did you just say? Do Jiao's voice rose in vain, as if she had guessed the fox's tail. That's right. She has such selfishness, and it doesn't affect her work anyway. And she was right. She really wanted her to stare at many things, otherwise her face wouldn't look good when those played tricks. After all, not everyone would buy her account. There is no second generation in China that can be used in the whole country. Take all. There will always be people who are not afraid of him. Tang Qing could think of Do Jiao's expression at this time. It's okay. It's okay. I don't need to worry about having Sister Jiao Jiao here. Tang Qing quickly changed his words and couldn't forget. He took a bit of verbal advantage and quickly stopped. It was just a joke. Even if how does it affect the work? It's only a business of tens of millions, which is a SHT, but he really hopes that Do Jiao will have a good home. It's pretty much the same. When will your money arrive? Do Jiao said with satisfaction. In 10 minutes, how? Tang Qing said without hesitation. So fast? Do Jiao asked in surprise. This is 60 million yuan, and it will arrive in 10 minutes. She thought she would have to wait 2 days, so she called in advance to remind her. Of course, I have already prepared this money. Tang Qing said. Only 60 million yuan. Is it still necessary for him to prepare? That's good. You first transfer the money to Sky Eye's account and take the company's account. This is easier to operate. Once your money is in place, within 2 days, the entire real estate company will be established and the name will be ignored. I didn't expect Huang Qi to find so many partners and their families' help. They can go through all the processes of land acquisition, approval, prospecting, design, etc., by the middle of this month at the latest. It started, if nothing happens, you can build it before the start of college. Do Jiao said a long list. That's pretty fast, Tang Qing said with a smile. This speed is comparable to the construction of the Sky Eye headquarters. It seems that the Sky Eye headquarters also uses Do Jiao's relationship. It's not fast. If it's a high-rise building, it's impossible to do so fast. But this is a villa area. The highest floor is only 3 floors, and the basement is only 4 floors. Can it be built quickly? By then, all the villas will be divided into sections and start construction at the same time. This time still adds the standard of being able to settle in after the later decoration. Do Jiao said slowly. After hearing this, Tang Qing nodded in satisfaction. It's okay to build faster, so that the capital will return quickly. Although it will only earn tens of millions of yuan in the end, no matter how small it is not meat. When the time comes, these nearly hundreds of millions of profits and principal will be injected into Sky. Keep this money for Tianyin to spend slowly, do more welfare, and recruit more talents. After all, Tianyin, as one of his core industries, will become more and more important in the future. Whether you need it or not, first put Tianyin in construction now. He's not afraid of raising people. He's afraid that no one will be available at the critical moment. Later, he plans to follow the example of Shengtang's design department and build a branch of Tianyin in important talent-gathering places in the country. The reason is the same. Not all talents are willing to come to Qingyan City. In fact, he also considered moving the headquarters to the coast. Going to developed cities, because there are a lot of talented people, everything is convenient. But considering that Qingyan City is where you started your own business, and you don't need to do business outside, there is no need to go with that. Think about it. Why should Nyocha's things be placed in Nyocha's place? He put the headquarters of this future behemoth here. What's wrong? He is happy, and other reasons are too rough. Then Do Jiao just finished her voice and said, "Little boss, do you want to book a villa? There are discounts for shareholders' own use, and the quality of self-built ones can be guaranteed." You? Sister Jiao Jiao, what? You guys won't divide up the villas. Tang Qing heard a huge question from the bottom of his heart. Your sister, if those guys divide the house in the villa area and use internal digestion, then they will sell a fart. Isn't that nonsense? I do not suffer. Gluck. Ha ha ha. Little boss, you laughed so hard at me. They are developing villas. They are rich people. They have no place to live at home. Will they need to subscribe internally? It's just that Huang Qi heard that you were going to school in Fudan on the Shanghai Stock Exchange. You must have a place to stay. He said that. I think about it, so I came to ask you. Then how could I let you make money and invest? Do Jiao laughed. These guys couldn't make up the 60 million yuan and expect them to digest these villas. Isn't that killing them? They are still pointing to this villa area to make money. Tang Qing also breathed a sigh of relief and said, "This way, I thought they would choose one to live on their own or underwrite, so they would develop a fart. As long as those guys don't mess around, he won't participate in underwriting. In this case, Mada, to develop a luxury villa area, is still in the Shanghai stock market and needs to be underwritten. It is a shame to cooperate with this group of unpromising guys. He has too many cards to play now, and he is not afraid to turn his face with these second generations. Spoken words are not allowed." Do Jiao immediately educates. Yes, I was wrong. I regretted it. Tang Qing quickly apologized with a grin. Do Jiao, like Qi Yin and Lin Jiaxue, forbids him to speak swear words, even such things that are not swear words. But he didn't like to say it himself. At most, he could say a few words occasionally from the bottom of his heart, especially when he encountered this irritating system. He didn't know how many times he had said these 3 words. "Little boss, give me a word, do you want it or not?" Do Jiao was impatient. "Yes, leave me a villa with the largest, most luxurious, and best location." Tang Qing said immediately. He was going to go to school there, and I was too lazy to buy a house when I was away, but didn't know to leave school. It's not far, if it's far. The big deal is to buy a closer one, and it won't cost much. Little boss, I have to remind you that what they plan to build is the villa area in the villa area. If they follow their development standards, even if you have a shared dividend, you may make up another 10 to 20 million yuan or more. Yes, Do Jiao said worriedly. She thought that Tang Qing would book a small villa with his girlfriend to live a life without shame, but she didn't expect Tang Qing to come directly to the biggest one, and she didn't want Tang Qing to spend money indiscriminately. It's so expensive? No, Tang Qing said in surprise, adding up to 80 renminbi or 90 million. He hasn't told Do Jiao that the money is going to be injected into the sky, otherwise Do Jiao probably won't tell him. It's about booking the villa. Of course, they are developing high-end villas. They occupy a huge area and have a good environment and location. There are no villas that sell for less than 20 million yuan. The largest planned villa is likely to sell for 70 to 80 million or even hundreds of millions. Looks like, Do Jiao said. You, unscientific. Forget it, Sister Jiao Jiao. Keep it for me, no matter how much it is, but don't take me as a fool. This task is left to you, and strive for a price that everyone accepts. Tang Qing said. Anyway, the price of houses in the Shanghai stock market will definitely rise sharply in the future, especially villas. Nowadays, the price of villas at this price may not necessarily be sold for 4 to 5 billion yuan, and it is considered a profit. As for injecting capital into Tianyin, it's better to give it again, 100 million, which should be enough for Tianyin to use it for a long time. But it's not now, but after reorganization. The name Tianyin Consulting is a bit inappropriate. When he founded Tianyin before, he didn't know that his business would develop so fast. After 2 months of internal integration and relocation, Tianyin will be reorganized to improve the division of internal functions and processes, as well as the establishment of branch companies. Hee, that's good, no problem. The price will definitely be acceptable to you. When the Design Institute has finished, I will give you a few shooting plans. You can choose the style yourself. Do Jiao said with a smile. Yes, Sister Jiao Jiao. Go ahead. I have already arrived at school. Have you received the money? Tang Qing said. When he agreed, Tang Qing asked the system to transfer 60 million yuan to the company's account. There was a delay in such large transfers. Do Jiao checked the phone and said, well, I got it, goodbye. Okay, Sister Jiao Jiao, I think Brother Pan is pretty good, so you can get things done quickly. Tang Qing said suddenly. You are looking for a fight. Do Jiao was stepped on her tail again. You can't call it, la la la. Tang Qing said with a smile. Then I'll remember it for you first. Do Jiao said. That's also something for the future, if you forget it. Tang Qing felt like he was so stupid after saying it. Forget it, and it's silly. I use notes, I can't forget. Do Jiao said triumphantly. You won, you died. It's hard work. Tang Qing said after joking. Humph. Even if you have a conscience, I went to work too. It's so congested here, it's really troublesome to travel. Is it called the Shanghai Stock Exchange without blocking? When he hung up the phone, Tang Qing was not too happy. It was nothing more than changing to a bigger house. Sometimes it was better for a smaller one, and when it was bigger, it felt empty. Okay. He started to cry again. Tang Qing also knows that this is guilty, but it also represents a real idea. The goal at this time in the previous life was to have a nest of his own and live with Lin Jiaxue. It doesn't need to be big and warm. He likes to walk 2 steps to see his lover. Instead of a big villa, you still need to call if you look for a long time, or even call if it's the manor. Isn't that nonsense? Forget it. Don't be guilty of being cheap, so as not to be beaten and scrambled. Tang Qing. A familiar voice sounded behind Tang Qing. Tang Qing knew that it was Wang Yin before he turned his head, but he and Wang Yan's house were not in the same direction at all. What was going on? Turning his head, I saw Wang Yin trotting towards her, her pretty face full of surprises. When she reached Tang Qing's side, Wang Yin gently pulled away the hair that was blocking her eyes. This action made Tang Qing a little restless. Kiki Sin. That? Wang Yin, why are you here? Tang Qing put away his mind and asked curiously. Wang Yin was very satisfied with Tang Qing's reaction and said, Yesterday, my girlfriend had her birthday and went to stay at her house for one night. That's it. Tang Qing nodded and said, remembering for a while. Well, he still can't remember the appearance of that girlfriend. Have you eaten breakfast? Would you like to have some? Tang Qing passed the bag in his hand. There were 3 burritos in it. He bought 30, and he ate the other 27. Wang Yin waved her hand and smiled and said, No, I've had breakfast. Didn't you eat breakfast? Right. Tang Qing said. After the second level, he no longer needs the same way of eating, but the habit he developed is a bit difficult to change. He always feels that eating is fun and happy. He understands the happiness of eating goods and feels satisfaction from eating hisai. Is it delicious? Wang Yin looked at Tang Qing with a mouthful of half a burrito, full of mouthfuls. The one who ate was happy. Even if she was full, she felt like she wanted to eat it. She swallowed and was caught. Tang Qing's food-eating attributes brought a wave. Well, it's okay. I haven't encountered it before. I found out that the new family made them especially delicious in the past few days. Tang Qing said, my mother will do this too. I'll take it for you next time. Wang Yin made up her mind and learned how to do this when she returned. Your mother can do everything. Tang Qing smiled. Of course, my mother likes to watch that. What I like the most is to study all kinds of food. Wang Yin was ashamed of the martial arts movies that his mother liked. It's not ashamed, it's just a bit too alien. That's it. That's okay. I'll be waiting for your burrito. Tang Qing gulped down the last one and threw it into the trash can in front of the school. Okay, what do you think of my shoes? Wang Yin said suddenly. Puff, what? Tang Qing was caught off guard by this question. A woman asked a man how his shoes were, which made him a little scared. I mean the new shoes I bought. Wang Yin said again, and then looked at Tang Qing's eyes seriously, waiting for a reply. Tang Qing felt a little cold and sweaty when he was seen. This style of painting is obviously wrong. Well, it's not bad. Hey, from the Tang dynasty? Tang Qing looked at it and was surprised to find that the shoes were from the Tang dynasty. He didn't have a pair of shoes from the Tang dynasty. He only tried clothes last time. The trousers and shoes Shengtang didn't do customized business. They were all mass-produced. Well, I bought it last weekend. It was cold a few days ago. My mother didn't let me wear it. It feels good. Have you ever been shopping? You are the boss of Shengtang's store, but some things are a bit expensive. Speaking of Shengtang, Wang Yan's face was full of excitement at this shop-in. Not yet. I can't finish my clothes, so what do I go shopping there? Tang Qing said with a smile. Qingyan City is not only the place where the Tang dynasty started, but also Lu Gan's absolute sphere of influence. Relying on his own relationship, the location that Lu Qian found for Shengtang's flagship store in Qingyan City is absolutely so good. The city center, the upper and lower 3 floors, the brand partition, each floor area is not small, although he has not seen it personally. But it is in the company's email there are photos. Wang Yin smiled, nodded and said, yes, you are the boss of Shengtang. Why don't you lack clothes to wear? By the way, are you free this weekend? What's the matter? Tang Qing questioned. My parents want to invite you to dinner. Wang Yin lowered his head and said in a low voice. Tang Qing opened his mouth and asked in surprise, huh? Eat. What's the reason? Why would you invite me to dinner at every turn? Although the free meal is not bad, he always feels obedient in the face of the royal father and mother. After all, his previous life, as long as he persisted a little, he almost became a family. Yes, I said that you usually take care of me in your studies, so I mention it. So? Wang Yin looked at Tang Qing weakly and said, for fear that Tang Qing would not like to reject her. After listening to Wang Yin's simple narrative, Tang Qing immediately made up the scene of the conversation between the king's father and the others. Queen Mother, my dear daughter, come eat and write your homework later. Recently, there is not much pressure to study. It's okay. Anyway, you want to go to the voice. We still have a relationship. We don't need such a high score. Wang Yin. It's not that big. Just ask Tang Qing if he doesn't. He knows everything. Queen Mother. Well, that's because I want to thank him or call him over for dinner next weekend. How about it, husband? Father Wang. Okay. This young man is nice, handsome, and rich. He studies well. It's simply, omit the 4D, just call him over. Queen Mother. I also think that this young man looks more and more. It's not working. Can't make it up. Tang Qing shook his head. Throw these messy brains out and think about it again, and it will become pure crooked. Okay, just Saturday night. I have something else on fun day. Tang Qing thought for a while and said, since they are all invited, he is not okay to go. Of course he is fine on fun day, but just wants to accompany Lin Jiaxue. Tang Qing felt a little confused. Well, good. Wang Yin said happily. On campus, the two of them just chatted without a word. Mainly Wang Yin was talking, Tang Qing was listening. It felt like he was so familiar, because it was like this in the previous life, and Wang Yin was chatting along the way. Stop, He is responsible for answering the conversation. Whether it is an answer or whatever, Wang Yin will be very happy. Keep talking, keep telling him interesting things, and one thing that makes him happy is, he has never been impatient. Thinking of this, he wanted to slap himself. Looking at Wang Yin with a grinning face beside him, he didn't know if it was mist or something. Anyway, I feel that I owe Wang Yin in his previous life. I owe a lot. I don't know how to pay it back. The emotional debt is the hardest to bear and hurts the most. He was originally a person with a single sentiment, and Lin Joshua had never thought about it in his previous life. But Lin Joshua passed away in a car accident. As time passed, Wang Yin slowly walked into his heart, but Lin Joshua was never replaced. In this life, Lin Joshua was alive due to the influence of the previous life, but Wang Yin was still lingering in his heart. Apart from these two women in his heart, it is estimated that no one will be able to walk in again in this life. Other women, even if no matter how beautiful he is, he has no interest in love between men and women. At most, he is like Do Jiao and Qi Yin, who recognizes a sister or sister. If Wang Yin left him in his previous life and had a happy life, he would not have any thoughts. He would make a clean break and his friends would not do it, but he would not see Wang Yan's future. He doesn't know if it is selfishness or something. Is this a memorial arch? Perhaps. Hey, a love word. Who can explain? P.S. The excitement continues. In the next 2 days, the book is limited to exemption. In the next 2 days, readers can watch the updated content of this book for free. Oh, no income for 2 days. Please ask for a wave of comfort. The mouse can be shameless. What is the reward? Hurry up on the code word. What reward you want? At least, you have to kneel down and ask. Thump. I'm kidding. You have a bit of spine. Okay, stand up. I don't. Just when Tang Qing and Wang Yin entered the classroom. Neighboring Thailand. Bangkok. On the top floor of an 8-story luxury hotel in the city center, there are 2 people in a huge suite. Pipa, the leader of the largest and most qualified underground force in Bangkok, sat on the sofa in the living room, frowning, smoking a cigar, and his confidant looked at the information on the coffee table. Tira was called by Pipa early in the morning and threw him a pile of materials. He didn't say anything, just told him to read it carefully. These are the resumes of some personnel, as well as the various things that happened to the underground forces in Bangkok during this period, but they are all fragments. He doesn't know why Pippa asked him to come to see these. He can only watch them honestly, but basically he knows it. There's nothing good about it. After a quick scan, Tila closed the files and materials, looked at Phi Papa questioningly, and said, "Boss, what's wrong with these materials? Is there anything to explain?" Pippa didn't answer directly, took a sigh of cigar, then spit it out vigorously, spit out the cigarette, aftertaste the aroma in his mouth. But at this time the cigar taste that he usually loves the most is not felt at all. "Tila, do you see anything from these materials?" Pippa said with a deep frown. Hearing Pippa's solemn tone, Tira thought about it for a moment and recalled all the materials she had just read. When Pippa said that, there were obviously problems in these materials, and it was a big problem. When so many materials were given to him, it was obvious that they were all there is a connection, then. Contact? Suddenly, Tira seemed to think of something. I hurriedly looked through the information again, and there were more doubts in my mind, but there was no evidence, so I didn't dare to talk nonsense, so he said, "Boss, I didn't see anything specifically, but I was a little guessing. I felt a lot of things after reading it. It's weird." "Hee, what's the weird thing?" Pippa said with a smile. Tira looked at Pippa's expression and knew that it was definitely not a simple question. He sorted out the language and said, "Boss, I just looked at the information. I suddenly discovered that since Prezong's death that night, the entire Bangkok there are constant frictions and conflicts between large and small underground forces. We and several other big forces still want to settle down and gain some benefits by the way, but every time there are accidents that make things uncontrollable. When I got up, the time span was too long. There were too many things, I didn't think of it, but when these things were placed in front of you, it was too strange." After finishing talking, Tira looked at Pippa and wanted to confirm if Pippa wanted to hear it. The more he said, the more thoughts he had in his mind, and the more doubts he noticed. "There's more?" Pippa asked with a narrow smile. "What else?" Tira said with a puzzled look. He really couldn't think of anything else. Pippa paused, and said a word with a heavy bite. People. People? Boss, what do you mean? Tila asked suspiciously. Have you noticed that the subordinates of those forces in the information suddenly appeared a lot of new faces? Pipa said with a serious face. Tira also remembered at this time that there were information about the leaders of the various forces in the information just now. There were some new faces, but he didn't care. There were so many new faces in their business, but he was reminded by Pipa. Tila is not a fool. His face suddenly changed, and he said in shock, Boss, you mean? This is impossible. Who is so bold and counts all the underground forces in our entire Bangkok? This conjecture is really terrifying. All of them are fighting to death, fighting back and forth. It is a game of chess played by others, and the ultimate goal of the game is victory. If this is a game, when the net is closed, it is very likely that they will all be packed in to make a delicious dish for the people behind the scenes to enjoy. Pippa looked at the expression of his most trusted confidant and smiled bitterly in his heart. Yesterday, it was hard to use the information obtained by his powerful confidants and those undercovers. He had this conjecture before, but it was just a conjecture. Only, after reading these materials, he was as shocked as the lifting at this time, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Yes, I didn't expect it at first, but since the news collected from various places, whenever someone wants to stop, something will always happen to each other, and then they will always win with some new people, and finally get more updates. Great power and status. Pippa slowly said his conjecture. After Pippa finished speaking, he looked at the already dumbfounded lifting and slowly said, Yes, I think all of this is carefully planned by someone, and all of us are calculated by others. From the beginning of Bong to the death of several powerful leaders, as well as the constant chaos and conflicts between the various forces, one after another, their ultimate goal is likely to replace us. Tiara took a deep breath and lowered the fear in his heart and said, Boss, who are they? Pippa smiled bitterly and shook his head. I don't know. It's not easy for someone with this ability to arrange such a large and precise game. If he knows, he will do it directly, relying on his relationship in Thailand. Black and white. He can play each other to death, but he just doesn't know who the other is, and he only discovered the abnormality yesterday morning. After getting the information summary at night, I thought about it for most of the night. Should I ask someone to come and be tortured for torture? Tila suggested. Pipa waved his hand and said, Don't worry. What can you do if you ask clearly, let alone someone who can play such a big chess game? Don't start to frighten the snake. If you catch them now, it is likely that we are not ready yet. They made a move. We can basically guess what their purpose is, so as long as we unite with the bosses of the various forces and take advantage of the fact that the other party has not developed yet, we can unite to find these people. In this way, Tira, you will now inform those old friends who have been with us for many years, and say that I will ask them to have a tea with them and discuss the distribution of flour in the second half of the year. Those who have emerged will not be notified. Also, they are not allowed to bring those newly mentioned subordinates. The location is here. Boss, when we get together, aren't we afraid that the other party will catch it all in one go? Or just call them directly? Tila was a little worried and authentic. Don't worry, I guess they don't dare and won't do it, otherwise they won't play like that. I haven't met, and I don't dare to believe the position of those old friends. The action is handed over to the following. They are not allowed to leave here. I can see it through now. Their strategy is to slowly infiltrate and replace, and muddy the water. If they kill us all directly, the people above will definitely notice it, and they can't hide it. I want to take my time. I won't give them time. When they are all removed, I must let him. Power. All these people will die? Pipa sneered. After living for so many years and being so big, even he has someone from the other side under his hand, and he has reached a not low position. How can he not let him? Gas. Okay, I see. Tila agreed. After finishing lifting up, he took out his mobile phone from his handbag and started to make an appointment. Sorry, the phone number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. This guy, where did you go to play again? Tila whispered, and then dialed the next phone number. Thailand's current communication coverage area is still a bit lacking. It is common to go out to play in remote places and not receive signals. So lifting didn't care. But the call of the second boss still couldn't get through, the same prompt sound. The third. The fourth. Tila called the Bangkok bosses who were familiar with each other on the phone one by one. but none of them got through. If one or two can't get through, it can be said to be a signal problem. But if you can't get through, of course it's impossible that all those people have lost contact. I called someone just now, and the phone call is fine. There will only be one reason. Thinking of this, Pipa and Thera looked at each other. Their expressions changed several times, and their eyes were full of panic. The cell phone signal here is blocked. That means, are they going to close the net in advance? Pipa called Thera only half an hour ago, and also called his bodyguard captain to ask him to call someone. Now there is no signal. Either the signal tower of the communication carrier is broken, or someone has blocked the wireless signal. In this special period, people would rather believe that it was the latter. The other party must have already planned to do it, and even he has been under surveillance by the other party for a long time. Mindful of this, Pippa quickly took out 2 pistols from the drawer of the coffee table, and one of them was handed to the lifter, which was skillfully loaded. Tila, you first call 5 bodyguards to come in, and at the same time, let the people outside load all the bullets. Pay attention to caution. If a stranger comes upstairs, dare to go one step further without heeding the warning and shoot directly. The situation is urgent now. We can't take care of that much, Pippa said with a serious face. He can't leave the hotel directly now, otherwise it's really likely to be caught. This hotel is Pippa's industry. The entire top floor is occupied by people from within their forces, especially at the door of his exclusive suite. Outside there are more than 20 well-trained bodyguards. He is a good player among dozens. Pippa doesn't believe that anyone can break through the blockade silently. First call in the bodyguards before trying to find a way. These bodyguards are all well informed, and there is absolutely no way for people from the other side to be mixed in. In order to prevent the opponent from having a blocker, Pippa quickly found a thick wall to block it, so as not to be confused by a peanut flying from the outside window. Okay. After finishing talking, Thera hurried to the door. With the men he brought to the door, there were nearly 30 people. In the hotel in the city center, in the morning, even if the opponent is bullish, it will not happen here. Large-scale fighting, otherwise it is not provoking them, but provoking the bottom line of Thailand's upper level, it is looking for death. Tila opened the door. I saw a tall and strong man standing at the door, wearing sunglasses, looking at him coldly. This person Tila didn't know him and had never seen him before, but he knew that he was standing at this door. It should never be this person. Thera suddenly panicked in her heart. Who are you? Why are you standing here? Come here. Where are the others? Tila hurriedly pointed the gun at the strong man's head and said loudly, expecting someone to come out to solve the puzzle, expecting that all this is just an accident. Otherwise, today is really bad luck. But the people in front of him ignored him, and there was no answer from outside the door. Thera's heart sank to the bottom in an instant, preparing to kill a worthy one. Next moment, the brawny man in front of him directly grabbed the gun in his hand at a speed that could not cover his ears. Because of his tight grip, his lifted body was inevitably moved towards the door. Then, bang! The person at the door kicked the lift into the air. In midair, lift only made a sound, and the breath was broken due to the broken breastbone. That's right, it was Tang Qing's soldiers who did it. Pippa's other subordinates have been cleaned up and thrown into a suite, but not all of them died, because there are still 2 standards that must be cleared, but they were just knocked out. According to the investigation, both of them were stunned. It was a Muay Thai master who was invited by Pippa by threats. The others were thugs who did a lot of evil and did not regret their deaths. They were sentenced to death by the command room. Of course, no matter how high a master is, the 5 fighters who are well prepared and have activated the combat assistance system join forces to attack, and these 29 bodyguards are knocked down without even making a sound. At this time, the entire 9th floor had been cleaned up, and there were 4 soldiers standing outside guarding the main roads. The people below found no abnormalities. This is the place of Pippa, and no one dares to come uninvited. Although the hotel surveillance photographed the faces of these fighters when they came up, it would make any difference if the surveillance system was temporarily taken over by Xiao Air. In fact, the command room knew about Pippa's guess as early as yesterday. There is no surprise about it. It's very simple. There is no shortage of smart people in this world. In fact, when the amount of information is mastered to a certain level, there will be nothing in this world secret. Therefore, the command room followed the tide and found out a lot of inner traders within the control range. In fact, they could act last night, but they were delayed by other tasks. This sudden but not urgent task was postponed a little later. As for whether Pipa will talk nonsense during this period, since Pipa was found to be abnormal, he always pointed a long-range weapon at him. Once there was an emergency, he would not have the opportunity to say it. After solving the lifting, the soldier walked into the room slowly and threw the gun to the ground. Now it is not the time to kill the Pipa. He still has some use. Who are you? Don't come here, Pipa said, pointing his gun at the soldier. The soldier stopped and said in a calm tone, Pipa, you should know that there will be today, the last period of life. I hope we get along well. Happy your sister. If you want to kill me and get along well, please be nervous. Pipa laughed at the soldier's attitude again. You are the group of people who infiltrated the underground forces in Bangkok. Why? Pipa swallowed and asked loudly. It seems that his bodyguard was either bought or cleaned up, but he is more inclined to the former, because there can be no one. They can let their bodyguards be cleaned up silently, and they all have guns in their hands. Who is afraid of anyone, so that there will be no movement? The soldier didn't give Pipa any answers. Why? Because you are blocking your commander's way, and those who block the commander's way will die. This is the only logic and the highest purpose of all robot actions in the entire command room. Don't come here, I'll shoot again. Pipa stepped back threateningly. Whatever. The soldier continued to walk forward after speaking. Since you want to die, you will be fulfilled, and you have thrown away your weapon, and your brain is sick. Pipa can't take care of that much. Boom. Pipa fired a shot directly at the soldier. Seeing that the soldier turned slightly to one side, he escaped the bullet shot at the shoulder. Seeing this, the Pipa was also shocked, thinking that it was good luck for the soldier, and didn't think much about it. Then he continued to fire 2 consecutive shots at the soldier. Bang, bang. But looking at the soldier who was still standing and the picture that seemed to be out of frame just now, Pipa swallowed again. The 2 grabs still missed and was easily avoided by the soldiers. Tang Qing's speed was very difficult to hit the open soldiers, let alone an ordinary person. Are you kidding? There was a gloomy feeling in Pipa's heart. Unbelievers. He immediately fired 4 consecutive shots at the soldiers. Boom, boom, boom. After 4 shots, ideas are beautiful, but reality is cruel. I saw the brawny men who were less than 3 meters apart from his bullets one by one like a ghost. And the Pipa could even see the afterimage, and the action was like a teleport. The last time he was only 20 centimeters away from his muzzle. He didn't even make it. The fear in Pipa's heart can no longer be restrained, and short-range bullets can be dodged so easily. He has only seen it in movies. In his worldview, it is impossible for anyone to do it in reality. At this moment, his inherent worldview collapsed. You are a man or a ghost. Pipa stepped back a few steps, looked at the soldier in horror, and said, even his voice changed, Pipa, the bullet is over. Now that the shot is over, let's talk. The soldier relaxed on the sofa and said to the already scared Pipa, sit down and talk. After listening to the words of the soldier, it is almost the same as the original Bazong. Pipa is full of doubts, and his brows become a big river. Isn't it here to kill him? But how did he feel that he was here to talk about things? And this indifferent attitude represented absolute self-confidence, and basically regarded killing him as an insignificant thing. The same attitude he used to kill others. Sit down and say what? At this time, Pipa deeply regretted why the soundproofing of this suite was so good. I couldn't hear the gunshots downstairs at all. It used to be for my own convenience. And why didn't you stay lower, so you could jump off the building or something? There are 10,000 regrets in his heart. But it's useless now. Facing this inhuman existence in front of him, he also knew that it wouldn't help. He couldn't return to the sky. It was just a little thought. Is it really going to die here today? Pipa is worthy of being a hero, but he judged his ending within 10 seconds, and now he has no choice. Thinking of this, Pipa also let go. Things were discussed, and so was the way of life. If it is useful to beg for mercy on TV, he will not kill so many people for so many years. They are not sheep and rely on his own life and death. Unidentified bodyguards and lifters who are already lying down. How can the people in front of you care about you begging for mercy? Kong dang. Pipa threw away the pistol that had no bullets in his hand and returned to his previous seat. The bullets couldn't help the person in front of him. He wanted to take a piece of broken iron, so he was no longer afraid and slowly recovered. With a strong momentum, he calmly picked up the unfinished cigar on the coffee table and continued to taste it. Call. I spit out the cigarette fiercely, recalling the taste I once liked, and the fear in my heart slowly disappeared. The cigar is not inhaled into the lungs like a cigarette. If that is the case, what is the difference from other cigarettes? Other cigarettes are irritating in the lungs. The cigar is the aftertaste aroma. Brother, do you have to kill me today? Pippa stared at the soldier closely and asked the most critical question. As for you, hee, it must be the other person's people outside. This IQ, he still has it. Yes, it is. The soldier nodded and replied. After listening to Pippa, he took a deep breath, leaned back on the sofa, tilted Erlang's legs. His eyes were a little dull. He took another cigar, puffed out smoke, and looked at the soldier who was sitting obviously like a soldier. His heart sank to the bottom again. Pippa asked again, is there no room for negotiation? No, the soldier said, shaking his head. Can I give you money to buy your own life? Pippa threw out his last hope. No, said the soldier. Pop already knows too much. The intelligence shows that he has done a lot of evil over the years, and he has done all the bad things. He has been on the list of Bangkok's evil removal plan. As long as the people on the list, no matter who is on the list, regardless of the conditions, there is only one result. It is cleared, but the time and method are different. Ha 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 ha. Seeing the last hope disappeared, Papa couldn't help but laughed, laughing very happy, very loudly. He laughed for nearly half a minute, as if he had laughed out of his life. Pippa smiled and said, this brother, since I must die, why do you talk to me, your bargaining chip? Before he died, he was going to die with a bit of dignity. A smile leaked from the soldier's face and said, Australia, University of Melbourne. What did you do to them? This sentence made Pippa jumped up in shock, and his smile instantly turned into anger and fear. Because this is the place where his only son is going to college. In fact, he and his previous wife have 2 sons, but if they come out, they will have to pay it back sooner or later. Both of his sons and his wife were killed by the enemy. This is not a relationship. His opponents of the same power did it, but they were forced to death by the loan sharks that his parents owed him back then. So the children of that family have been working part-time and slowly repaying their debts. They are basically unclear in this life. When the children grow up, the seeds of hatred finally germinate. When his wife and children went out to play, they were caught by the young man. Revenge, all died. Although the other person was tortured to death in the end, the hatred and liberation in the eyes of the young man remained deep in his mind, and he could always dream of that smile. And this son is an illegitimate child. The story is very old-fashioned. In order to protect the only blood, the mother and son were sent abroad. His son never knew what he was doing. He didn't want this son to follow his own path. Therefore, every time I go to a foreign country to meet, there are also several opportunities. Apart from myself, no one knows that he has an illegitimate child. I didn't expect that the other party had already investigated and cleared all of it. This is impossible. Could it be that I was followed when I went there last week? He couldn't figure it out. Don't worry. What's wrong with them? They are fine. We haven't bothered them. Just talk to you about the bargaining chip. This bargaining chip, the idol should be enough. The soldier said lightly. People listened to it and sat down on the sofa decadently, still a little happy, as long as he didn't disturb them. He really didn't want his son to know what he was doing, knowing that he had done so many sins. This bargaining chip, it is indeed enough. For him, there is no heavier bargaining chip. Huh. Little brother, if you win, just ask if you have anything. I'll say everything. Please don't hurt them. Pippa smiled bitterly. Although he has done all the bad things, he still has an identity, then is the father. Don't worry, we exchanged at the same price. When we get what we want, we won't disturb them. The soldier said slowly. To be honest, this kind of thing is disgraceful. Tang Qing actually dislikes the use of this method. However, the command room did not feel embarrassed about this kind of boring feelings. To achieve the goal, there is no kindness, no compromise, just to complete the task. Pippa's guess was correct. He was indeed followed. It was just that he was not tracked by the command room himself. Instead, he used various monitoring and intrusion into the airline's customer systems, plus the signal transmitter on his body. After confirming that Pippa went to Australia, the following things were simple. The wiretap completely recorded Pippa's conversation, and the relative positioning of the signal transmitter did not need to send soldiers to track it. Can you guarantee it? Pippa asked. The soldier said, Of course, if you cooperate. We will not disturb them, nor will we disclose any information about their location. But if they come back to find something, it is beyond the promise. Hearing the warrior's assurance, Pippa breathed a sigh of relief. He believed in the credibility of such a man of enchanting strength and had no choice. So he said, Don't worry, they won't come back. Do you want money? I'll give you everything. He made preparations for this day long ago and bought funds for both of them to ensure that they will not be hungry in their lives. He also bought the place to live and left a lot of money, also told him that one day he should never come back if he loses contact. Do not step into Thailand again, let alone talk about their relationship. Well, let's not talk about money. Money is secondary. I am very curious about some of your relationships, especially the mayor of Bangkok. The soldier said, Is it the mayor? Pippa asked. Yes, the mayor of Bangkok. Isn't it the same as what else you want to say? Said the soldier. Huh, you are so good at it. You know so much. Pippa smiled bitterly. The soldier did not speak, but stared at Pippa. No matter, I should have guessed the purpose of this conversation a long time ago. What you want is to stand firm here, not simply kill me and replace me. At my level, you are still in the capital of Thailand. Having been so big and for so many years, if I could only fight and kill, I would have gone into the coffin long ago. Pippa said with a sigh. He took over from his father's class at a young age and became a big man. He has been in Bangkok for more than 2 decades, making his father's land nearly doubled. Although the place is not the largest, the economy and background are definitely worthy of Bangkok. First, in the whole of Thailand, he is one of the older underground bosses. He speaks a lot, and he naturally masters a lot of things and has a lot of upper-level relationships. The meaning of the young people in front of them is very simple. They need to inherit or use these relationships. This relationship should start from my father's generation. Pippa spoke slowly. The safety of my wife and children is in the hands of this mysterious and powerful force. Of course, Phi Fra is knowledgeable and inexhaustible. The previous Prezong was just a big businessman with a background of underground power in Thailand. Strictly speaking, he was a big businessman. Businessmen, the level of contact is not high, not wide, but Phi Fra is the real big man in Bangkok, who are in contact with important figures in both black and white and various industries. Therefore, the news he knows in Xi and me are not comparable to Bazong, and these are the most important things in the command room. The purpose is to avoid being rectified in the future without knowing who it is, and at the same time to improve the intelligence database. The enemy can't always rely on force to solve it. Force is always necessary or the last resort in the mission plan, and it is never the first choice, especially for those who cannot be solved by fists. The fighters who infiltrated all classes of Thailand are still young people, and they are not enough to provide protection for the fighters in Bangkok. Therefore, during this period, they need umbrellas. The command room originally intended to obtain these materials from Pippa, but the incident happened suddenly and a few days earlier. The purpose is to cultivate allies and even grasp some important handles, which can be considered as a whole card and a bargaining chip. No way. In less than a month, if you want to gain trust and ensure that you can stand firm after the end of the plan, this is not the only way, but it is an important part of the plan. An hour later, with a question, Phi Fa finished talking about everything the soldier wanted to know. Originally, he wanted to speak slowly and take a look at the world, but the fighter would not wait for him to linger. After a few tricks, Phi Fa can only answer quickly. At this time, the fear in Pippa's heart had already faded. He suddenly realized that death may not be such a terrible thing. Pippa went on to say, Little brother, I know so much. As long as you don't hit the muzzle directly, in the future, you will be able to mix in all of Thailand. By the way, I would like to remind you that other businesses are okay, but if you don't do the flower business, you will cut off a lot of people's financial avenues. Then you will not be able to do it for long, because too many people will not let you go. Take a step back and say, even if you have the ability to reach the sky, the suppliers on the Bangkok side and the Burmese side will not give up the market here in this way. Although only some of the fighters who have risen up in the information collected by Phi Pa have implemented this rule, Phi Pa is not stupid. You can also see the style and planning of some fighters. It is deduced that this force is likely to completely abandon the flower market in the end. Of course, this is just a guess. What he couldn't guess was that the soldiers did not just give up, but also severely crack down on such harmful things, because this was the tone and bottom line set by Tang Qing. No matter how difficult it is, the command room will try its best to complete it. There is the slightest doubt and compromise. Mr. Pippa, thank you for your cooperation, and thank you for your reminder. This is our business. For the last question, please tell us the password in this account. Pippa finished speaking and reported a bank account. Pippa recalled for a moment and set a series of passwords. He had a lot of bank cards. Of course, the passwords weren't stupid. They were all the same. 2 seconds later, the soldier stood up and said, "Thank you for your cooperation." Seeing that the soldier only asked for an account number, he stopped asking. Pippa was also a little confused. He has a lot of bank cards, both at home and abroad. No matter how stupid the other party is, he should know that he has other bank cards. Why not ask? Seeing that the soldier was trying to do something, Pippa quickly said, "Wait, brother, why don't you ask me the password of my other bank account?" If this question is not asked clearly, he is unwilling to die. There are only 8 in this card just now. More than 1 million euros is not his account with the most deposits. So the other party just wants to give up? After he finished speaking, he felt a little bit cheap. The other party wanted to kill himself and send money up. But when he thought of his death, the money belonged to the bank. The mother and child in Australia didn't know the account password at all, since they are not themselves. His money is gone, and he has nothing to miss. Mr. Pippa, the last message to you. We all know the passwords of your bank cards: Swiss bank account XXXX, password XXXXX, Taijing bank account XXXX, password XXX. The soldier reported 4 others. The account and password of the bank card. When Pippa was shocked to the extreme, the soldier went on to say, "The other 3 safe houses and 1 treasure spot of yours are known to us. The addresses are XXX, so this one is missing. For those who are more cooperative, the fighters will treat each other with courtesy. Like Basong, although the Pippa is a lot of evil, it has nothing to do with the fighters. They will not be angry. They only judge whether to be cleared or not to be cleared. It's just the difference. You." Pippa was about to ask a question after the surprise. The soldier rushed up instantly. Crack. Pippa's neck was broken by the warrior. Pippa's eyes widened and slowly fell to the ground. The soldier helped him close his eyes. The soldiers who had performed the mission turned and left and arranged the scene by the way, so that there were no scenes and inferences that made the Bangkok police too frightening. When Pippa died, the Bangkok plan was definitely going to change, but it was not a big change. It was just a contingency plan. This risk was thought of at the beginning of the plan, and the emergency plan and follow-up plan were prepared. Although the underground forces in Bangkok will have a huge shuffle and chaos in the future, the people in Thailand will definitely pay attention. But what about it? A week later, the plan is completed, plus the information provided by Money and Pippa. Attention and inattention are not important anymore. The 5 fighters returned from the road. Xiao Air was responsible for clearing and modifying all surveillance videos in the hotel and outside. The presence of the fighters had been completely eliminated, except for people's memories. 3 hours later, this hotel is surrounded by a large number of police cars in Bangkok. All the residents are not allowed to go out. They investigate room by room. They also know that this is a shame, but this is a process. Otherwise, where to find the murderer? Dozens of experts in the surveillance have watched it many times, but they can't see the slightest doubt. The surveillance in the building shows that no outsiders have gone up, and the surveillance outside the hotel, even if you don't see it frame by frame. I found the slightest clue. Although the above pressure drives their chief mad, they are also very helpless. They can only put all their energy on the residents and the 2 surviving bodyguards. Next, not surprisingly, under the instigation of the fighters who scored under the Pippa, the underground forces in Bangkok will usher in the biggest conflict in 2 decades, the final shuffle. About to start. At noon, Tang Qing received the news of Pippa's action, and there was nothing to sympathize with. It was only to clean up the crime, although the method was a little bit extreme. He didn't expect Pippa to be so rich. The sum of the money in the account was nearly 1.5 billion yuan, and the cash amounted to more than 130 million yuan. There are also many other valuables. He still didn't transfer the money to his account, and allotted it to the overall plan number 6794, where it was needed and where it was used, to help the soldiers over there develop, and he didn't need any money for the time being. As for what to develop, he is ready to let his subordinates over there start to intervene in the food industry. This is the inspiration he found from this morning's burrito. Thailand has a superior geographical location and a good climate. Since there are people over there, there will be power. Food, it's not bad for this thing to start here, when there is a chance to start large-scale mergers and acquisitions and expansion. 12:30 in the morning. Command room. The number of intelligence analysts has reached hundreds, working hard in their respective positions, doing boring, repetitive, and arduous tasks. Fortunately, robots will be tired, but they will not be bored, otherwise they will go on for a long time. Going crazy. The command room with hundreds of people looked a lot more lively than before. Tang Qing sat on a soft chair with Erlang's legs tilted, and his mouth was licking 5-spice melon seeds. He was not used to eating white-flavored melon seeds. He felt unflavored. In previous life, he only liked to eat chachi melon seeds because of the quality and taste. Relatively stable. 2 analysts who had nothing to do next were helping him peel the melon seeds and put them in a small plate on the table. In the outside world, analysts who can abuse the special forces of various countries to doubt their lives just stand aside respectfully and peeling melon seeds, but the speed is a little slow, so Tang Qing nibble for a while, wait for more melon seeds on the plate, and grab a handful of analysis. The members nibble and eat happily. The key is, Tang Qing also shamelessly asked Xiao Air to give him the authorization to open the hanger, just to peel the melon seeds quickly, so I saw that the 2 analysts were there to quickly shell the melon seeds at the speed of the shadows, if it weren't for Tang Qing. It is also more than 200 attributes, and it may really be dazzled. Although Tang Qing looked a bit offensive, it was really easy to use. Tang Yi, how are the soldiers in Bangkok doing business? Tang Qing asked while eating. Commander, they have all completed their predetermined goals and registered their companies in Thailand. Up to now, they have registered a total of 73 companies, mainly in the fields of jewelry, retail, processing, manufacturing, import and export trade, etc., and they will all be completed by the end of the month. The company's basic preparations and business rationalization will begin the second phase of upstream and downstream expansion and deep integration of the industry. It is expected that all enterprises will be formalized by the end of May. Tang Yi briefly introduced. Tang Qing nodded after hearing this. These are the service industry and light industry, and those who have a bit of money can participate in the current warriors. As for the energy, mining, communications, real estate, and other industries, they can't get in now, even if they do. Difficulty. There are many giants in the industry. Although the giants in Thailand are relatively small in the world, in Thailand, it is a giant and the water is deep. Tang Qing's current power in Thailand is not suitable for participating in these industries. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry. That's good, Tang Yi. All the money you get from people will be allocated to each of these companies, but you don't need to speed up the progress. Just follow the previous plan. In this way, you will add a new grain industry plan as a focus on key projects. But don't be too messy, don't worry. Tang Qing said the main purpose of coming here today. Yes, Commander in Command. Tang Yi agreed. Thailand is located in Southeast Asia and has a subtropical monsoon climate. Rice generally ranges from 2 to 3 crops in different regions. It is also the world's largest rice exporter. The layout of the grain industry is an important part of Tang Qing. He planned to start at home before. After all, various farms and ranches are abundant in foreign countries and occupy a large area. However, as the strength and influence of his subordinates in Thailand gradually expand, there are also those fighters who have penetrated deeply, so it is also a good choice to start here. This kind of core industry is naturally controlled by those absolutely loyal fighters. The various genetically modified foods of later generations really made him want to curse. The 4 major international food merchants and their little brothers just grow genetically modified foods. If you don't buy them, it's not enough. Later generations, they control 80% of the world. The grain output that can be traded internationally is not just how they want to come. But they are not so hungry now. They need to get up before they form a monopoly alliance. Otherwise, it will be a little troublesome. Those guys are not short of money, and there is support from the consortium behind them. Don't expect them to spit out what they got. One of the purposes of the layout of the grain industry is to gain influence. Our country is not yet a net food importer, but in a few years, our country will surpass the island countries in ASEAN to become the world's largest net food importer. But Tang Qing hasn't thought about what to do with this. Because there are not many opportunities in this area in China, especially with the continuous improvement of hybrid rice. The yield per mu is getting higher and higher, which is reaching 1,000 catties per mu, while the population growth is slowing down and various breeding farms are newly built on a large scale. The diet structure is also changing, so it is not too urgent. Although later countries have become the world's largest net importers of food, they only account for about 5% of the country's total output. It is false to say that it is not dangerous, but it has not yet reached the point of life and death, and the crisis has been slowing down. His layout of food is global, and he doesn't specifically target anyone. He also wants people to eat something cleaner. As for other core industries, Tang Qing also has plans in mind, but he needs to take his time. Of course, Tang Qing doesn't need to worry about all of this. Tian's eyes are busy with these for a while, making various business plans, which are very complicated and very big. What Do Jiao doesn't know is that most of these plans don't use it personally, but for the soldiers. After that, Tang Qing watched the movie for a while and left the command room. The next day, just when the underground forces in Bangkok were completely messed up and the police in Bangkok were busy with dogs, a company called Gi Agriculture was quietly established in Kanchanaburi, Thailand. This is one of the companies involved in the food industry plan. Yes, there are 18 other agricultural-related companies established in various provinces in Bangkok, with different names and various business contents, some overlapping and some non-overlapping, but they are all in the agricultural category, and agricultural machinery is included. In addition, Tang Qing still understands that eggs can't be put in the same basket, although the business plan made by Do Jiao and others are a bit different. In fact, he can also carry out layouts in all Southeast Asian countries at the same time, but at the beginning, he still needs to explore and run in. He dare not spread the stall too much. When it stabilizes, each company will carry out large-scale mergers and acquisitions and expansion. It is Thailand, the entire Southeast Asia, and other countries suitable for food production will set up companies. The ultimate goal is to establish a food alliance to compete with the 4 major international food merchants. As for the reintegration of all into one company, Tang Qing never thought about becoming a giant. But if he becomes an oligarch, it is a matter of looking for trouble. This is also one of the main models of his subordinate companies in the future. Within an industry, several, dozens, or hundreds of companies form an alliance of interests, each operating a piece of territory, instead of merging into a supergiant oligarch. Anyway, they are all their own. What is the difference between a company and 100 companies? An interest alliance is always stronger than a company's ability to resist risks. It will not challenge the nerves of various countries too much. April 9th. On Saturday, school is over in the afternoon. Tang Qing followed Wang Yan to her home again. Walking on the way to Wang Yan's house, a beautiful girl with a school bag and a handsome boy with empty hands were all seen from a bad student who became a beautiful and good student. True portrayal. I envied the student party all the way and fed dog food all the way. After entering Wang Yan's house, the king's father had already stood up to greet him. Good uncle. Tang Qing greeted politely. Seeing Tang Qing, the king's father was also grinning. Little Tang is here, let go. Wash our hands. Let's eat directly. Auntie is already done. He also wanted to put down his school bag, but Tang Qing didn't. Back. Okay. Tang Qing changed the shoes that Wang Yan handed over, and Wang Yan carefully put Tang Qing's shoes into the shoe cabinet. I washed my hands and sat on the table. Xiao Tang, come eat quickly. You haven't been here for a long time. Eat more? I hope it will suit your appetite. The queen mother said with a smile on her face. She kept picking vegetables for Tang Qing. Even her daughter was ignored, and Wang Yan was also looking at her mother with a small mouth. Well, it's only been a month since I came here last time. Yeah, it's been a long time. The dishes made by my aunt are so delicious. I can't wait to eat them every day. Tang Qing quickly complimented. Baden, just like it. If you want to eat it in the future, tell Yanzi, I'll prepare it early. The queen mother was happier when she heard it. Thank you, auntie. Tang Qing thanked, said to the king's father, how is your uncle's recent business? It's okay. The previous project has all been sold out. At the beginning of the month, I took another piece of land and was going through the formalities. Even before the start of the formalities, 10% of the houses were booked out. To be honest, the real estate is too violent. Now, Tang, you have Lugan's relationship. Real estate should make more money than your clothing company, Wang's father said with emotion. He always felt that Tang Qing was playing with money. Tens of millions of investment in clothing will not be able to recover the cost for a few years, and the possibility of losing money is extremely high, and there is no real estate profiteering at all. The payment is also fast, 1 year after another and 1 year after another. He is also kind to persuade. Tang Qing shook his head lightly and smiled. Uncle, everyone has their own ambitions. I don't like real estate. The reason was the same. It was too troublesome. He could understand the resentment and persistence of future generations towards housing prices. The most important thing was that he really felt that real estate didn't make much money. Now he allows his soldiers to do anything they want, and he can make a lot of money. There is no need to play domestic real estate, except for the villa area, which is making money for the rich. If Tang Qing gets involved in real estate in the future, he will only get involved in projects of at least 300 square meters, such as villas, manors, and duplexes. Other infamy should be left to other developers. If he does a low-priced house someday, then it is also intended to be rented. As for buying land and selling it at a cost price, that's picking things up. Resistance is not limited to other developers, but also. You kid, don't do profitable business. You have to do not make money. I heard Yinzi say that your second uncle is back. The king's father ended the topic before. He knew that Tang Qing had a strong self-esteem at this age and could not say too much. Now, he also learned that Tang Qing had a second uncle, and he was driving a Mercedes, so naturally he couldn't help but inquire about it. Yes, my second uncle used to go out to make money, and only came back recently, but he left again a few days ago. His business is busy. Tang Qing said briefly. That's good. Then what does he do? The royal father said curiously. He is in the jewelry business in Thailand. Now my parents are also doing it, and they have opened a jewelry store in Qingyan City. I hope my uncle will support me if I have the opportunity. Tang Qing said with a smile. Oh, dare to be good. I will definitely take care of the business. Thank you for this period of time. Yinzi's grades have improved steadily. Father Wang laughed. I didn't ask any more. Classmates, help each other. After the meal, Wang Yin and her daughter cleaned up the mess and cleaned up. Wang Sheng and Tang Qing went to the balcony to drink tea. Last time they were in the living room. This time they were directly on the balcony. Tang Qing knew that Wang Sheng had something to tell him. Sure enough, after a few brief chats, Wang Sheng said, Tang, I don't know how deep your relationship is with Lu Gan. Oh, does uncle need any help? Tang Qing asked. That's it. After all, the market in Qingyan City is too small. I want to enter the provincial capital and the markets of other cities. Wang Sheng said, Qingyan City is really too small. It is a prefecture-level city with a limited market and my brother-in-law's relationship. It's useless. He can only rely on himself, and Lu Gan is his breakthrough point, the breakthrough point to enter the province's market. Do you want to cooperate with Lu Gan, or do you want him to help? Tang Qing asked again. Not at all, or I don't have such an idea at the moment. I just want to get to know and communicate. It will be easier to open up the market in the future. There is no way. If I go directly to this asset of my uncle, Mr. Lu is likely to ignore me. Wang Sheng shook his head and said, without revealing his background, Lu Gan really wouldn't pay attention to him. It's not one level. That's okay, no problem. I also support my uncle's expansion to the whole province. If you need my help, please speak up, but now President Lu is still investigating projects abroad. When he comes back, I will introduce you to you. He will definitely invite him. Let me have dinner together. Tang Qing promised. It's just a matter of effort. Now Lu Gan doesn't dare not give him this face. Oh, do you usually contact me often? Wang Sheng asked curiously. With such knowledge of Lu Gan's whereabouts, he expected Lu Gan to invite him to dinner. This relationship is unusual. It's not, it just happened to be a small favor, Tang Qing said. Thank you. Wang Sheng said. It doesn't matter what he is busy, he is not so ignorant yet. You're welcome, little things. After chatting with the king's father about the prosperous Tang dynasty for a while, Tang Qing left. Watching Tang Qing take a taxi back, Wang Yin suddenly thought of learning to drive, so that she could send Tang Qing away in his father's car in the future. After Tang Qing left, the princess went back to the balcony, sipping tea. His eyes were erratic, and he didn't know what he was thinking. After a while, the queen mother, who had cleaned up the dishes and chopsticks, also made herself a cup of tea and sat next to Wang Sheng. Wang Yin went back to her room to do her homework. "Husband, is it done?" the queen mother asked. "Well, it's done." Xiao Tang agreed to be the middleman. Wang Shengming said with a sip of tea. "That's good. You didn't talk about the brother-in-law." The queen mother asked again. "No, where would I say such things? Even if Xiao Tang knew about it, he might not appreciate it, and I didn't want to use their relationship at all." Wang Xing shook his head and said, "What do you do to make so much money, really?" The queen mother complained a little bit. "For what? Haha. I am for our daughter, so that she can choose her own life, so as not to be used as a bargaining chip by brother-in-law and their family. I just want to stand up and become a big tree one day, which can protect us. Daughter, no one can hurt her." Wang Xing said. His face slowly became serious. "It turns out to be like this. Husband, I support you," the queen mother said seriously, holding Wang Sheng's arm. The couple looked at the moon outside, did not speak, and enjoyed the rare silence. Tang Qing, who had left, didn't know Wang Sheng's thoughts. He only thought that it was a businessman seeking profit. In his previous life, Wang Sheng could achieve a value of tens of billions of yuan. If he didn't have any ambition and ability to drill camp, how could it be possible? He also didn't know the identity of Wang Sheng's brother-in-law, and Wang Yin had never said it in his previous life. He rarely mentioned his father's business affairs. He never showed off his wealth in front of him. Buying clothes was a bargain for him. It's hard to imagine that the daughter of a tens of billions of billionaires would be so accommodating to a poor boy for so many years, but Wang Yin did it. It was relatively late to return to my uncle's house. As soon as he walked in, he saw his aunt watching the martial arts drama alone, and his cousin's house lights were still on. They should be doing homework. "Auntie, you haven't slept yet," Tang Qing said. "No, your uncle hasn't come back yet." Aunt said, "Is there socializing?" Tang Qing asked. "Uncle rarely has socializing or seldom participates in socializing. It is usually during working hours, such as weekends, and only his leader dares to ask him to eat." "Yeah, I see that he has been very busy lately, and he was taken to dinner during the big weekend." Aunt complained a bit. "Work, it's not easy," Tang Qing comforted. After talking, Tang Qing washed away. Just when Tang Qing finished washing and was about to go back to the room, Qin Yugong came back. His face was a little red. Obviously, he had drunk a lot of alcohol, because his uncle's alcohol volume was very good. Unless he drank a lot of alcohol, he would not blush. Fortunately, my uncle doesn't know why. Even if he drinks too much, he will blush, but he won't tremble when he walks. He can only say that he has a special physique. "Uncle." Tang Qing hurriedly took over his uncle's coat. Tang, your kid just came back." Seeing Tang Qing finished washing, his head was still a little wet. He must have just come back. He also knew that Tang Qing went to eat rice, and he also knew that it was Wang Yin, but he knew Tang Qing. Qing has a sense of measure, and it's annoying to talk too much and wait until the next time I have a chance to talk about it, so as not to make Tang Qing mess up. "Well, uncle, is there any happy event?" Tang Qing said with a smile. The joy that flashed between Qin Yugong's eyebrows. He saw it really. There must be something good. "How did you see it?" Qin Yugong said in confusion. "I guessed it by looking at your expression." Tang Qing said honestly. "Boy, what can you tell from my expression?" Qin Yugong obviously didn't believe it. "Hey, I just can see that your eyes have betrayed you." Tang Qing smiled triumphantly. This skill is still learned from the second child. I watched Basong's interrogation video frame by frame, with the second's voice commentary and analysis and judgment. His understanding of human facial expressions has been mentioned several times. "Great. Well, it's okay to tell you in advance. I'm going to be promoted." Qin Yugong admitted. "I got promoted. What position?" Aunt said in surprise. Deputy director level cadre. He is not a small leader in the city. How long has it been since my husband solved the case? He was directly promoted to 2 ranks. It's all. Now that the municipal party committee has not passed it, you should not go out and talk nonsense. But it has been decided. It is the director of the Economic Development Zone Police Station and concurrently the deputy director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Qin Yugong said with a light smile. This is of course a benefit from the big boss in that province. He specifically talked to him. In fact, he still has two options. One is to serve as a county committee member and secretary of the political and legal committee in the county below, and the other is to go to the provincial capital. The police station serves as a director, who is also at the deputy director level, and it is even easier to be promoted under the direct rule of the big boss. Maybe after a year or two, he will jump to the deputy director level at the director level. But Qin Yugong thought about it and chose the current position. He didn't want to be too far away from his wife and children. The two daughters will be admitted to college in a few years, and then go to school, work, and get married in the field. In the future, he will rarely stay at home and spend time together. Less. Therefore, for the sake of his family, and in order to see his wife and daughter every day in the last few years, he gave up the opportunity to go to the provincial capital and did not go down to be the secretary of the county political and legal committee. Although promotion was slow here, he chose his family between gains and losses. At that time, he talked to the big guy in the province about this concern. The other party also said that he could help arrange his wife's work and children's school issues, but he refused. There are many relatives here, and he doesn't want to leave. Of course, Qin Yugong would naturally not talk about these things with his wife and Tang Qing. Congratulations, Uncle Gaosheng. When will you take office? Tang Qing said happily. At the step of Junke's arrival at the deputy office, his previous uncle has gone for 7 or 8 years. He believes that his uncle's career will be smooth sailing in the future because of him. My work still needs to be handed over. It is estimated that when I take office next Monday, I must be busy again. Qin Yugong shook his head and said with a wry smile, when you get promoted, your rights will increase, which means your responsibilities will increase, and you will have more things. The bigger the leader, the busier you are. What's the matter? It's not the previous job. Aunt muttered. Qin Yugong explained. It's not the same. I used to only care about the police station, but now I still have to go to the city bureau for meetings. There are more things to consider. I even heard that there are investment invitation tasks. How can it be as easy as before? When will we celebrate? Tang Qing suggested from the side. What to celebrate? It's not right now. Wait until everything stabilizes after I take office. Qin Yugong waved his hand and said, Yes, don't worry. Uncle, if you need anything to tell me, you're welcome. Tang Qing nodded and smiled. What can I do for your help? Qin Yugong asked suspiciously. Tang Qing said quickly. Of course there are, such as sponsoring a few police cars in your police station. I can still think of a way. You can do it for you in a word. Qin Yugong shook his head lightly and said, You? Let's forget it. Don't owe people to family. Uncle, what kind of favor do you owe? Where did you think of it? I'm talking about my second uncle. His money is too much to spend. Tang Qing said with a smile. The second uncle is now used to carry all kinds of pots, many of which are unreasonable. As long as the second uncle is pulled up, it is easy to cover up. Qin Yugong patted his head, and he remembered that Tang Qing's second uncle was a super local tyrant. He thought Tang Qing was looking for that friend for help. He said angrily, If your second uncle knows, he won't beat you up. Spend money. Hey, it's just a little money, and the second uncle is reluctant to beat me. I am the only male in our Tang family. The second uncle is kind to me. If you need it, millions of dollars are not a problem at all, especially if you are likely to have it. The investment mission, you just say a word. I will help you complete it in minutes. Tang Qing said with a grin. Facing Tang Qing's arrogant tone, Qin Yugong was not good at discouraging his enthusiasm, nodded helplessly, and said, Well, if I need it, I will ask your second uncle for sponsorship. No problem, money matters are small things. Tang Qing said again. Smelly boy, it's not about spending your money. Standing and talking can't hurt your back. Qin Yugong scolded with a smile. Hee. Family, what money is not money? Tang Qing said with a smile. Well, you go to bed, Qin Yugong said. Okay. Then Tang Qing returned to the room. Lock the door. Enter the command room. Tang Yi increased the investigation and monitoring of the Qingyan Economic Development Zone. I remember that our database has many files of cases there. You find someone to step up the investigation and collection of major cases that can be solved, whether it is an anonymous report or what, find a suitable opportunity to let my uncle know. In short, I need to ensure that after my uncle takes office, he can produce a lot of results in a short time. You have another plan for this, the plan code. Qingyun, I'll give you 100 million yuan in authorized funds later. Tang Qing said slowly. I used to be unable to intervene in helping my uncle get promoted. Now that I have the ability, I will not let it go. Although this group of fighters are not professional criminal investigators, the intelligence analysts are definitely serious psychologists and masters of conspiracy. Naturally, they include all aspects of criminal psychology. Solving crimes is coordinated with Xiao Ayers. Modeling and facial expression analysis system. No criminal can escape their eyes. Yes, Commander in Command. Tang Yi respectfully agreed. Well, I'm fine. You are busy. Tang Qing said. After speaking, Tang Qing gave Xiao a 2.1 billion renminbi and sent it back to the room. He took out a handful of gray bart from the warehouse and put it on the table. 6 large armor-piercing incendiary bombs were placed on the muzzle one by one. It was quite burning, and he was tired of ink and wash painting, and drawing and sketching was also quite good. Originally, he wanted to take Bart apart and draw the parts drawing, but after thinking about it, he dispelled the idea. These things can't be put in the command room. If they are put outside, it would be difficult to tell if they were seen by his uncle. In the next few days, Tang Qing felt deeply the difficulty of becoming an official Monday morning. The Qingyan Municipal Party Committee approved the appointment of his uncle Qin Yugong and appointed him as the head of the Qingyan City Economic Development Zone Police Station, the deputy director of the Qingyan City Public Security Bureau, a member of the party group, and a deputy division level. After the meeting, the news of the promotion of his uncle spread, and a lot of people came to visit at a time. They are not here to ask for work. After all, Qin Yugong's style of behavior will tell you after a little inquiries. There are no fools who can come to the door. They just want to get familiar with them, especially those enterprises in the economic development zone. Even for a long time, there are few people coming to the door, but suddenly become the leader of the city bureau, and it is still an important position such as the economic development zone. This position is very important. In this era of GDP and command, as long as local enterprises develop healthily, it is easy to move up, and it is not always certain when Qin Yugong will become a director general director. In the end, those gifts, except for fruits, tobacco and alcohol, were shunned by Qin Yugong, but they were also annoying, and it was not too serious to drive people away. After all, it was understandable that people came to visit in advance and found it familiar. He had done it before. Tang Qing didn't think there was anything in this kind of culture, and he didn't think it was rotten, because isn't it the same all over the world? What's so surprising and despised? The US is not the same as other Western countries. It's just that this kind of visit has been moved to events such as receptions, banquets, and parties. Gifts have become other forms of support, in essence. There is not much difference. Even Western countries are even more blatant, putting the exchange of interests on the bright side. The country is just more implicit in the way. What's the matter? Isn't the relationship between people established in this way? April 12th. It was the day after Qin Yugong's appointment was approved by the Municipal Party Committee by a show of hands. School is over at noon. Tang Qing and Li Kai came to Baiwei Restaurant. Looking at the hotel's familiar plaque, Tang Qing couldn't help but stop and watch for a while. This hotel was the first investment project in his life. At that time, he was still very excited, thinking that it would make a lot of money. But in less than half a year, the money he owns far exceeds previous imagination. If the total assets really add up, the current richest man in China will definitely be beaten by him. If you count the various underground people in Burma, the value of these minerals, the top 10 richest people in the country add up to less than him. However, those wealth basically cannot be directly named in his name, but what about it? Anyway, it is all his own. These capitals can be hidden under the water. If they are exposed to the surface of the water, they are likely to provoke all kinds of monsters, and it will be troublesome to handle of. At this time, he really missed the situation of preparing the store at that time. It has been more than a month since the opening of the year. He has not been here once. This time, Li Jiangguo said that he had something to discuss with him. Li Jiangguo was the one who passed the word. "Okay, otherwise he doesn't know when it will be next time. Haven't come in yet." Tang Qing saw a familiar voice, Zhang Jing. Tang Qing stood at the door for a while. Zhang Jing naturally saw Tang Qing a long time ago. Her face was very happy. She still liked Tang Qing a little in her heart before, but after not seeing it for so long, the feeling gradually faded, and she gradually realized that it was just a hormonal impulse, not love at all, so she lost that thought. Looking at Tang Qing Lai now, he really regarded him as a younger brother. Tang Qing smiled at Zhang Jing. Walk into the store. Boss, you are finally willing to come. I haven't seen your figure in the beginning of the year. Zhang Jing complained a little bit, pouting. Well, Sister Jing, you talk first, I'll go to my dad. Li Kai finished speaking and went into the kitchen. Why, I'm not busy. Tang Qing used the same excuse again. Anyway, it can be used anywhere. Being busy is an omnipotent excuse. But after all, it is an excuse, and facing the cause is the right way. Busy? Why did I hear Li Kai say that you often go to your little girlfriend on weekends? Zhang Jing chuckled, covering her mouth. This, isn't you here? I won't use it. Tang Qing was also a little embarrassed when he saw it being revealed. But now it's dinner, and the waiters are too busy. Zhang Jing can't always chat with Tang Qing and ask him to stand at the door, so he stopped teasing him, saying, Okay, little boss, you go up soon. Well, the dishes are not bad. If you are hungry, you can eat first. Well, it's hard work, Sister Jing. Tang Qing said. No hard work. Go up quickly. Zhang Jing said. Great. Tang Qing went upstairs after talking for a long time, and it was still box number 6. At this time, the dishes are almost ready, leaving a big place in the middle. I want to wait for Li Jiangguo to prepare a big dish. I have to say that Li Jiangguo's craftsmanship is really good, and he has been constantly learning new dishes and new methods, just like now, after so long. He found that few dishes on this table were the ones he had eaten before, but for a moment Tang Qing wasn't surprised anymore. Thinking about how Li Jiangguo was able to achieve $1 billion worth in his previous life, if he didn't know how to forge ahead and make continuous progress, how could it be possible? The usual accumulation may not show results in a short time, but the quantity will cause a qualitative change, and once an opportunity is encountered, it will skyrocket. Li Jiangguo is such a person. This reminded Tang Qing of the ad slogan again. Great. Just because it never stops moving forward. Thinking about it, it's quite burning, and it makes sense. After a while, Li Jiangguo came up with the last big dishes. A few simple greetings. Seated one after another, Li Kai ate silently by the side. He knew that there was a business today and did not speak indiscriminately. Xiao Tang, come and taste them. These dishes of mine are all new to me. Give me some advice. You have not been here for so long, and you have no chance to cook them for you. Li Jiangguo said with a smile. Tang Qing said politely. I'm a layman, so I don't dare to make any comments. Uncle can bring it up. It's definitely your proud work. You can see the expression of this foodie. After that, he pointed to the side and ate hard. Li Kai, seeing Tang Qing and his father staring at him, Li Kai said, What do you think of me? I am responsible for eating. Smelly boy, eat you. Let's see what's wrong with you. Li Jiangguo scolded with a smile. At present, Li Kai also ignored other things and continued to eat quickly. Of course he had eaten these things too, but he did not get them all at once. This time, it was also in Tang Qing's light. In Li Kai's opinion, these dishes are not much better than the expensive dishes in 5-star hotels. Although the ingredients from the last meal were expensive and delicious, they were basically Western-style dishes. In practice, many things can only be said to have their own strengths. In terms of taste, a bowl of chaos is still delicious on the street. Uncle Li, what are you calling me to do this time? Tang Qing asked directly. If he didn't make it clear, the food was tasteless. Li Kai didn't know Li Jiangguo's purpose, but was just responsible for spreading the word. That's it. Uncle has been in business for almost half a year, made some money, and has some thoughts. That is, Uncle wants to carry forward our hotel. Li Jiangguo put down his chopsticks and looked at Tang Qing and said seriously, Uncle is going to expand. Tang Qing immediately understood, or not surprisingly. Li Jiangguo was like the king's father, who was so successful. How could he want to hang himself in this restaurant? Well, that's what my uncle thinks. I want to start a catering company and build Baiwei into a restaurant chain. Li Jiangguo said simply that he had this idea after the beginning of the year, but he has been making plans and learning until the beginning of the year. Now the time is ripe to talk to Tang Qing. No problem. I raise my hands to support the company. A restaurant is too small to make any money. Does Uncle want me to buy shares? Tang Qing asked. He didn't say the word borrowing money, which is not a good word after all. Li Jianguo breathed a sigh of relief and said, "If you agree, I can rest assured. Yes, I am definitely not enough in terms of funds. I know that you are doing borrowing, so..." After finishing speaking, he looked at Tang Qing. He also made this decision a long time after thinking about it. "How much do you need?" Tang Qing asked directly. I don't know how much you can contribute, whether you want to buy shares or borrow money." Li Jianguo whispered. "It doesn't matter how much. You can buy shares or borrow money. It depends on your plan." Tang Qing said nothing. 10 million, 5 million in shares, 5 million in loans. You account for 50% of the shares, can you? Li Jianguo gritted his teeth and said, "This number is already so big that he feels frightened. But it's a rare bet in life to hold the courageous to death, to starve the courageous to death. Is 10 million enough?" Tang Qing asked rhetorically. Li Jianguo was stunned and said quickly, That's enough." Tang Qing thought for a while and then said, "Uncle, let's do it. I will lend you 10 million, buy a share of 10 million. How about 20 million in total? What can 10 million do?" He now likes to spend more and more money. Up. Li Jianguo didn't answer directly, but smiled bitterly. You are not afraid that I am worthy. I can't bear 10 million. Uncle is not afraid of loss. I am naturally not afraid." Tang Qing smiled. "Only 20 million. Even if it is ridiculous, it will be the same as losing $1 on the road. It feels nothing." Thank you," Li Jianguo said with solemn thanks. "You're welcome. I also hope that my uncle will help me make money. If I make more money in the future, the company is worth more. Uncle, don't dislike me and take advantage." Tang Qing joked. "As long as there are no surprises, the rate of return on this investment is quite generous." "That's okay. Happy cooperation." Li Jianguo picked up the wine glass. The gratitude in his heart was beyond words. Happy cooperation. After clinking the glasses, the two drank them all. Then the two discussed the issue of share distribution. In the end, there was little change. 10 million yuan was counted as a share, and 10 million yuan was counted as a loan. The interest rate was still 1% per month. After 1 year, the repayment was 100% at the end of each quarter. 20% will be paid off within 3 years at the latest. In terms of shares, Tang Qing accounted for 48% and Li Jianguo 52%, 50 of which was regarded as the proportion of capital. The 2% that Tang Qing paid was regarded as management shares. This was what Tang Qing insisted, and Li Jianguo tried his best to refuse. Tang Qing holds this company, but Tang Qing did not agree. Even a 50% stake in one person, he did not agree to because he would never do a 55 business. The same as the original restaurant. This is not an industry he is interested in at all. I just wanted to help Li Jianguo. Anyway, even without him, Li Jianguo would not be a mediocre person in the future, and he would have a helping hand if he could help. And there was also Li Kai's relationship. "Uncle, you can call this catering company for all matters related to this restaurant company. They will handle everything, regardless of capital injection or whatever. They will take the account of this company. This is also one of my companies. He is a professional business information company. Consulting companies, you can consult commercial issues free of charge there. He will also be stationed in finance to enter the company to take up positions, but will not intervene in anything in the company." Tang Qing gave Li Jianguo the phone number of Tianyin Vice President He Zixin. Of course, Li Jianguo's company can't be impunity. Even if he has a good relationship with Li Jianguo, he will not be allowed to mess around. Tianyin's professionalism can also ensure the safety of this investment. "No problem, I won't let you lose money." Li Jianguo readily agreed. He has this confidence. It is also the first time that he knows that Tang Qing has other companies. Before, he only knew about Shengtang Apparel. But fortunately, with the free consultation and help of professionals, his confidence is even stronger. Finished talking about things. After a few glasses of wine, plus the long time no see, Li Jianguo's chat box was also opened, and he constantly introduced Tang Qing to the origins of the dishes on the table. It turned out that part of it was learned from books, and part of it was to go to other restaurants to inspect. Here, he is a chef. Basically, he can know the recipe of the dishes and what they put in a few mouthfuls. He can even guess the order according to the taste of the food, and he can learn it after a few tries. Pretty close. Finally, After Li Jiangwo's continuous improvement of these dishes, the taste has finally stabilized. Tang Qing can only give a thumbs up to this because the taste is really good. Li Jiangwo used to open restaurants that were relatively small and hired few people. He became a dog every day. He didn't have much time to think about other things. He wanted to sleep when he went home. It was uncomfortable to smell the smoke. But since Byway opened, he has become more the easier it is. The more your thinking will gradually change, and you will have the ambition to make more money if you feel tired. So he taught his apprentices. Now, except for a few complicated dishes that need to be stared at and explore new dishes, he basically doesn't cook anymore. So he has more time to think about commercial vocabulary. He is not afraid of the church's apprentice starving to death his master. Byway is not a small restaurant, so he can just change jobs and open the same to compete. Besides, the most important thing in this restaurant is him. It's the enterprising heart, not that one. Something that has been researched out. After listening to the introduction of the last dish, Tang Qingzhan said, "After listening to my uncle's introduction, I am very confident in the company's future development." Li Jiangguo was very happy to hear Tang Qing's compliment. It's good to have confidence. I'm also afraid that you may feel that it's too bad. The competition in the catering industry is very fierce now. Hotels, Western restaurants, seafood restaurants, etc., to put it bluntly, is to go above the customer unit price. The most important thing is the environment, followed by the taste. There is another way to go deeper. Although my uncle cooks Chinese food, he is not old-fashioned. If he really only cooks all kinds of Chinese food, it is definitely a dead end. Therefore, uncle prepares to make high and deep dishes at the same time. If it's high, I'm going to start with seafood restaurants and buffets. By the way, I hope it is more than just a stir-fry restaurant. But it's easier to make it deeper. A very distinctive product can be developed. It can be a local snack or an evolution of other Chinese dishes, all made into a central kitchen model, and all kinds of ingredients are processed. Direct marketing or joining, we will look at when the time comes. Of course, these are just my uncle's general ideas. Then I will consult your experts at that time, but my idea is to start with a seafood restaurant. Next, Li Jiangguo, a senior amateur expert, gave Tang Qing a lot of talks. Although it was a bit messy and ideal, many details were not complete, but Tang Qing also understood that Li Jiangguo also graduated from elementary school. That's it. It's impossible to expect him to make a perfect business plan right away, but it's okay. With Tianyin, let them make a plan, and Tianyin will do this. Full of wine and food. To die? To die. I can't move. What should I do? Li Kai slumped on the chair, leaned his head back on the chair, squinted his eyes, and touched his belly with an expression that I was about to hang up. Deserve it. Who told you to eat so much? Tang Qing said irritably. Li Kai said, of course you have to eat more if it is delicious. It's over. I can't walk, old Tang, or go to class later in the afternoon. Smelly boy, you want to skip class, Li Jiangguo scolded with a smile. It's okay. There's old Tang. The teacher will definitely not say me. Li Kai is not afraid at all. You're sorry, Li Jiangguo said. Li Kai changed his posture, hugged the chair sideways, and naturally said, what's the embarrassment, old Tang? You can speak. I really can't walk. After speaking, he shook his body pretending to be a daughter. Tang Qing's goosebumps all got up. You give me a stop? Then what? Forget it. Let's take a break. Li Kai is so full, and I must have no energy in class. Tang Qing shook his head and said to Li Jiangguo. He originally wanted to talk about Sa Jin, but Li Jiangguo is here, so he can't say that. Xiaotang, I'm afraid it will delay your study. Li Jiangguo said. Before Tang Qing was polite, Li Kai said first, Dad, how is this possible? Old Tang is the first in grade, and he has almost perfect score in his subjects. If I have this result, I would be early. I won't go to school anymore. After hearing this, Li Jiangguo glared at his son and said, fortunately, you are not. You should learn more from Xiaotang. You still have to go to class if you have such good grades. What reason do you have to slack off? Tang Qing became a child of another family again, and he could only smile bitterly about it. I know, Li Kai replied without thinking. You know what a SHD? I will have the college entrance examination in less than 2 months. If the exam is not good, I won't take care of you. Li Jiangguo said a lesson. What's the standard for good? I'm definitely not as good as Tang, but if I pass the exam, there are no rewards. Li Kai began to negotiate terms. Li Jiangguo thought for a while and said, the rewards are naturally available, and the conditions are not very high. As long as you are on the second line, I will reward you with a computer. If it is a book, 1 computer plus 1 is fine. A mobile suit and 2,000 yuan in cash. He knows his son's grades. The second book is not a big problem, and the first book is basically impossible. The main function of this condition is to keep him from slacking off. Okay, I want a computer, I want a mobile suit, I want to play for learning. Li Kai was a little overwhelmed and quickly changed his words. Boy, don't think I don't know what you are doing with it. Anyway, you have to go to college. After the college entrance examination, I allow you to go out to play, but you must come to the store or work in the future company during the university vacation. Did you hear that? Li Jiangguo said with a serious face. In order to prevent his son from being rich and falling into chaos, he can only make this move. He hopes that his son will mature soon and help him. The most important thing is that he is far away from home with this one son. Well, think about it. Dad, I'm your son. Would you like to catch my strong man like this? Li Kai said bitterly. So many vacations have been booked by his father. It's strange that he can be happy. He also wants to be everywhere during the college vacation. Traveling is cool. It's best to find a girlfriend and live a shameless holiday. Furthermore, your vacation after the college entrance examination is gone. Li Jiangguo ignored his son's complaint at all. Oh, got it. Li Kai didn't dare to speak anymore and looked pitiful. Tang Qing smiled and listened to the bickering between the two. He remembered his previous life. When he went to Li Kai's house to play, the father and son negotiated terms. Li Kai asked for pocket money and fancy styles. When Qing went to his house, there were very good reasons for asking for money. If other friends playing, Li Jiangguo would ignore it at all, but Tang Qing is Li Kai's few or even the only decent friend, a good student, and no bad habits. Of course, he will not be stingy. He will give a lot every time. He did not look down on Tang Qing, who had no money at all, and was very enthusiastic every time he went. This is also one of the main reasons why Tang Qing is helping Li Jiangguo so vigorously now. Comparing heart to heart. See, that class is coming soon. Tang Qing hurriedly called the head teacher. The head teacher who received the call heard that Tang Qing ate too much at noon and wanted to rest for a while, so he quickly cared. Tang Qing is the school's baby bump. As for Li Kai being late with Tang Qing, the head teacher didn't say anything. She knew that the two were very good friends. Even Li Kai was Tang Qing's only male friend at school, and she didn't care. It was a big deal. After hanging up the phone, Li Jiangguo suddenly asked, by the way, Xiaotang, I heard that your uncle is going to be transferred. Oh, uncle who heard that? Tang Qing said with a smile. A policeman? No, your uncle often comes to take care of our business. I know a few policemen who came and went. I accidentally heard about them when they came here for dinner last night. I just don't know where to transfer, nor do I. It's good to ask them, Li Jiangguo explained. Looking at Li Jiangguo's expression, Tang Qing knew that he was a little worried and comforted. It's okay, uncle. Just do business well. No one dares to trouble you. That's good. What position is this time? Li Jiangguo asked curiously. The director of the Development Zone Police Station concurrently serves as the deputy director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Tang Qing said lightly. Deputy director? Li Jiangguo said in surprise. The position of the director of the police station was automatically ignored. How could the director have the power of the director? Well, uncle just needs to do business well. If you have any questions or people from the government make things difficult, you can directly find Sky Eye. If they can't handle it, they will tell me. Tang Qing said. Huh. Li Jiangguo was surprised again. He could understand business problems from Tianyin, but could someone make things difficult for Tianyin to solve? What is this setting? He did not understand. Uncle, don't be surprised. Tianyin is very strong. Generally, you can find them for everything. You will know them slowly. They will find me if they can't handle it. I'm also a handy shopkeeper. Tang Qing also didn't give a specific explanation. In fact, he didn't know too much about Tianyin's network. Because of Do Jiao, he had dealt with the local government on some matters. Many people in key departments knew which Tianyin Do Jiao was in, so one by one. It's a lot of face, and slowly getting along with each other, it can be fully regarded as a personal network of Tianyin. Although Tang Qing still doesn't know the specific background of Do Jiao, It can be seen from Fengsan that in Qingyan City, Do Jiao has no relationship with him. What makes things difficult is the egg hitting the stone. He said this completely because he wanted to be lazy. Anyway, apart from money matters, there was no trouble with Do Jiao. All right, Li Jiangguo agreed, and he became more curious about what kind of company Tianyin is. After eating, the waiter cleared the table. Li Jiangguo had a pot of good tea. Li Kai slowed his stomach bloating in the box and turned on the TV to watch it. But Tang Qing is not interested in watching TV. Got up and went downstairs. He still has something to tell Zhang Jing. At this time, the customers were almost gone. Among the waiters, Tang Qing found a few new faces. Come to the front desk. Sister Jing, how many of the previous employees have left? Tang Qing grabbed the melon seeds that Zhang Jing handed over and licked it. Yes, some of them went back to get married. Zhang Jing smiled. Oh, as long as it's not because of the low salary. Tang Qing said. The salary of his subsidiary companies is higher than that of the same industry. This is his first career. If he leaves all sorts of people because of the low salary, the face is also dull. How is it possible that our wages have risen and then risen again? They are definitely one of the best in the surrounding area. Zhang Jing said happily. She was happy when she thought of her salary. Although Tang Qing hadn't been here for a long time, Li Jiangguo was also very good at being a human being, and business was increasing. The better, their wages have also increased a lot, and I am very satisfied. She saved up all of this money and sent some of it home for her mother and sister to use, and the other part was for her sister's college tuition. Like Tang Qing, my sister is also taking the college entrance examination this year. She doesn't spend money on food and accommodation here, and she doesn't have time to go out. Tang Qing looks like her clothes are from last year, and they are a bit old and faded. It's good if you are satisfied. How has the business been recently? Tang Qing said. Very good. Sales are increasing every month. It's only limited by the local area. It has basically reached the top. Zhang Jing said. Limited by the venue, sales have met the ceiling. This is what Li Jiangguo wants to expand. Direct cause. Sister Jing is interested in learning knowledge about property. Tang Qing stated his purpose. Zhang Jing is his first employee, and Li Jiangguo will also build a new company. It is a bit inappropriate for Zhang Jing to stay in this small hotel. What do you mean? Zhang Jing questioned. That's it. Uncle Li is going to expand and become a catering company. At that time, you will need financial personnel. If you learn, I will arrange for you to go in. The salary will be higher and the work will be easier. I don't know if you are interested. Tang Qing said slowly. Zhang Jing was pleasantly surprised and said, Really? Want to start a company? Of course I am willing. Haha. I can sit in the office, but I don't know anything. Zhang Jing looked at Tang Qing worriedly. It's okay, can't learn. Whoever is born can do everything. The company can give you paid and funded training. Tang Qing said with a smile. Okay, you have the final say. You recruited me anyway. Zhang Jing replied without any doubts. This is the company address. You will change the name of another company. This is also my company. It helps me to supervise the companies that I participate in. The address is above. You will report next Monday, and they will arrange everything else. Tang Qing wrote an address and handed it over. What about the work here? Zhang Jing said. Your current job? Uncle Li finds someone to replace you. I'll talk to Uncle Li later. Tang Qing said. That's good. Thank you. Zhang Jing thanked. What are you polite? You are my first employee. I don't care if you are successful or not. I have to study hard in the future. You can even go to an in-service university. The company will pay for it. They are all high-quality professional students from major colleges and universities. If you want to integrate into them, you have to show some strength. I believe you. Tang Qing said seriously. Recruiting Zhang Jing into the eyes of the sky was his long-standing idea, and it was also him. The first time I walked through the back door, although the academic qualifications were low, Zhang Jing has been working hard, so there is value in training. With a correct attitude, the ability can be gradually cultivated. When you don't know your attitude, you can only look at your abilities. When you don't know your true abilities, you can only look at your academic qualifications. This is the basic rule for companies recruiting people. I won't let you down. Zhang Jing said firmly. Having the opportunity to read and study again is what she dreams of. She is not afraid to compare with anyone. After talking with Zhang Jing, Tang Qing talked to Li Jiangguo again. He didn't mention Li Jiangguo when he had a meal before, less Zhang Jing liked working here. If she didn't want to leave, then he would be embarrassed and embarrassed then. There is also Zhang Jing. Of course, Li Jianguo didn't have any opinion on this. Zhang Jing was originally the person that Tang Qing recruited. He could arrange it whatever he wanted. He couldn't manage it, so let's just hire another person. After half an hour, see it's late, Tang Qing went upstairs and saw Li Kai still watching TV, so he quickly dragged him downstairs to school. Sister Jing, I'm leaving. Remember to report on time. Tang Qing exhorted again before leaving. Okay. Zhang Jing agreed. After that, Tang Qing and Li Kai left the byway restaurant, leaving Zhang Jing with a look of excitement. They only felt that Tang Qing was really the noble person in her life, not only gave her a well-paid job, but also gave her a chance to learn and to improve. The gratitude in my heart is beyond words, but I don't know what kind of company Tianyan is, but no matter what, she won't be ashamed of Tang Qing. Sitting in a taxi, where do you want Sister Jing to report? Li Kai couldn't help asking. Tang Qing explained, go to my other company. Li Kai was surprised and said, what? Old Tang, what you have hidden is really deep enough. Honestly explain, how many companies do you have besides the Tang dynasty? If it weren't for the second character of Nakamoto, not so many. Wawa Changxi didn't think so much, and most people had long been inferior, but this was also because Tang Qingming became friends with him. Friends are nothing more than thinking about so much. The more you think, the more you lose. This may be Li Kai's cleverness. Strictly speaking, there are only two families, and the others only hold part of the shares. Tang Qing said, while holding the car window and looking out the window. He may be the most protagonist. After working for a long time, except for a small restaurant, none of his companies earns dividends for him. He has been posting money all the time. Tang Qing is more interesting and curious as he thinks about it. Only two? A hurtful word for Kai. Li Kai couldn't help but vomit from the bottom of his heart. The driver's master also listened to the comparison between the two student costumes behind him, and he curled his lips. I still run a company, and I still drive a train. That's not easy, old Tang, please. Li Kai's eyes turned vigorously, with an expression of begging for support. What to bring? Tang Qing asked in confusion. Take me to hang up together. I want to start a company too. Li Kai said with a grin, watching Tang Qing roll his eyes, and it is no longer funny, and then said, by the way, old Tang, you are ready to go after the college entrance examination. What are you doing? Go and play with my second uncle, Thailand. Tang Qing said. Thailand. Li Kai's eyes lit up and said, can I go? Yes, let's chant together. Tang Qing promised, with a little more personal. Great. Then I'm going to save money now, and then I will ask my dad what I want. Li Kai said happily. He never thought of completely rubbing Tang Qing. Even if Tang Qing agreed, he would not agree. Although he is a little bit late, he still has self-esteem. His father knew it and would not want it. Tang Qing didn't want to say anything about everything. It was not polite, but charity, which was very hurtful. So he said, okay, by the way, how are you and your little girlfriend? I'm still in a stalemate. She said that after the college entrance examination, I think it is 8 or 9, waiting for my good news. Li Kai was a little excited about this. That's good, but I don't know if you are a city at that time, Tang Qing reminded again. Li Kai grinned and said, it's okay. If we really love, what is the region? If not, how about being together? Anyway, I am going to follow you to the Shanghai stock market. I also told her. In the end, it will be fine. I accept them all. The heart is quite broad. Don't look at who I am. The future innocent little love saint. A man with a world in mind, and a horse in all directions. Li Kai began to shamelessly again. After getting out of the car and standing in front of the school, Tang Qing called He Zixin directly, told her about Zhang Jing's specific situation, and asked her to arrange the next personnel and training. He Zi faced her boss and walked through the back door. Xian could only think about it crookedly, thinking that she was a related household. By the way, Tang Qing also explained Li Jiangwo's affairs, and even immediately transferred 20 million yuan to the company's account in minutes. He Zixin's heart was surging. This boss, like a bank, wants how much money he wants. Arrived, the domineering can't do it, it won't do. To be honest, for Li Jiangwo's company, He Zixin is also very curious about this kind of preferential conditions that are almost free. Why is Tang Qing not interested in holding a certain company or not interested in holding a company in certain industries? Maybe just take care of him, just get things done. Seeing that there are more and more enterprises under the jurisdiction of Tianyin, He Zixin is also very happy. Although Tianyin does not have direct rights, the feeling of this kind of supervisor is really refreshing. Just like the public, it will inexplicably produce one. This kind of superiority, basically no one can escape, saying that there is no hidden deep. After hanging up the phone, Tang Qing knew that Tianyin would be busy again, and taught Li Jianguo, a half-hearted chef, how to build a successful business, or the Red Sea market, which is a test for Tianyin. Listening to Tang Qing's various orders and the confidence on his face, Li Kai was also convinced. Facing someone who could not be surpassed, he could only approach slowly. But anyway, following Tang Qing, it was true that there was meat to eat, and Tang Qing was also ready. Take him, so he didn't shy away from this call. Of course, he didn't want to train Li Kai as a subordinate. He never had this idea. He hoped that Li Kai could be on his own and have his own career, because he doesn't want to lose this friendship. Seeing Tang Qing making a call on the way to school, the teacher he saw said nothing. Tang Qing had been to the commendation meeting. As long as this full-point evildoer doesn't burn the school, no one will care about what he does. The same goes for entering the classroom. The teacher is in class. As soon as Tang Qing and Li Kai entered, the chemistry teacher smiled and let Tang Qing sit down quickly. At night, Tang Qing returned to his uncle's house. He carried a lot of snacks. This was promised to Qin Shiqi in the morning. The reason was that Qin Shiqi washed his clothes yesterday, so he still rushed to do it for this snack. Of course, Tang Qing would not be stingy. I bought a large bag of messy things. What I get for what I fancy, and the total is only a few hundred yuan, which is really cheap. As soon as Tang Qing entered the door, Qin Shiqi rushed out of the room and jumped happily. Brother, you finally came back, which made me wait for so long. Qin Shiqi grabbed the big bag of snacks. His eyes lit up. Don't you want to line up? Tang Qing would not admit that he had a big barbecue outside. Qin Shiqi sniffed her nose and pointed at Tang Qing Xiao's eyebrows and said, "A lie, there is a smell in the tone of words. You actually ate barbecue." "No," Tang Qing said, closing his mouth. "But this can't conceal the smell of barbecue in my breath. It's a mistake. I haven't said that." With a mouthful of barbecue taste, Qin Shiqi asked with her arms folded. I only ate a bunch," Tang Qing admitted. Huh. Qin Shiqi's expression of guess I believe it or not. "Look at your hand. It's not that you didn't bring it to you," Tang Qing said irritably. "It doesn't matter. I have to have a barbecue tomorrow." Qin Shiqi carried the snacks behind her back. "You won't buy it yourself?" Tang Qing said. "No money." Qin Shi's reason for qi is extremely strong. Looking at Qin Shiqi's eyes, Tang Qing knew what she thought. It turned out to be here waiting for him. Tang Qing hurriedly exceeded all the money in his pocket and said, "Move, 13 yuan and 6 cents. All for you. Aunt and uncle haven't come back today. Otherwise Qin Shiqi wouldn't dare to be so crazy in the living room." "Hee, I have money." Qin Shiqi snatched it and put it in her pocket, not even giving Tang Qing a dime. Jumping back to her room, a voice suddenly came out. "Girl, this is yours, this is mine. This is yours, this is..." The dividing the spoils meeting has begun. Tang Qing smiled and shook his head. There are so many lovely people and life is so good. Dinner. "Shiqi, I just heard that you asked Tang and Tang for money again." My aunt looked at Qin Shiqi and asked. "It's a little bit. Only a dozen yuan," Qin Shiqi said in a low voice, and glared at her sister after she finished speaking. It was obvious that she was suing her, but she didn't mean to blame. Her sister was not only a mild cleanliness addiction and a severe obsessive-compulsive disorder. Outside of the patients, they just don't lie, especially to their own family members. "Didn't Tang Tang buy you food?" Aunt continued to educate. "Brother is rich anyway, isn't it, bro?" Qin Shiqi was very confident. Yes, Miss Shiqi, welcome to come again." "Okay," Tang Qing said angrily. "Mom, look, brother has no objection. He is still very happy." Qin Shiqi seemed to be proud of her face for a good reason. "You still have reason," Aunt said, patted Qin Shiqi on the head. The uncle watched from the sidelines. The family is together. This is what he wants, right? Not interested, wherever it is to serve the people, isn't it? At this time, the TV news of the province was on the TV. After the leaders are busy, there is international news. According to the latest news, large-scale underground clashes have occurred on the streets of Bangkok, Thailand in the past 2 days. 13 people have been killed and dozens of people have been injured so far. Tourists who want to go to Bangkok recently are advised to consider carefully. Please see the detailed report next. This is Bangkok. Puff. Hearing this, the food in Tang Qing's mouth spurted out. If he hadn't covered it with his hands, he wouldn't be able to eat this meal. He didn't expect to see this kind of news in China. The previous news was generally legendary. But it's true that I really participated in it, and it was all planned by my own staff. Regarding the above figures, Tang Qing said that he did not believe it. As far as he knew, the number of people was at least hundreds. Most of them were damned people. The crimes were exhausting. Basically, there were 2 dead who didn't deserve to die. Unlucky ghost. Tang, what's the matter with you? Aunt said quickly, and second cousin Qin Shiyu also patted Tang Qing on the back. What a good sister. It's nothing. I just think this news is very useful. Reference value. Tang Qing explained quickly. That's right, it's better at home, safe and secure. And then look at the foreign countries. How messy, right? Bangkok? Isn't that the place where your second uncle is? Tang. You will call later to let him pay attention to safety. Auntie suddenly remembered that Tang Kai was also in Bangkok, and she was a little worried. Okay, no problem. Tang Qing agreed, but he didn't care. How could something happen to my second uncle? Several soldiers were watching over and under, and there was always a 6-person emergency response team to support them. This emergency team was the one who performed the task of removing the people last time. These fighters will not have any serious or unscrupulous identities and jobs in Bangkok. They are usually lurking and distributed throughout Bangkok. Whenever there is a need, they will immediately gather and take up weapons to perform their tasks. The scope is the whole of Thailand, not limited to Bangkok. It would be dangerous if you go there to play after the college entrance examination, or don't stop it. Aunt worried. Auntie, it's okay, just go shopping over the main local attractions. Second uncle is also considered a local snake. Bring a few bodyguards. It must be okay. Tang Qing comforted, leaving him and the others to travel to Bangkok. For more than 2 months, many things will be completed in these 2 months. At that time, it is basically impossible to have trouble. It's a big deal to get the soldiers there to prepare before going and clean up in advance. What a big deal. Well, that's all right. My aunt doesn't say much anymore. It doesn't matter how Tang Kai can be so big. She doesn't think about it anymore. Anyway, Tang Kai heard that there are more than a dozen bodyguards, so many people. It will be prohibitive everywhere. After a meal, Tang Qing called his second uncle, and since his aunt said everything, it's no good not to call. Tang, what's the matter? Tang Kai questioned, who was about to rest. What? I just watched the news and said that Bangkok is a bit uneasy. Second uncle should pay attention to safety and try to go out as little as possible. Tang Qing said, the call is always a little weird, but I can't figure out where it is for a while. Weird. Haha. It's okay. These things have nothing to do with me. Tang Kai laughed. He still wondered why, but he knew that the underground forces in Bangkok are now in a mess, even if everyone in the game sees it. Bo Yun was weird. He was dazzled too, but it really had nothing to do with him. The chaos were all unknown, and the underground forces that had a good relationship with him were a peaceful scene, as if they were not in a city. Although weird, he has no tendency to be abused, which is good. That's good. Pay attention to safety during this time. After being concerned about studying again, Tang Qing hung up the phone. Elder, it's really a troublesome species, and it's hard to learn. After hanging up the second uncle's call, Tang Qing went back to the room after washing. And by the way, Qin Shichi kindly rewarded a lot of snacks. The reason was that she didn't like to eat them, or only tasted them, which indicated that they were not in good taste. They gave it all to him, with the good name, "Don't waste food," and then left him without a word, leaving him happily. Regarding this, Tang Qing could only continue with a bitter face. Fortunately, he had thought of this result a long time ago, so he was very cautious when buying. These are what he thinks tastes good. Hey, you have Zhongliangji, and we did. The wall ladder is not. Well, the proverb is wrong. Lock the door. The drawing board was erected, and the 20 pencils were sharpened and set aside for later use. He didn't like to sharpen the pencils while drawing. He felt disturbed. One drawing was best done at one go. On the table in front of him, there was a large British sniper. Tang Qing was holding snacks in his left hand and drawing with a pen in his right hand. The exercise during this period of time, coupled with precise control, ensured that Tang Qing could draw without using a ruler. The straight line is the same as the one drawn with a ruler. But his mind was thinking about things in Bangkok. Tang Qing never intended to be a big boss of underground forces, nor did he intend to use fighters to unify the global underground forces, because he was not interested, and the things involved in it were definitely not what he was willing to deal with now. There were fighters. We can't handle it. It's a muddy pool of water, and it's still deep. Only if you jump in will you know that it's a huge pit. It will definitely be troublesome to participate in too much and too deep. To put it bluntly, if it wasn't because the second uncle was in Bangkok and the fellow Bong was in trouble, Tang Qing would never interfere in Bangkok's affairs, and there would be no current affairs in Myanmar. But this does not mean that he will let go of this big piece of fat. Although he will not directly plan such a deep penetration and control plan like Bangkok in the future, it is not bad to collect their protection fees. He is considering whether to form a special organization, just like those in the United States who are preparing to kidnap. Like Lugan's people, they stand behind the scenes and only take action when necessary, collecting protection fees for the big men of the global underground forces. Of course, going to the door to ask for money or kidnapping or blackmailing is brain-disabled and mentally handicapped. Those people will definitely attack them in groups. Even if their fighter's strength is useless, they can still kill them all. Therefore, this kind of thing can only rely on outstanding and cooperation. That's right, it's cooperation. Such as, the soldier went to the other side's door. Brother, you've been the second child for so many years, isn't it the boss? Oh, yes I do. That's good. We will help you plan the upper-level plan to ensure that everything is seamless. We will do everything, and you will be responsible for cooperating. If it fails, the refund will be doubled, but if it is done, the cost will be a bit high, and the status and site will be given to you. Then your boss's money will all belong to us. Brother, is it okay? What, have an opinion? Boom. The next one, the youngest, repeats the same conversation. Know the current affairs. Unlike the second child, since you have no opinion, we will charge a little membership fee every month after you are in office. Not much, only a few $1 million a month, which accounts for 100% of your income. 10%, very cheap. This guarantees that we will never attack you again. What? Do not agree to pay the dues? Boom. The next one, the fourth child, the same thing. Well, I'll agree. The first two are stubborn. Really, isn't it good to be alive? I have to die. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. The two shook hands, kindly, and reached a cooperation. Although Nobu's dialogue is a bit exaggerated, because the second is basically a threat, the second will already succeed, and the third will not be his turn. But this kind of robbery pattern, the more Tang Qing thought about it, the more reasonable it became. In the end, even though Tang Qing could not control them, he could create a super organization above all underground forces, the Protection Fee Alliance. Tang Qing was very satisfied with his idea of being stupid and stupid. Well, it can really be considered, but after the extreme shortage of money in the future, let the command room make a plan first. Moreover, this plan is too hateful. This organization will always be hidden under the water in the future. It will remain mysterious and will not let people know that it is under their control. He will be a positive person in the future. This plan is likely to cultivate a giant crocodile in the future. Collecting protection fees is just a trail. If intelligence, currency, security, war, and other businesses are added, it will definitely be one of his future supergiants. The next day, Thailand, Bangkok City. Today is the day when the whole plan is finalized. Just the day before yesterday, a few new bosses gathered together to prepare the division of the site, but an accident happened again. Because the younger brother outside did not know why, he died and turned into a full-scale battle, and finally caused the big guys inside to face each other with guns. A little brother suddenly fired, igniting the fuse, stimulating the nervous crowd. Then, the battle begins. This meeting was also planned by the command room. The final elimination targets were brought together and cleaned up. It would be a bit too obvious if it was the same as before, but now everyone is together and fighting each other. Then there is nothing to say, because, except for the two small bosses who survived injuries, everyone else in the conference room. Pawn. After what happened here, their men could no longer sit still, so the last chaos began. This is also the news that Tang Qing saw on TV. The major forces competed for territory, and no one believed anyone. After 2 days of rapid integration, which was almost dreamlike, the underground forces in Bangkok seemed to suddenly calm down. Also, there is no command room to pick things up, and there is no brain damage that will mess around at special moments. Just like the death of Bassoon before, they thought it would take at least half a month to divide the territory, but suddenly conflicts continued. I thought that the dragon and the tiger were still fighting, but after the dragon and the tiger were fighting, the dragon and the tiger were dead. It's the same now. These big guys went up to the sky, and the younger brothers below are preparing to face the chaos of the next few months. But it turned out that the special 3 days were over. Each guarded the site very tacitly, and the wind was calm. So far, the original goal of the 6794 plan has been achieved. The next morning, Bangkok City Police Station. Meeting room. The director had a meeting with several deputy directors and experts. Do you think these cases are suspicious? The chief of the Bangkok Police Department frowned and asked. He always felt weird about these underground forces during this period. Director, according to the investigation, everything is normal. It is very likely that Pippa and the others have offended someone. They are now coming to retaliate, and our people have also inquired about a piece of news. The message is really true. That is, I heard that they were killed before. Someone who had already funded it, and the killer they were looking for killed them, said one of the deputy directors. He wanted to say that these people were guilty of death, and they were all scumbags who bullied men and women, but it was hard to say on this occasion. This information is also released from the command room. There are many rumors, but they are all revenge and accidents of the enemies. Without the vigilance and personal information of Pippa, all their guesses are futile and unwilling. Think about it, so that you don't get into trouble. Forget it. Our due diligence is. The director rubbed his temples and said, this matter is easy to handle or easy to handle. He also feels that these cases are a waste of effort, but the principle is certain. That is, as far as possible, it doesn't matter if you check it out or not. People take the tea to cool, and they are criminals. By the way, this period of time is so messy. Please update the personnel information in the archives as soon as possible. Understood, Chief. As long as there is no such information as Pippa last time, people feel strange at best, but there is no evidence that this is a huge game. After these days of continuous cover-ups, no one can find out, except for the few soldiers on the surface. It may be suspected, but what about it? It's just suspicion. If you want to die, the command room will fulfill him, and the entire follow-up plan will have an emergency plan after being discovered. Everything is under control. While they were meeting, the computer files of the Bangkok Police Department were hacked, and the command room revised a lot of content, added many associates, lost many files, and even changed the backup electronic data. Just 1 hour after the electronic file was revised. In the archives of the Bangkok Police Department, a fire broke out due to unknown reasons. Especially the data files of members of the underground forces suffered serious losses, and they could only be created from new archives. It's 8:30 in the evening. Bangkok. The residence of Mayor Kuan Tai. In the luxurious study on the second floor, Kuan Tai walked slowly back and forth in the room with his hands on his back. At this time, what he was thinking about was the chaos of the underground forces in Bangkok these days, especially the fire incident in the archives room of the Bangkok Police Department today. Made him notice the weird changes in Bangkok's underground forces during this time, and he felt a hint of conspiracy. Although there is no such detailed information and evidence as Pippa, the weirdness of the whole situation made him see too much unreasonableness. However, doubts are always doubts, and guesses are always guesses. He just thought for a while and didn't think about it. After all, there is really no interest relationship with those underground forces, but the opposite. The more these people die, the better. Kuntai wanted to clean up the mess in this place in Bangkok for a long time. His family is not short of money, and he also wants to make some achievements in the position of mayor, punishing and eliminating evil. But at the very beginning, he was pitted by Pippa's little trick or a well-planned bureau. The rectification plan was aborted. The latest news shows that the clashes of underground forces in Bangkok have calmed down, and a four-legged situation has quickly formed. One of the forces has even publicly stated that his subordinates are not allowed to sell contraband anymore, and that other people are prohibited from entering their sites to buy and sell. Those who don't believe in evil have been treated as chickens to be killed for the monkeys, wounded, disabled, missing, and missing. Such harsh methods have shocked many dealers who want to make a comeback. But fortunately, it is considered that he has completed his original idea and achieved what he wanted to do but couldn't do. I couldn't help but admire a little, and secretly gave a thumbs up. This is also one of the reasons why the command office dared to do so immediately. Tang Qing's orders and strength are the main aspects. Another important reason is that this kind of interest is only a conflict between the lower level, and the upper level in Bangkok simply looks down on this business. Now Bangkok's the upper echelon intends to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. It doesn't matter who wins or loses. Just when Quintiles was about to find a time to sit down and chat with the other boss, a knock on the door sounded. Boom, boom, boom. Come in, Quintai said. Master, someone is asking for a meeting outside. The butler walked in and said respectfully. Who? Kuntai asked in confusion. Someone asked to see him? It's been a long time since I came to the door without calling. Master, it's a young man. He said he was looking for you on important things, and he didn't say the way. But it shouldn't be a mess of people who can walk in here. He also gave me something and said that you would meet him. The housekeeper handed an unwrapped item. From the outside, it looked like a videotape. Kuntai is the mayor. Of course, items sent by others have to be opened for inspection. If it weren't for the strict defenses here, ordinary people would not be able to enter. This thing. What is this? Kuntai took the videotape in his hand until he saw the logo on the videotape and almost fell to the ground with a shake of his hand, because this is the indecent evidence that the Pipa mastered. The logo on it is correct. It is definitely the original master tape. Because I saw it when I was threatened by Pipa. Pipa took a deep breath. As soon as he came out of the wolf den and entered the tiger's mouth, he thought that after Pipa died, these things would disappear, but he didn't expect this thing to appear in front of him so suddenly. He was unprepared. Send him to the living room. I'll come in a while. Kuintai ordered. Yes. The butler finished speaking and went out and closed the door. Kuntai was left in deep thought in the study. Looking at the videotape in his hand, Kuntai quickly opened it and took it out after confirming that it was correct, putting it in a drawer and preparing to destroy it later. He didn't know the purpose of this person, and he didn't know if there were other sub-bands. Ask him to do something? Still want money to blackmail? Or what other purpose? Kuintai stood in the study and thought a lot, and finally found that no matter how much he thought, it was just a guess. Forget it. Let's meet first. The soldiers will stop. Immediately Kuintai came to the reception room, and the two full-time bodyguards were called out by him. No matter what purpose this person had, those bodyguards were not qualified to listen. Seeing the person sitting on the chair, he was neither humble nor arrogant, his expression calm and confident. Kuntai, who was already guilty of conscience, was also a little drumming. So many years of experience told him that a calm and composed opponent is the most terrifying. Kuntai sat down and stared at the young man in front of him and said straightforwardly, Let's say, who are you and what do you want me to do? The people here are naturally fighters, and their purpose is to get Kuntai's support. Now they are fledgling and can only find some backers. Kuntai is a good choice, and there are other people besides them. They are all legacy left by Pippa. Of course, the support the soldiers need is not that they need help, but that they don't take the initiative to attack them. If there is an action against them, you will be notified in advance. For other things, Kuntai and others are really unnecessary. Hello, my name is not important. What is important is what we will talk about next. The soldier said, What's the matter? Kuntai frowned and asked. When he came to him with this thing, he naturally thought of the force that killed the Pipa, and the accuracy was close to 100%. Relax, Mayor Kuntai. We just hope to get your support and want to make friends with you by the way. The soldier said slowly. You killed the Pipa? Kuntai asked, without answering the soldier's question. I don't know who the Pipa is. This videotape was only picked up by accident. The soldier said nonsense. Soldiers, tricks, do not need the command from the command room, and the low-level skill fighters like cheating can also be handed over. Picked it up? You lie? Kuntai said in his heart. Do you think you picked an apple by the side of the road? It's okay to hell. The Pipa must have been killed by you. a group of murderers. Do you think I'm a kid? Pick it up. You still dare to come to the door after you killed the Peepa. I won't compromise with you. Kuan Tai said with a sneer. He helps people with small things, most disgusting people, and he will never do criminal things. He has great ambitions and does not want to be dragged down by these one day. Want to threaten me with this thing? You are dreaming. Mayor Kuan Tai, please rest assured, we will not make you embarrassed, but hope that you will not trouble us in the future, and what we do is what you want. The soldier explained. What do I want? What do you mean? Kuan Tai asked, puzzled. In the future, there will be no flower in our territory, and we will let them disappear. The soldier said lightly. What? That's you, Kuan Tai said in surprise. He really didn't expect that it was the Peepa killed by the people of this force. So, could it be that everything before was just fish in troubled waters? Yeah. The soldier nodded and admitted. Kuan Tai is not stupid either. As soon as the various incidents and techniques were connected, he guessed the general course of the matter. This group of people designed all the conflicts in Bangkok during this time, and those who died. All are just chess pieces, just to achieve the purpose of fishing in troubled waters. It now appears that they have completed the finishing touches, have found themselves, and want to consolidate their interests. Kuan Tai took a deep breath. I suppressed the faint fear in my heart. Although he is also an expert in conspiracy, he now thinks of such a precise, ruthless, and perfect plan. Now he feels palpitations. The eyes of the soldiers are also different. This group of people is terrible. This is his only feeling now. What is your purpose? Kuan Tai asked solemnly. It's nothing. We are just a group of people who don't want to be little brothers anymore. Times are changing. Of course we will also change, and we want to have less evil in this world, the soldier explained. Kuan Tai did not speak after listening, looked at the soldier's face, was silent for a few seconds, and said, Okay, I believe you. But I said again in my heart, you have a ghost if you just believe it. But he can't say he doesn't believe it. Now he has raised this power to a level that is more dangerous than Peepa, but he is not afraid, and there is no conflict of interest, so what to fear? Next, the soldier did not talk to Kuan Tai about the transfer of benefits. Through the investigation during this period, the command room has a preliminary understanding of Kuan Tai's background. He is not a person short of money, and there are ambitions, eagerness to change the society. Not to say that the righteousness is awe-inspiring, but it is not a villain, so it is so friendly to negotiate terms with him. Unlike other bad ones, the way soldiers deal with them is absolutely sad. The listener shed tears, simple and rude. This low-level method of bribery is not suitable for Kuan Tai. After the soldiers left, Kuan Tai stood by the window, watching the warrior walking away quickly. A faint smile leaked from the corner of his mouth, and he muttered, Things are getting more and more interesting. The indifferent calmness of the soldier and the unknown purpose of this force made him very curious. Especially the posture and frequency of the soldiers walking are definitely strictly trained. A lot of speculation flashed through his mind. Look at how you stick to it. Even if the officials and I don't trouble you, many people will trouble you. When you get through, I may surprise you. Kuan Tai said softly, Those who were affected by this, those who have lost their livelihoods, are all desperados. Although they are currently deterred, they may also be brewing and planning revenge. Whether the other party can survive is still unknown. He is a bit expecting to see this emerging power in those old underground. The struggle of interest groups. He very much hopes that this force can win. New era. Need fresh blood and ideas. He has a hunch that this force will bring him many surprises, and it is even possible to help himself go further. At this time, he is constantly thinking about how to use the other party to maximize his own interests. Utilization is naturally mutual. In the following days, the underground forces in Bangkok were very calm. Several new bosses are extremely restrained. After all, after a month of chaos, no one wants to fight for territory anymore. In addition, the command room's careful planning of the outcome of the conflict has led to the strength of the four major forces. It's almost the same now. Therefore, within 2 days, it became the final situation of the 2x2 alliance, and the force that united with the fighters was also the most infiltrating force. Except for the stupid puppet boss, all other rights of this force were controlled by the fighters. As long as the command room is willing, it can be replaced at any time. This guy is the son of the former boss. He is just right, and he needs this guy to be in front of him, so let him continue to be the boss. If he is obedient, he can just throw it out. Although it was calm on the surface, the fighting under the water had just begun. The soldiers had cut off other people's money. How could the other party give up and have been brewing revenge? Of course, the command room had already been prepared for this, or rather, be prepared for a fart and attack directly. So within 2 days, everyone who wanted to do something to them was severely taught. They suffered heavy casualties, and they were all at the other party's gathering point. They were often just planned to take the weapon before they went out. Blocked at the door of the house, all went to the ground. At this point, there are no people in Bangkok who dared to do something with them. The flower business has all turned to other areas. Anyway, where money is not profit, it is also happy that other forces are very happy. It's just that they are happy too early. After a happy day, they couldn't laugh because their supplier was taken over by the Bangkok police. The strategy of the command room is very simple, and that is to cut off these harmful things from the source. The anonymous provision of information to the Bangkok police has enabled the Bangkok police to uncover many major cases. Of course, the soldiers who have already broken into the Bangkok police station have also benefited. Just when there was a mess in Bangkok. April 15th. Burmese's plan has also been finished. After not counting fierce conflicts and battles, several village owners stepped down one after another, and the territory left by Naden was unified again, of course, plus the territory of Qianweijun. The place is amazing. Hearing this news, Tang Qing was also very excited. It was not how much money he made or the expansion of the site, but the high-definition picture quality of Burma's mountainous area, beautiful mountains and rivers from the command room, which was very good. Wait a minute, there is a new teleport node in this upgrade. It should be great to go camping there. Moreover, such a backward place made him feel the urge to play territory-building games. Unstoppable. So after dinner, Tang Qing hurried to the command room. Let Tang tell all about the situation of Burma's side. Tang Qing had a general understanding. In fact, there is nothing beyond the plan, that is, some methods similar to those in Bangkok. Due to the tight time, the methods are even a bit more aggressive, which has caused several village owners to go to the sky. The rest of the matter profoundly explains that the fist is big. The last word. After all, there is no law here, and no one is paying attention. The command room will naturally not have so many worries, and the scene will be shocked in a few seconds. Of course, the harvest is also huge. In total, it can be more than Naden's assets, which are worth more than 600 million yuan in various liquid funds, and the valuables are more than this. The value is not less than 1.5 billion. But this money is Tang Qing. I didn't get a penny back, because I have to build there next. Anyway, it's my own site, and I definitely can't be as poor as before. Tang Qing sat in the chair and thought for a while, then slowly said his plan. Tang E, make a record. Your next task is very heavy. First, cut down all the harmful things in the control area and change all of them to grow grain or other cash crops, medicinal materials, etc., and engage in more breeding by the way. Industry. Second, make the necessary infrastructure construction for the local area, such as roads, bridges, electric power, communication facilities, and so on. You can figure out how these things come from. Although it's a bit difficult, it's not easy to get some materials because it borders several countries. Third, let those who have committed crimes let them go mining, kill waste, and increase the digging of various mining areas. And at the same time, send more people to search for new mineral deposits and find that they are not in a hurry to mine. Reserve it. Fourth, before restarting Wei Jun's trade channels and projects, especially the supply of goods from my second uncle, it is enough to supply at the previous price, and then find a flat place to build a settlement as a transit for future commercial transactions. Station can also be used as a bazaar. Fifth, the establishment of local administrative departments to maintain public security and basic justice, increase investment in education, and build some literacy schools. The quality of the population still needs to be improved. Sixth, increase the penetration of the surrounding forces. We don't want to hit them, but don't hit us by surprise. We must ensure that they can be taken over quickly if necessary, but there is no need to merge into the current turf. Keep it, the necessary buffer. Seventh, find an opportunity to form a stable trade channel where it borders Thailand. Eighth, compulsory withdrawal of all addicted. Well, there is only so much I can think of for the time being. You can take care of it first. You keep all the funds and proceeds to subsidize the above-mentioned plan. Tang Qing said a lot. Although it may not be complete, but what about it? Take it slowly. External defense, internal stable construction, nothing will happen in a short time. Yes, Commander in Command. Tang Yi agreed. These are all early things. There are more things in the later stages, and here will be his absolute control zone. But Tang Qing has not thought about expanding outward. The buffer is one aspect. On the other hand, the fighters' actions in Bangkok are very distinctive. If they are also very distinctive and strong offensive here, it would be a bit too conspicuous. The similarity of the methods is too strong. Both sides completely attack the bad guys and prohibit harmful things. It is hard not to be reminiscent of them. However, Tang Qing is absolutely impossible to participate in those things. Don't say in addition, Thailand's bigwigs will never allow a group of Burmese forces to have much power in their capital. They are also extremely offensive. This has reached the bottom line, so what will they do? In the end, there was only one, and he tried his best to destroy the forces controlled by Tang Qing in Bangkok, and he never died. This is a matter of principle, especially if other countries learn that something like this has happened in their own country. Okay, one word is to do. This is one of the reasons why Tang Qing has no interest in controlling the underground forces around the world. It is because of the too many people and methods of action. It has its own characteristics and cannot be changed for a while. The rhythm of fighting against countries all over the world every minute. If it uses the same method to directly participate in infiltration, it will directly face the joint elimination and annihilation of the governments of all countries in the world. Faced with this serious consequence, Tang Qing still knows himself, he absolutely can't handle it. And violent soldiers are useless. Enemy with the whole world? Endless fight? That's really a joke. He would never do such a thing. Just a little bit of a small territory. As for its influence, just start with the protection fee organization that blackmails the underground forces. There can be a person or force that blackmails bad guys everywhere, but it is never allowed to exist all over the world. A force that is extremely aggressive, penetrating, and completely undermining the rules of the game. This is the bottom line of all countries. The bottom line. Tang Qing is far from qualified to challenge. But one day he believes he will. On the second day after the integration of Burma's side was completed, the highly efficient command room completed the construction plan for the territory. I want to ask why the command room will design roads and bridges. This is a basic skill. Trenches, camp planning, and architectural design of confidential buildings are all basic skills for the command room, and road surveys and construction are naturally included. Don't forget that there is also the species of engineers. After the soldiers inspected the local terrain, the overall plan was completed by the second person in the command room in an instant according to their needs. This design drawing is not random and fully takes into account various military uses. High-standard roads and bridges, concealed buildings, barracks, air raid shelters, etc. are all available. In the end, Tang Qing looked at this design drawing and was silent for a while, but finally did not say anything, because he really couldn't find a reason to cut it down. Any one of them, because each design has a long design description and usage introduction. It is not messy, and he is not ashamed of being a layman. It was Tang Qingru who looked at the cost estimate, which was as high as nearly $200 million. But fortunately, he didn't have to pay for it himself. Those robbing the rich and helping the poor funds plus the leftover valuables can basically complete this plan. This is also the direct reason why he did not make any comments. There are no building materials here. All must be purchased. If there are 2 transmission nodes, it would be great. Where can a large number of materials be transmitted? I really look forward to the next upgrade. However, it borders Thailand. There are not too many ways to obtain materials. After all, it is not illegal. It is just some building materials and power generation and communication equipment. We will arrange the top and bottom, give them some tolls, and let them make a difference, and send them over. It's very simple, and it's not going out, but going in. It's not allowed by law, but there are no restrictions on the rules. April 17th. Fun day. In Tang Kai's office in Bangkok, the vice president of the company sat in front of him, reporting to him. Mr. Tang, due to the cooperation with Tiangong Group, the establishment of mainland companies, and the supply of supplies to Mr. Wei Jun, our inventory is declining sharply. Fortunately, There are a large amount of precious metals such as gold, both domestically and internationally. However, our stock of high-end jade and gemstones is only sufficient for 2 months. After 2 months, our inventory will no longer be able to maintain the current supply. Vice President Hu Yi said with some worry. Old Hu, I will think of a way again. It is not easy to find a new and stable supplier of a large number of jade and gemstones. Our stalls are too big. Even if it is useless to scan the public market, the prices of those things are so high. We can't bear it. Tang Qing said with a wry smile. Hu Yi sighed and said, I also know that I really missed the time when I worked with Mr. Wei Jun. The jade, gems, and gold were very cheap, and the supply was stable. It's just a pity that Mr. Wei's family is now available. Tang Qing nodded and said with emotion, Well, yeah, the business in the past was really easy to do. Lao Hu, you go back first. I will think of a way, and now I have contacted a leader from the Burmese side. But they offered too high a price and basically no profit. If there is really no alternative, we can only end the wholesale business. Well, I'll go out first. Hu Yi said. Hu Yi got up and went out. Tang Qing lost his thoughts in the office. If the supply of the general jewelry merchants is easy to handle, but Tang Qing's stall is already too large, not only does he make his own jewelry, he is also the 3rd largest jade and gem wholesaler in Thailand, and he buys the goods. There are too many jewelry shops and jewelry companies, and now I have established a cooperative relationship with Lucian's company. I am also preparing to enter the mainland. Although I have contacted several new suppliers, it is because of price or supply. Can't fill this hole. At the beginning of Wei Jun's era, he was acting as a middleman. Many of the surrounding forces' goods were sold to Wei Jun. After Wei Jun's family earned a portion, most of the goods were given to Tang Qing to maintain the huge company. Now the stall is a bit big, and he is also considering restructuring. If the gains outweigh the losses, he can only cut off the wholesale business and focus on what a jewelry group should do. Ding ding ding. At this time, the phone next to Tang Qing rang. Tang Qing picked up the phone and said, What's the matter? Boss, there is an unknown phone call saying that he can provide a lot of jade and gemstones, especially that he has a relationship with a person named Wei Jun and wants to talk to you. His secretary's voice came over the phone. Wei Jun, what do you mean? Isn't the guard's territory robbed? I heard that there is not peace there now, that Naden also died. The cause of death is unknown, and there are many rumors. Now the people below him are fighting for power, but they have not stabilized yet, and he dare not negotiate business here for a short time. Okay, you can come in. Tang Qing said. Yes. 2 seconds later, there was a calm voice on the phone. Mr. Tang, hello. Who are you? What does it have to do with Wei Jun? Tang Qing asked. President Tang, I am looking for you to discuss a business and want to restart the previous transaction. The voice on the phone said. Before you have to trade? What do you mean? Tang Qing wondered. Wei Jun's previous deal with you. The voice said. What? You are? Tang Qing stood up in surprise and asked. He only knows that Naden is dead now, but he doesn't know the others. He only thinks which village lord came to the door. Yes. We have all taken over the sites of Wei Jun and Naden. Next, we are going to make some money. After learning that Wei Jun and you have been very happy before, I am ready to continue trading with you. I don't know if Mr. Tang is interested. The man on the opposite side said. What? Tang Qing was shocked again. He was shocked by the news. Has it been integrated over there? So fast. Only a few days? Unscientific. Is Mr. Tang interested? The voice interrupted Tang Qing's thoughts. At this time, Tang Qing immediately realized that his turning point was coming. If he got the bulk of the supply share of the 2 sites, he would be Thailand's largest jade merchant in less than 3 years. Tang Qing quickly said, I'm here. Sorry, it's rude. Of course I am interested. I don't know the price. Mr. Tang, the price will just follow Wei Jun's previous price. How about it? The other party said directly. After hearing this, Tang Qing breathed a sigh of relief. The same price is good. Even if he can afford it, he immediately said, I agree with this price, but I don't know how many products you have. If you and Wei Jun's transaction price are used before, and the prices of gold, gems, rough stones, and jade are added together, we can give you a package price of $200 million. Since we are in urgent need of funds, otherwise the price it won't be so low, said on the other side of the phone. Strictly speaking, The value of this batch of things should be nearly 10 million US dollars more, but since they are all package prices, plus it is Tang Qing's second uncle, he took a whole number. It was originally picked up, and earning more and less is a big profit. What? So much? Tang Kai was surprised. The 200 million US dollars of goods are still packaged at a package price, which is much higher than his worth. He really wants to say that you have sold several years of mining inventory at once? Obviously, Tang Kai guessed it correctly. Those guys not only sell, but also play by themselves. There are a lot of stocks at the bottom of the box, which are extremely valuable. Mr. Tang, Naden, and the others have left a lot of good things before, and they are ready to wait for the appreciation, plus the inventory during this period and the newly mined ones. These things are not many. The other party said, "My friend, I can't tell you that I can't eat so much by myself. Now I can ask for up to 50 million US dollars. Or should I find someone to buy it together?" Tang Kai told the truth. He and Wei Jun used to be a year ago. His transaction volume is at most about 100 million US dollars, and it is still allocated every month, so the financial pressure is not great. But this is a huge amount of cash that he has to take out suddenly, and he does not have that much capital at all. Even with the bank loan, it can only make up 50 million US dollars. But if you buy half of it, there is probably no package price discount. Therefore, it is proposed to find someone to partner to make money together. If you follow the previous transaction price, this is definitely a profitable transaction. Yes, Mr. Tang, we will wait for you for 3 days. We won't sell anyone within 3 days, but after 3 days, we can't guarantee that we won't find anyone else except for the goods with the original price of 50 million US dollars. Said, "Okay, thank you. I will give you an answer within 3 days. How?" Tang Kai thanked him. "This is definitely a great gift. Okay, wait for your call, then you can call now. Okay, bye." When he hung up the phone, Tang Kai couldn't calm down at all. The happiness came too suddenly. He was so worried just now and prepared for the worst. But now, he has solved the problem in less than a minute, even beyond him. Imagination. The 200 million US dollars of goods, after deducting the proportion of various goods that are not known yet, is enough for him to digest for half a year. He wanted to eat it all, but there was really no money in his pocket. As for asking a friend to borrow it, haha, this is 150 million US dollars, worth more than 1.2 billion renminbi, or 5 years ago. If he wants to borrow it in 3 days, he really doesn't think he has the face, so he can only find a good friend to earn money together. This money is out. But what Tang Kai didn't know was, if he had just proposed payment in installments, he would definitely agree, because Tang Qing was also listening to the call in the command room. But Tang Kai didn't know. As for the partners, Tang Kai suddenly thought of Lu Gan. He didn't know how much Lu Gan had, but it was definitely more than him. When the time comes, he will borrow some money by himself, so he won't have to worry about the supply for the next 6 months. Why not find a local jeweler or merchant in Thailand? That is to avoid competition. Well, just do it. Tang Kai hurriedly dialed Lu Gan's phone when he had made a decision. Lu Gan is still in the United States at this time, and the plane will return tomorrow. I must go to bed later. United States. New York State. In Mujian's farm. Lu Gan, Chai Ren, and others have finished their supper. They are leisurely basking in the sunset and drinking tea. The table is also cleaned up with various fruits on it. Since the last time they came back from hunting, they have been here at Mujian. They have never gone out except to sign the contract for the iron ore. They have been walking around the farm, fishing, grilling barbecue, planting land, riding horses, and shooting targets. By the way, taste the red wines made by Mujian, whose taste can only be called he, and the days are quite comfortable. The soldiers still stood behind Lu Gan like a wooden stake. After the last incident, as long as the soldiers stood aside, everyone was incomparably safe. During this time, the bodyguards tried hard to cover the Yuan brother, but it's useless. Basically ignore them. If the frequency increases, everyone has to stop. I don't dare to say that the soldiers are arrogant, because the strength lies in them. Fighting, marksmanship, and professionalism are all slapped and tempered. It's normal. Look at the sunset and sunset glow that has been halfway down. Very beautiful, Chai Ren said softly. It's so good looking, I want to live a life like you in the future. After that, no one stopped you. Mu Jian said while lying on the chair. He had watched the scenery countless times. The freshness has long passed since he was a child, but the tranquility has never dissipated. People are in the rivers and lakes. They can't help themselves. You are like you. No one is forcing you to do this or that. Chiron smiled bitterly. As the second son of the family, he shoulders a heavy mission. For the family, he doesn't maybe go to be the second generation who walks the birds and picks up girls. What's the difference between that and trash? Yes, come and play whenever you want, and welcome anytime. Mu Jian also nodded in understanding. Okay, by the way, do you really want the red wine I brewed? Mu Jian's topic suddenly changed. FCK, Chiron said irritably. Mu Jian did what he said, and even if you said that the drinking method is different, he always likes to add some weird things when brewing. The taste is really jumping. He is really afraid of being poisoned by these things. Although some it's normal, but the time is short and the taste is not good. If you take it back and let it go for a few years, it's estimated that it can still appreciate. Mu Jian didn't give up. Go on the side. Chiron despised. Mu Jian murmured. I really don't know good people. Or you can bring some grapes back. I refrigerated a lot, and I will send it back to you next week. This is no problem, and even if you don't want Mr. Lu what? He quickly dropped Lu Gan into the water. This can be considered, just don't expire. The two of them had the last quarrel before parting, and they didn't know when they met next time. Lu Gan looked at them enviously. He really wants to have a friend who can talk like this. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, Lu Gan's phone rang. Chai Ren and Mu Jian stopped talking. Both Yaxing was disturbed, and Lu Qian was also a little nervous, so he quickly took out his cell phone. Seeing that it was Tang Kai, he pressed the answer button. He and Tang Kai only talked on the phone yesterday, and they called again today. At this point, it is impossible for them to make a call. There must be something. Lu Gan got up and walked aside and said, Mr. Tang, hello, what's the matter? Mr. Lu, I won't go around with you anymore. I don't know if you are interested in something. It's like this. Wasn't the site of my jade supplier robbed by someone before, but now it's being robbed by another group of people. They have all the good things left by those people, and they want to sell them to me at the wholesale price in the previous wholesale price, but I can't eat all of the goods by myself. I don't know if Mr. Lu is interested in eating some goods. Tang Kai said. Has Wei Jun's site changed its leader again? This was Lu Gan's first thought. It was only later that he learned that Wei Jun turned out to be Tang Kai's supplier. Now that Wei Jun is down, he knows that Tang Kai is also worrying about the supply of goods. He said this in the phone call yesterday. Reasoning, he thought that Tang Kai would definitely cut off the wholesale business. But now it seems that Tang Kai's crisis has been resolved briefly. If he cooperates with each other happily, Tang Kai will not be out of stock in the future. The wholesale price and the wholesale price? Lu Gan was also very heart-shaped. This represents 1 million jewelry, which used to earn 200,000 yuan, but now it can earn more than 300,000, nearly 400,000 yuan. This is definitely a crazy profit increase. Is there an increase of 7, 80, or even nearly doubled? He also has a jewelry company. Everyone wants to get the goods from the source. That's the cheapest. This is an opportunity. The goods that Tang Kai couldn't eat were certainly not small. Ms. Tang, do they have a small amount of goods? Lu Gan asked quickly. A total of 200 million US dollars of goods. This is still the package price, and I can eat up to 50 million US dollars. I don't know how many goods, Lu manager, you want. Tang Kai said. He didn't expect Lu Gan to finish the rest, but it didn't matter if he couldn't eat it. The big deal would be to find some partners in the mainland to eat with him. Hiss. Lu Qian took a deep breath. This is 200 million US dollars, equal to more than 1.6 billion yuan, more than half of his worth, and 7 or 8 times the market value of Mengyan Group. Damn, this is still the wholesale price. If you eat it all by yourself, it means you will make more than 1 Mengyan Group. Even after investing in iron ore, he is a little short of money. Is he also a wholesaler himself? Lu Gan hesitated. Seeing Gan Lu didn't speak, Tang Kai asked, Mr. Lu, what's the matter with you? When Tang Kai called, Lu Gan came back to his senses and said quickly, Mr. Tang, I'm sorry, it's okay. Then, if you wait a moment, I'll come back to you later. He has to think about it. He can't take out this huge sum of money after gains and losses, but he is not reconciled when the fat is gone, and whether he is a wholesaler, he really can't make a decision for a while. Okay, no hurry, I'll wait for your call. Tang Kai said. Hang up the phone. Lu Gan returned to his position and fell into deep thought. Even if the bank loaned him, he couldn't make up so much money. At most, he was a little more than Tang Kai. He was also killed by borrowing money. It was the same reason as Tang Qing, the gap. It's too big, and the payment cycle is uncertain. Even he dare not borrow so much money from usury. Does it really do wholesale? Trouble. Looking at Lu Gan's frown, Chai Ren asked curiously, Mr. Lu, what's wrong with you? Lu Gan looked at Chai Ren, carefully explained what he had just talked about on the phone, and expressed his own difficulties. His plan is also very simple, that is, to bring Chai Ren in and make this money together, which can deepen the relationship. Finished listening. Both Chai Ren and Mu Jian looked surprised. Wei Jun's territory is occupied by new forces again, Chai Ren said in surprise. From Lu Gan's mouth, he already knew the trade relationship between Tang Qing and Wei Jun's family. Lu Gan nodded and said, yes, the specific situation is not clear, but the news of the integration is true. They are now shipping. I still package the wholesale price to Mr. Tang, but my strength can't afford the rest. That's 150 million US dollars, and Mingyan Jewelry's digestive ability is not that strong yet. I'm considering whether to also do jade jewelry wholesale business. After listening to Lu Gan's description, Chai Ren chuckled lightly and said, Mr. Lu, how difficult is this? What's your opinion on Xiao Chai? Lu Gan asked. The question of money is easy to say. You try to pay, I can pay the rest, and we will build a company specializing in the wholesale business of jade and jewelry with the goods, and we will occupy the shares according to the proportion of investment. This is not good. Chai Ren suggested that this kind of preferential rate is definitely profitable, and with his relationship, wanting to sell is very simple. A few phone calls. In fact, there is no need to set up a company together, just buy it and sell it by himself, but he wants to do it longer and build on the relationship there. This kind of money-picking business is not in vain. And Chai Ren suddenly thought of one thing. That is, the country where the iron ore is located has a lot of gem resources. By then, through the relationship of classmates, whether it is mining by itself or as a purchaser, this company is quite necessary. It's great, just listen to Chai Xiaoyu. Lu Gan said happily, and Chai Ren partnered to do business alone, saying that it is more face than cooperation with the richest man in China. Okay. Then Lu Gan called back, and Tang Qing quickly answered the phone. Mr. Lu, how? Miss Tang, no problem. A friend and I ate all the rest, but I don't know when to trade. Lu Gan asked. He said that he would give me 3 days, and they would not find anyone else within 3 days. The specific transaction time has yet to be determined. Tang Qing said truthfully. Lu Gan said, well, let's talk about this in detail when we get to Bangkok. According to the time in Bangkok, we will arrive tomorrow night. Then we will discuss it carefully. Well, Mr. Lu, you guys will come to talk at that time. You can rest early. Tang Qing agreed. Okay. The two did not talk too much nonsense. Hang up the phone. Tang Qing didn't call the other side directly. Instead, he was going to wait for Lu Gan to come. This thing must be made sure that there is money to buy it, and it has to be quickly raised. Otherwise, if something goes wrong with Lu Gan, the promise will not be fulfilled, which will provoke anger. This kind of force is absolutely troublesome, and it's not as familiar with Wei Jun before. In order to reach friendly cooperation in the future, Tang Qing did not want any moths to appear in the first transaction. Farm. While Chai Xiao, from now on, they will not contact other people within 71 hours. The transaction time is to be determined, but it should be soon. I have to contact the company to prepare funds. I can raise up to 6,000 worth here. $10,000 in funds. Lu Gan said to Chai Ren. Okay, I will figure out a solution for the remaining 90 million US dollars, if only RMB can be used. Chai Ren said. That is, I will ask Mr. Tang at that time. It is best to use RMB. Lu Gan said. Okay. 2005 AD. April 18th. Monday morning. Tianyuan building in the center of Qingyan City. That day Zhang Jing wore what she thought was the best clothes. Her hair tied into a bunch. She was born with beauty and no makeup. She took the bus to the gate of the building with excitement. Now it is working time, coming and going in suits and shoes. White-collar workers are walking in quickly, even if they won't be late, but it's not good if they are caught by the boss or leader. When she was in school before, Zhang Jing had dreamed of working in such an office building, wearing beautiful and decent clothes. But the problems at home made her have no chance at all. She thought she could only work everywhere in this life, and she was lucky enough to meet it. Tang Qing. Half a year later, Tang Qing gave her a chance to realize her dream and gave her a new starting point. She secretly vowed to work hard to repay Tang Qing. Hello, are you going for an interview? As soon as he entered the elevator, someone came up to talk to him. Looking at Zhang Jing, who was coming for an interview, someone came to chat with confidence. Yes. Zhang Jing, who was not deeply involved in the world, agreed in a low voice. Which company are you going to? Asked the middle-aged man whose hair was all reflective. Sky Eye Consulting Company. Zhang Jing answered truthfully. What? Sky Eye Consulting? The 18th floor one. The middle-aged man asked in surprise. Now the name of Sky Eye has spread throughout the building. The mysterious local boss spent tens of millions of yuan to build the huge headquarters, which is envious. Kill them all, but the recruitment conditions are high, and many want to enter, but few can enter. However, due to confidentiality, outsiders do not know the real operating model of Tianyin or those companies that supervise, otherwise they will definitely be jealous. Crazy. Yeah, Zhang Jing said. That's hard to get into. Which university did you graduate from? The middle-aged man asked curiously. He hadn't heard of Tianyin's recent recruitment. I graduated from high school. Zhang Jing answered truthfully. What? You just graduated from high school? Then you should come to our company, where there are many elites, at least a bachelor degree, and a lot of postgraduates. The school must be excellent and even need work experience. Are you going to apply for cleaning? Our company. The middle-aged man also had a crooked mind. Sorry, I'm not interested in your company. Zhang Jing frowned and said, despising her education, so there is nothing else to say, and go for fun. Let me tell you, that company is really not something you can enter. The middle-aged man went on to talk a lot, but Zhang Jing didn't pay attention to him at all. Of course, she could see this guy's ill intentions, and she didn't bother to be familiar with him. But I also got a more profound and intuitive impression of the Sky Eye. That is, the people in this building admire the Sky Eye people. The middle-aged man got out of the elevator when he was on the 15th floor and forced her a business card. If it weren't for the consideration of not littering, she would just throw it on the floor. After passing the crowded elevator, Zhang Jing came to Tianyin's floor. On the 18th floor, when she got out of the elevator, Zhang Jing let out a sigh of relief. She had long heard that taking stairs in such a place was scary, and she was impressed when she first encountered it. But this is nothing. She accepts it indifferently after suffering all kinds of hardships. Turning his head, Zhang Jing immediately saw the sign of Sky Eye, which was really big and conspicuous. The front desk is smiling and standing there. Zhang Jing walked up quickly. Miss, hello. Who are you looking for? Asked the girl at the front desk. The company has no external business. The only strangers who come are looking for someone. As for the interview, the company has not recruited recently. Hello, my name is Zhang Jing. I'm here to report. Zhang Jing said timidly. The front desk's expression changed, and she suddenly said, It's you. Please wait a moment. I'll call Mr. He. She just remembered that He Zixin had ordered a new employee to report today. She is not stupid. I immediately thought of someone coming through the back door. In the entire Tianyin, there are only two people who can walk through the back door in personnel matters. One is Do Jiao, and the other is the young and rich boss. Don't dare to neglect. Yeah, Zhang Jing said. The front desk hung up the phone and smiled and said, Please wait. We will be colleagues in the future. Please take care of me. No matter which big boss Zhang Jing is, he is always a bull character. A Tang Qing who has too much money to burn. Do Jiao, who has an outrageous network of connections, is absolutely incredible. Within 10 seconds, the sound of crisp high-heeled shoes hitting the ground sounded. He Zixin came out wearing Tianyin's customized professional outfit. After docking with Shangtang clothing last month, Tianyin's work clothes have also changed. Tianyin has designed new work clothes, which are available from the inside to the outside and are very fashionable. Hello, I am He Zixin, one of the deputy general managers here. He Zixin walked to Zhang Jing and smiled and stretched out her hand. He Zixin looked up and down Zhang Jing, the only person in Tang Qing who arranged to come in through the back door. She was looking forward to the call last week. When I saw it today, I didn't notice anything special. It seems that the specific situation needs to wait. Asked next, Zhang Jing also hurriedly stretched out her hands and held them together and said respectfully, Hello, Mr. He. This is Zhang Jing. Well, come with me. After speaking, Zhang Jing followed He Zixin to her office. When passing by the personnel department, give me the information, Manager Fei, and go through the entry procedures for Zhang Jing. He Zixin handed Zhang Jing's information to Fei Hongwen, manager of the personnel department. Okay. Fei Hongwen received the information, and he was also notified early, and he went through the entry formalities. The personnel department of Tianyin is just a large separate office. In addition, there are actually 4 people, only the deputy general level or above. There will only be a separate office for him. Although a little frustrated, he is full of enthusiasm when he thinks about the plan of the Tianyin headquarters. He also faintly guessed Tang Qing's plan to go on a big fight. He Zixin took Zhang Jing to her office and poured Zhang Jing a cup of tea. Sit down. Mr. Tang told me about your affairs. After you join the company, you should first learn about the company's system and business scope and receive uniforms. On Wednesday, there will be an assessment on the company's system and other aspects. It is not difficult. The company has already given you signed up for a special financial training class. On Thursday, you want to start a 1-month paid study. Because of Mr. Tang's instructions, you have no probation period, and you become an official member of the company, and you will be treated according to the standards of new employees. But you have to remember that even if you are introduced by Mr. Tang, don't be arrogant. If you want to get along with your colleagues, your education is not important. The most important thing is to have the ability to be handy. So study hard and ask if you don't understand. We will have an internal company assessment after the end of the course. After the assessment is passed, we will arrange a position for you in the company. If the results are really bad, I can only report to Mr. Tang. He Zixin said. Thank you, Mr. He. I will work hard. Zhang Jing said firmly. You're welcome, Zhang Jing. Are you and Tang always relatives? He Zixin started gossiping after talking about business. No, I just work for Xiao. Mr. Tang works part-time. Zhang Jing said truthfully. The little boss could say before, it's not appropriate here. The name Mr. Tang just sounds unkind. Oh, what company? Tang Dynasty? Mengyun or something else? He Zixin asked curiously. Now Zhang Jing was puzzled and said, what is the Tang Dynasty? I used to work as a cashier in a small restaurant, and this restaurant has Mr. Tang's shares. He Zixin immediately reacted. Oh, this is the restaurant before Li Jianguo, right? Li Jianguo's project is their key project these days. Li Jianguo, such as preparation and strategic planning, market research, is basically a half-hearted one. They have to do it with the eyes of heaven. Fortunately, Li Jianguo is not an arbitrary person and can listen to his opinions. Therefore, the catering company is now registered and the basic strategy has been reviewed. As long as the staff is fully recruited, the entire company will be built this week. Yes. Zhang Jing nodded and said. So last year was under Mr. Tang's hand. He Zixin said with a little surprise. Through inquiring, she knew that the opening time of this restaurant was much earlier than their eyes. It might even be Tang Qing's first investment project. That Zhang Jing is a veteran. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the first employee to follow Tang Qing. He Zixin is a little surprised. No wonder Tang Qing attaches so much importance to Zhang Jing, and a high school graduate will forcefully arrange to come. Tianyin also guessed Tang Qing's thoughts. Seeing Tang Qing's nostalgia, He Zixin's mouth leaked a smile. Such a boss is very good. After more than 10 minutes of conversation, He Zixin knew Zhang Jing's situation very well. Although Zhang Jing knew nothing, she didn't dare to underestimate it. She asked a female employee with a better personality to bring Zhang Jing to study the rules and regulations. If Zhang Jing is wronged and ridiculed here, if there is any plot, if Tang Qing is angry, it will be troublesome. Although Tang Qing is usually very good at talking, he emphasizes corporate culture and internal harmony. If her company discriminates against Zhang Jing, Tang Qing will definitely take the knife. Even if Tang Qing doesn't do it, Do Jiao will do it. She is very good. Know the extent of Do Jiao's maintenance of Tang Qing. Following the introduction of enthusiastic colleagues at the same time, Zhang Jing slowly learned that Tang Qing still had such a huge industry. Tang Qing's worth was not clear to others, but the people of Tianyin knew very well that all kinds of capital injections during this period were increased. In terms of equity, they conservatively estimated that Tang Qing's worth was at least 400 million yuan. Don't want it if you have money. Seeing the huge Sky Eye headquarters plan on the wall, Zhang Jing was also shocked. She knows that Tang Qing is rich, but it is too scary to have money to this point. No wonder Tang Qing rarely goes to restaurants. In Tang Qing's opinion, it is a small industry that can't be smaller. It's just fun and profit. Tang Qing didn't like it at all. Looking at the elites around and the good office environment, although it is a bit crowded, but looking at the huge renderings on the wall and the super good treatment of the company I heard, Zhang Jing is already content. Tang Qing gave her a starting point. She will not let Tang Qing down. Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads.